Chapter 494. His divine consciousness was expanding. The space was also expanding. Qin Shujian hovered in the sky. In his perception, the range of the space quickly expanded to the scope of the ordinary realm. However, this was not enough. Since he had opened up the space secret realm this time, he had to open it up big enough. It lasted for half a day. Qin Shujian felt that the space around him began to become unstable, as if it would collapse at any time. It's the limit. With his current ability, the range in front of him was the limit. If it continued to expand, the secret realm would be in danger of collapsing. Once the secret realm collapsed, even a celestial being would be in danger of dying if he fell into it. So, after noticing the instability of the space, Qin Shujian immediately stopped opening and then stabilized the space with the formation pattern. The formation pattern fell, and mountains and earth veins were born. Then, he took out hundreds of spirit stones from the storage ring and buried them all over the secret realm according to the number of Ju Tian. The spirit stones fell. A vast amount of spirit energy suddenly burst out. The space that was originally dead finally glowed with vitality at this moment. Spirit energy was the root of everything in the world. As long as there was spirit energy, it was possible to give birth to everything. It's a pity that the rules of this space are not perfect. Although it can condense spirit energy, it doesn't have the capital to evolve living creatures. I don't know if it can evolve living creatures when I reach the third realm of the Grandmaster realm in the future. Qin Shujian shook his head and felt a little regretful in his heart. Immediately, he moved his divine consciousness again. A huge spirit-gathering formation covered the entire secret realm space at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the outside world, the space around the gate of the secret realm vibrated slightly. Invisible tentacles stretched out from the space of the secret realm, and then took root in the space of the outside world. Suddenly, pure spirit energy of heaven and earth constantly poured into the secret realm through the tentacles. The already rich spirit energy became even more abundant at this moment. Qin Shujian took a breath casually, and a huge amount of spirit energy of heaven and earth swept over. The spirit energy is rich. It will be a good place for cultivation after a period of time, opening up the space secret realm. On the one hand, it was for his disciples to cultivate. On the other hand, he was also preparing for himself. After breaking through to the celestial being realm, if he wanted to improve his realm, he either had to rely on a large amount of life source or he needed to work hard and advance bit by bit. Just like before, the fact that he could open 10 apertures in one go was due to the abundance of spiritual energy in his body. If he didn't have the help of spiritual energy, Qin Shujian felt that it would take at least a few years for him to open even one acupoint. However, the spiritual energy in spirit stones was not endless. Without harming the source of the spirit stone, it would take a few years for it to recover every time it was completely absorbed. Therefore, Qin Shujian had specially opened up this mystic realm. While using spirit stones to nourish the mystic realm's spirit chi, he also used the array to absorb the spirit chi from the outside world, constantly increasing the density of the spirit chi in this mystic realm. After a certain extent, even if a celestial being were to cultivate here, it would be sufficient. By the time Qin Shujian came out of the secret realm, an entire day had passed. Fang Xinglan and the other experts of the sects and powers had already bid farewell and left. Outside the entrance to the secret territory, Zheng Fang and a few other elders were waiting at the side. Sect leader. With the entrance of the mystic realm as the foundation, build a place to protect this place. In addition, I will set up an array around the mystic realm. No one is allowed to step inside without permission. Yes. Zhang Fang and the others nodded and accepted the order. Just as Qin Shujian was about to leave, Zheng Fang said, when Fang Xinglan left, he said that there was already news of the Hunyuan sacred fruit that sect leader wanted. He will send someone to deliver it after a period of time. I got it. Qin Shujian replied and left. The Hunyuan sacred fruit was the condition that they had agreed on previously. Fang Xinglan wouldn't dare to not give it to him. He definitely wouldn't give it to him. Then Sky Origin sect would have an excuse to attack the Sky Array sect. After returning, Qin Shujian fell asleep. The consumption of opening up the spatial mystic realm this time was too great, causing him to feel tired. Ever since he became stronger and stronger, sleeping was something that he rarely did. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Shujian simply fell asleep. At the same time, the news of Qin Shujian opening up the spatial mystic realm spread out again. Different from the previous rumor, what spread out this time was all kinds of miraculous things about opening up the mystic realm. For many people, they had only heard of the method of opening up space in rumors, but had never seen it with their own eyes. Thus, after hearing those rumors, many people began to feel regret. If I had known that opening up the spatial mystic realm was so extraordinary, I would have gone to take a look no matter what. Whether or not there would be any gains, just this matter alone is enough to brag for a long time. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no chance. Some people from the sect beat their feet and stomped their chests. They were people who could afford this price, but because they felt that observing the opening of the spatial mystic realm was useless to them, they couldn't bear to pay this price. Now that they regretted it, there was no other way. At night, the sky in the distance shook as if something had broken. Bright light dispelled the darkness, causing people's hearts to feel heavy. When Qin Shujian woke up, he immediately received a message from the sect. Demon Clan's phenomenon, night is as bright as day. After receiving the message, he also had a puzzled look on his face. At this juncture, there was a strange movement of the Demon Clan, which inevitably made people think too much. The Demon Clan is not willing to sit still and wait for death. Could it be that this time's phenomenon has been triggered? Qin Shujian's mind was spinning. At this time, he couldn't sit still anymore. After coming out of the courtyard, he immediately gathered the other elders and went to Chengwu Hall for a meeting. I heard that there has been some movement of the Demon Clan recently. Tell me about it. Looking at the elders below, Qin Shujian said. Hearing this, Shu Yuanming replied, 2 days ago, there was a bright light dispelling the darkness in the Demon Clan's territory. The phenomenon lasted for more than 2 hours before disappearing, but no experts dared to go in to investigate, so they haven't found anything yet. Phenomenon. Qin Shujian tapped his fingers gently. Some time ago, he followed the human emperor deep into the Demon Clan and had a big battle with the experts of the Demon Clan. He didn't dare to underestimate the strength of the Demon Clan at all. Fortunately, it was the human emperor who made the move. Otherwise, if it were any other mighty figure, they would probably have been defeated by the Demon Clan. With such strength, it was already enough to crush most of the humans. In the absence of the human emperor, if the human clan wanted to fight against the Demon Clan, both sides would suffer great losses. Therefore, Qin Shujian had always had a solemn attitude towards the Demon Clan. Although the Endless Mountain Range was vast and the human clan bordered the Endless Mountain Range, not only the Baiyun Mansion, but also the Liang Mountain Range. But a while ago, it was he, Qin Shujian, who went in with the Marquis of Baiyun and the human emperor to provoke them. Perhaps the Demon Clan would remember this matter. If he were the Demon Clan, if he decided to fight with the human clan, the first place he would definitely attack would be the Liang Mountain Range. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, inform all the disciples to be on alert to prevent the Demon Clan from attacking. Also, send some people to go into the Endless Mountain Range to investigate the situation. Okay. Shu Yuanming nodded. Now that the Endless Mountain Range was dangerous, no one dared to go in. But if the mission reward was enough, some mutant disciples were still willing to take the risk. After giving some instructions, Qin Shujian asked again, it has only been a few days since the human emperor attacked the Demon Clan. During this period of time, has the Baiyun Mansion army made any movements? The Baiyun Mansion army is gathering during this period of time. A part of them has already been stationed in the Liang Mountain Range. Shu Yuanming replied without hesitation. On the other side, Zheng Fang asked, Sect Master, are you going to intervene? Why not? Qin Shujian said with a smile, now that the human clan has the upper hand, as long as the human emperor is still there, the Demon Clan will have no chance to make a comeback. The Demon Clan has occupied the Endless Mountain Range for thousands of years, and their accumulation is immeasurable. Instead of letting others eat it clean, it's better for us to take a share. In his opinion, the demon clan was a moving treasure. The endless mountain range had nurtured countless treasures over the years. As the overlord of the endless mountain range, the demon clan had countless treasures. These things. Even if he could only get a part of it, it would be a huge gain for Yuan Zhong. Moreover, the progress of the disciples is still too slow. If we want to improve, we need to consume a lot of resources. With the current inventory of the sect, we can maintain it for a while, but there will be a day when it will be used up. In the end, Qin Shujian added. Hearing this, the others didn't object. Indeed, the resources of the demon clan were enough to make people jealous. In the past, the demon clan was powerful. Even if others were jealous, no one dared to interfere. But it was different now. The human clan attacking the demon clan was a good opportunity to reap some benefits. Not to mention Yuan Zhong. Currently, at least 80% of the sects in Baiyun Mansion were making preparations, hoping to join the army to attack the demon race and reap some benefits. After the matter was settled, Qin Shujian glanced at Niu Dali, who was sitting at the end and dozing off, and suddenly said, Elder Niu Dali, stay for a while. The other elders can leave. We'll take our leave. Zheng Fang and the others glanced at Niu Dali, then stood up and left. Niu Dali, who was sitting at the end and dozing off, woke up from his drowsy state with a jolt. When he saw that most of the people in the Chengwu Hall had left, leaving only him and Qin Shujian, he felt that something was amiss. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. Cough, cough. Niu Dali coughed and smiled. Sect Master, may I know why you asked me to stay? Elder Niu, are you okay? Thanks to you, Sect Master, everything is fine. That's good. Qin Shujian smiled brightly, but he had the urge to curse in his heart. He wondered if he had seen wrongly, but when he looked at it with his Dharma eye, Niu Dali's cultivation was clearly displayed. 9th level of the spiritual martial realm, he was close to the peak of the spiritual martial realm. Qin Shujian remembered that when he was raising his cultivation, he deliberately ignored Niu Dali's name. In other words, Niu Dali cultivated to the 9th level of the spirit martial realm on his own without the support of a sect. The last time he looked, Niu Dali was only at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm, which was considered the middle stage of the airborne realm. Now, in less than a year, he had become a cultivator at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, close to the peak of the vision divine realm. Such a leap. Qin Shujian had only seen it on himself. And he had the source of life to increase. Niu Dali couldn't have the source of life to increase as well. And even if he did, Niu Dali slept in the demon vein every day, so it was impossible for him to get any source of life. So, there was only one explanation. There was still an opportunity on Niu Dali's body that he didn't know about. Originally, Qin Shujian didn't plan to pay attention to him, but now he couldn't ignore him. He was at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm so quickly. The next time they met, wouldn't he be at the god martial realm? And in the future, without him knowing, there might be another celestial. How could he allow others to sleep soundly in his bed? If Niu Dali was really a powerful being of the demon clan, he might have to kill the demon to prevent future troubles. Although he had killing intent in his heart. But Qin Shujian didn't show it. The main thing was that Niu Dali was loyal. If he killed him for no reason, it wouldn't be a good thing. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, if I'm not wrong, Elder Niu seems to have reached the peak of the vision divine realm? Probably. Niu Dali estimated for a moment, then gave an ambiguous answer. Qin Shujian said, I want to ask, how did Elder Niu's realm increase so quickly? I don't know either. Anyway, while I was sleeping, I broke through. Niu Dali touched the horns on his head and said with a simple and honest face. Even though he was at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, his transformation was still incomplete. The symbol of the demon clan still existed. While he was sleeping, he broke through. Hearing that, the corner of Qin Shujian's mouth twitched a little. He had thought of all kinds of answers, and even some evasive words, but he never thought that Niu Dali would say that. At this time, Qin Shujian didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, Elder Niu, Which almighty reincarnated from? Since you're an elder of my Yuan sect's demon bloodline, then there are some things that I should know. A. Sect master means that I'm the reincarnation of an almighty. Niu Dali's face was filled with doubt. Qin Shujian, who was at the main seat, had a faint smile. Seeing that, Niu Dali's heart was also stunned. Reincarnation of an almighty. To be honest, he had never thought about that and didn't think that he would be the reincarnation of an almighty. But Qin Shujian's words made Niu Dali have a different idea in his heart. While sleeping, he could break through. Could he really be the reincarnation of an almighty? Thinking of that, Niu Dali stroked the horns on his head and said solemnly, I won't lie to sect master. To be honest, I don't know anything. Looking at Niu Dali's expression. In Qin Shujian's mind, the words that the human emperor said to him before couldn't help but appear. Innate intelligence. Could it be that Niu Dali belongs to that kind of expert who hasn't awakened innate intelligence? He wasn't sure. But looking at Niu Dali's expression, he didn't seem to be faking it. It's okay if Niu Dali can't remember. I just hope that when Elder Niu awakens innate intelligence in the future, he can remember that you're the elder of the demon bloodline of our sect. Qin Shujian said calmly. Niu Dali heard that and took a deep breath. Sect master, you can rest assured that even if I awaken the so-called innate intelligence, it won't be detrimental to the sect at all. Although he was simple and honest, he also knew what Qin Shujian's concerns were. At this moment, if the other party killed him, he would have nothing to say. Now Qin Shujian didn't take action because of his identity as the elder of the demon bloodline. Niu Dali was also clear about these things in his heart. Qin Shujian nodded and then there was a faint smile on his face. With Elder Niu's words, I'm relieved. I hope that you and I won't be enemies in the future. Sect master, don't worry. Well, you can go back. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't have the desire to continue the conversation. Niu Dali got up and left. Soon, he was the only one left in the inherited martial hall. The reincarnation of a mighty figure, I think so. I only hope that you and I won't be enemies in the future. Qin Shujian's expression was indescribable. If he were to kill the other party just based on a groundless guess, he would not do such a thing. Of course. This also showed that he had great confidence in himself. Even if Niu Dali was the reincarnation of a mighty figure, he definitely wouldn't improve as fast as him. When he became a mighty figure, even if Niu Dali recovered the cultivation of his previous life, Qin Shujian wouldn't be afraid. However, what really puzzled Qin Shujian was, if Niu Dali was really the reincarnation of a mighty figure, then which mighty figure of the demon clan would he be? Compared to the human clan's experts, there were also many experts of the demon clan in the past. It wasn't easy to speculate which mighty figure of the demon clan the other party was the reincarnation of. It can't be a demon emperor. Suddenly, a thought popped up in Qin Shujian's mind. This thought also gave him a fright. Demon emperor. Now he was sure that the demon emperor of the demon clan had indeed fallen. Otherwise, the last time the human emperor attacked the demon clan's abdomen, the demon emperor didn't appear. 10,000 years ago, there were many experts of the demon clan. But 10,000 years later, there seemed to be only one demon emperor who had fallen among the demon clan. As for Eagle Saint and the others, they had just died and their souls were destroyed by the human emperor. There was no chance for them to be reincarnated. If Niu Dali wasn't the reincarnation of an expert from 10,000 years ago, then the probability of him being the reincarnation of a demon emperor was very high. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian's expression became serious and he muttered to himself, can he really be a demon emperor? It shouldn't be. Niu Dali doesn't look like a demon emperor at all. And if he is the reincarnation of a demon emperor, why would he be in the Baiyun mansion? Even if he was reincarnated, he should be in the demon clan. For a moment, Qin Shujian's thoughts were a little chaotic. But in his heart, Niu Dali had become the focus of his observation. It didn't matter who the reincarnation was. As long as he didn't harm him, he would turn a blind eye. Even if he was the reincarnation of a demon emperor, it had nothing to do with him. But if he was plotting against Yuan Zhong, then he couldn't blame Qin Shujian for being ruthless. Soon, in the sect's mission hall, there were missions about the endless mountain range. Until now, there were already many missions about the demon clan. It was hard to attract the attention of others with one more mission or one less mission. However, after seeing the reward of the mission, some people were tempted. Investigate the strange movements of the demon clan a few days ago. You are rewarded with a chance to enter the secret realm. Xiao Junyi looked at the mission reward and was instantly tempted. Secret realm. During this period of time, the hottest topic in the sect was this phrase. Even until now, no one had entered the secret realm. But according to the rumors in the sect, cultivating in the secret realm for a day was enough to increase one's cultivation. Regarding these rumors, Xiao Junyi was also dubious about it. It was just that some time ago, Qin Shujian spent a lot of effort to open up the space secret realm and attracted many experts to come and observe. It was impossible for him to create something useless. So, the rumors about the secret realm being able to increase one's strength were also more convincing. But until now, no one knew what qualifications were needed to enter the secret realm. Therefore, when Xiao Junyi saw the reward of a chance to enter the secret realm, he instantly had an idea. He came to the mission hall in front of a deacon and showed his identity token. "What mission do you want to take?" Seeing Xiao Junyi's identity token, the deacon's indifferent expression became better. He didn't know Xiao Junyi, but he had to pay attention to Shi Jianfeng. Shi Jianfeng's strength could be said to be the strongest among the outer elders. Even among the inner elders, he was the kind that could be counted with one's fingers. Although Shi Jianfeng rarely cared about things, once he took action, he would be merciless. Therefore, no one in the sect wanted to offend him. Some people even wanted to find an opportunity to do Shi Jianfeng a favor and form a good relationship with him. "I want to take the mission to investigate the strange movements of the demon clan a few days ago. This mission is not easy, and it is very likely that you will have to go deep into the demon clan's territory. You have to be mentally prepared." The deacon glanced at Xiao Junyi and reminded him. Hearing this, Shi Jianfeng smiled and said, "Don't worry, deacon. I understand. That's good. Young people should train more." The deacon didn't stop him, and he didn't have the right to stop him. He already gave Shi Jianfeng some face by persuading him. Since the other party didn't appreciate it, then forget it. Very soon, after accepting the mission, Shi Jianfeng put away his identity token and turned to leave the mission hall. He then headed towards Cold Mountain City. This time, he would enter the demon clan's territory. He might encounter some danger. Therefore, before he went, he would first go to Cold Mountain City to purchase some supplies in case of emergencies. Following the establishment of Cold Mountain City, 90% of the Yuan sect disciples' transactions were done here. Only a small portion of people would choose to trade privately for certain reasons. Otherwise, they would all be in Cold Mountain City. After Xiao Junyi accepted the mission, many people accepted the same mission. Almost all of them were players. After all, if they went deep into the demon clan's territory, they might die at any time. Players would drop a realm each time they died, but they could still be revived. As for the local sect disciples, if they died in the hands of the demon clan, they would really die. In comparison, players were still more unafraid of death. Just as the Yuan sect was moving, the Baiyun Mansion's army was also gathering in the Cold Mountain Spirit domain. A large number of troops were stationed. Even if they didn't do anything, the murderous aura gathered together made the atmosphere in the Cold Mountain Spirit domain a lot more oppressive. Chapter 495. Inside the Skyend Mountains. Xiao Junyi moved forward cautiously. Although he was not in the hinterland of the monster clan, there were many monsters around. Given his current strength, if he was surrounded by demonic beasts, it would be a dead end. Even a god martial arts realm cultivator would have to be careful when facing the monsters in the Skyend Mountains. If he encountered the monster clan, even a heavenly realm cultivator might not be able to escape unscathed. For the human clan, the Skyend Mountains was a forbidden area. However, if the other party did not reveal their identity in advance, It would be very difficult to distinguish between the demon clan and the demonic beasts just by looking at them. After all, there was no difference in appearance between the two except for intelligence. The sword light flashed and a monster in the early stage of true martial realm fell to the ground. Xiao Junyi bent down and touched it briefly. After confirming that there was no beast core, he stood up. Now that he was a little deeper into the Sky-End Mountains, the monsters he encountered were generally stronger. Early-stage true martial realm monsters were few and far between. Most of them were at the inner aura realm. The further he went, the strength of these monsters would gradually increase. This was because only powerful demonic beasts had the right to stay close to the demonic beasts. The spirit chi here was denser, which was different from the outer layer. If I want to find out what happened to the monster clan a few days ago, I have to go deep into the monster clan's hinterland or catch a monster to ask. Xiao Junyi thought. Although the monster clan was terrifying, in the hinterland of the monster clan, they were only the top experts. In fact, the ordinary monster clan was not strong. Even if the monster clan was naturally stronger than the human clan, it would not be much stronger. Or else, the monster clan would not have fallen to the point where they were today. Therefore, if he wanted to catch the monster clan, he could only choose those with average strength. Although there was a risk, it was still within his tolerance. On the other side, the army was gathering. This was different from when they supported the imperial city. Now that the human clan had quelled the turmoil, the Baiyun mansion did not need to leave too many people to guard. Therefore, the army gathered this time directly used 90% of the Baiyun mansion's strength. Tens of millions of soldiers gathered at the border of the Baiyun mansion. Liang Mountain Spirit Realm, Yuan Sect. Qin Shujian looked at the murderous aura gathering in the sky with a grave expression. If there was anything else that could threaten a celestial other than a powerhouse of the same level, then military formations would be one of them. Especially when it came to killing at this level. Most likely, even ordinary celestials would be suppressed by the murderous aura. Such power was terrifying, but it made sense. After all, the imperial court could not just rely on the celestial being on the surface to suppress the world. Compared to the vastness of the Great Jiao, the number of celestials was far too few. Even if it was distributed evenly, it would at most serve as a deterrent on the surface. The ones who were truly suppressing the four directions were the armies of the various regions. In the main sect, all martial artists above LV3 of the true martial realm are to gather in the martial arts practice field. Martial artists above LV3 of the true martial realm in all branches are to get ready. After watching for a long time, Qin Shujian flew up into the air, and his voice resounded in all directions. After saying this, more than 10 powerful auras rose in succession, and they all replied, "Yes, sir." These people were the elders of the Yuan sect. Immediately, the experts of the sect moved. Some of the disciples had grave expressions, while others looked regretful. They were all well aware of what it meant to gather at this time. Or rather, everyone in the Mount Liang domain who heard this voice understood what the Yuan sect was planning. Unfortunately, I'm just a little bit away from breaking through to LV4 of the true martial realm and officially stepping into the inner energy realm. Some disciples complained helplessly. It was clear that only cultivators above LV3 of the true martial realm were qualified to participate in this attack on the demon race. As for those below that level, they did not have the right to participate. In many people's view, attacking the demon race meant great benefits. Everyone wanted this opportunity. But in Qin Shujian's view, although the human race had a high chance of victory in this attack on the demon race was not truly a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. A battle of this level. Unless it was a large army in a military formation, it would be safer to at least condense inner energy. As for military formations, they were not something that ordinary people could come into contact with. Moreover, even if Qin Shujian had the confidence to deduce military formations, it would not be easy to practice them. Look at the entire human race. Only the imperial court's army was qualified to use military formations. The reason for this was that even if the other sects had military formations, it would not be cost-effective for them to display their individual strength. In the drill hall, a group of disciples gathered. Qin Shujian looked at the murderous aura in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Today is the day that the human race will launch a large-scale attack on the demon race. No one is allowed to hold back. Our goal is to exterminate the demon race. We will obey the sect master's order." "Well, let's go." Qin Shujian nodded and then gave the order. He did not say too much because there was no need to. The hatred between the human race and the demon race had been going on for a long time. Even 10,000 years ago, the two sides stood on opposite sides. This time, the battle. Either the human race would be defeated or the demon race would be destroyed. There was no other outcome besides the former. As for what would happen if the human race was defeated, it was also tacitly agreed by everyone. Soon, the Yuan sect cultivators moved out in large numbers. On the other side, the army also began to go deep into the Skyend Mountains. When the Yuan sect people met the army, both sides tacitly did not disturb each other. Instead, they seemed to be working together to fight the enemy. Everyone knew. The main force of the attack on the demon race this time was the Imperial Court's army, and the others were just assisting from the side. In the sky above the army, the experts were flying in the sky, guarding against the attacks of the demon race from all directions. At this time, Qin Shujian did not go anywhere. Instead, he met up with Marquis Baiyun and other experts from the Imperial Court. "Sect Master Qin is here." "Greetings, Marquis Baiyun." Qin Shujian smiled and cupped his hands. Beside Marquis Baiyun was a group of experts from the Marquis Baiyun mansion. Among them, Li Guang'an, Su Mingyang, and the others were among them. When they saw Qin Shujian, these people also cupped their hands and saluted. "Greetings, Sect Master Qin." It was different from the past. The current Qin Shujian was already a celestial being expert. Even if they were from the Marquis Baiyun mansion, they still had to maintain a respectful attitude. At this time, someone had already come forward with a demon beast for Qin Shujian to ride. The demon beast was not weak. It was an existence in the airborne realm. When Qin Shujian rode on it, the demon beast's body trembled, and there was a flash of fear in its bell-like eyes. These demon beasts had been domesticated by the human race, so they were no longer fierce. However, the demon beast's instinct to seek luck and avoid danger still existed. Even though Qin Shujian did not reveal his celestial being aura, the faintly discernible aura was still enough to make this demon beast feel afraid. As the army attacked, Qin Shujian and Marquis Baiyun were in the middle of the army. As the army surged, they walked side by side. "In your opinion, what are our chances of winning against the demon race this time?" The demon beast's back rose and fell slightly as it walked. Qin Shujian turned his head to look at Marquis Baiyun and asked with a faint smile. Hearing this, Marquis Baiyun shook his head and said, "If all the demon saints were here, there would be many variables in this battle. But now that the demon race's strength has been greatly reduced, they no longer have the capital to contend against the human race." In his opinion, this time, the demon race would definitely lose. However, in Marquis Baiyun's eyes, the demon race had never been the biggest threat to the human race. It was not in the past, and it was not now. Even when the human emperor faked his death, the human race was in chaos, and the demon race took the opportunity to attack the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao dynasty. He still did not think so. In Marquis Baiyun's mind, the real threat was the demon abyss that was constantly approaching this world. The demon abyss that had once caused the collapse of the ancient heavenly court and all the immortals to fall together. Although the human emperor's power was vast and the Great Zhao dynasty's aura was flourishing, it was still far inferior to the ancient heavenly court. Although the human emperor was strong, in the end, he did not become an immortal. If such a force faced the entire demon abyss, the human race would instantly fall into a state of defeat. However, these things, Marquis Baiyun did not say too much to Qin Shujian. In his opinion, although Qin Shujian's foundation was strong and his strength was not weak, he was still a little weak when it came to the demon abyss. If possible, it would be better to know less and have less troubles. Even Marquis Baiyun himself hoped that he did not know about the demon abyss. However, there were no IFS. Since he knew, he had to take on this big responsibility. As As for the human emperor, in Marquis Bayun's opinion, the other party should also be aware of the existence of the demon abyss. After all, according to Zhu Bing, the other party had obtained the legacy of the ancient heavenly court and the confrontation with the demon race some time ago. The means used by the human emperor also confirmed this point. Maybe the human emperor wants to imitate the ancient heavenly court and reunite the human race powerhouses to fight against the demon abyss. Marquis Bayun secretly shook his head. Obviously, the human emperor's current actions were not to avoid the battle. Some things could be seen from the time when the shadow of the ancient heavenly court was condensed. On the other side, Qin Shujian could also see some things from Marquis Bayun's thoughtful expression. However, since the other party did not say anything, he could not ask too much. At this moment, the army continued to go deeper and deeper, and they encountered more and more demonic beasts. Some of these demonic beasts were hit by the murderous aura of the army and fled in fear, while others were hit by the murderous aura and rushed over crazily. Kill. Niu Feng slashed out with his saber. The saber aura cut through the void and directly killed a demonic beast that had just entered the spiritual martial realm. With the promotion of the sect, his strength also soared after he broke through to the peak of the spiritual martial realm. In addition, the Yuan sect had many powerful martial arts techniques. Unless it was a demonic beast of the same realm, a demonic beast that had just entered the spiritual martial realm was no match for him at all. He scanned with his divine thought. Niu Feng raised his long saber and grabbed a palm-sized beast core in his hand. The first demonic beast has a beast core. Not bad. Looking at the beast core in his hand, a smile appeared on his face. With the reform of the contribution system in the sect, those disciples lacked contribution points, and so did the elders. If they wanted to exchange for cultivation elixirs or powerful martial arts techniques, contribution points were indispensable. However, as an elder, Niu Feng would not casually fight with the disciples for demonic beasts. He would only fight when he encountered demonic beasts that had reached the spiritual martial realm. Besides that, he paid more attention to the changes in the surroundings. If a disciple was in danger, he would rescue them in time. Battles were happening almost all the time. Although there were many demonic beasts, they were not much help compared to the experts of the human clan. The army kept advancing. Many demonic beasts were also slaughtered. However, the smiles on the faces of Marquis Bayun and Qin Shujian gradually disappeared and turned solemn. What are the demon clan doing? Qin Shujian looked solemn. Although there were many demonic beasts in front of them, they were very scattered. After all, although demonic beasts were low level, they were still one of the main forces of the demon clan. If the demonic beasts were slaughtered by them, the demon clan would not have the capital to fight against the human clan. Marquis Bayun also frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Send scouts out to investigate the situation." On the other side, Li Guang'an and the others cupped their hands and accepted the order. Qin Shujian said, "A few days ago, the demon clan had some strange movements. Is it related to this matter?" "It's hard to say." Marquis Bayun shook his head. He also knew about the strange movements of the demon clan, but he did not send anyone to investigate. After all, the hinterland of the demon clan. It was not easy to go in. At this moment, the armies of the other prefectures also advanced, going deep into the hinterland of the demon clan. Beside the human emperor, Dan Hao said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the demon clan has not shown up so far. Only some demonic beasts have scattered in all directions. I don't know what they are planning to do. Attack with all your strength. I want to see what other tricks the demon clan has." The human emperor's expression was as usual. When he looked into the depths of the endless mountain range, there were some subtle changes in his eyes. The current demon clan. They were not taken seriously by him. In a mountain forest, Xiao Junyi dodged an airborne realm demonic beast and then walked out of the dark with a puzzled look on his face. How can it be? After going deep into the endless mountain range for so long, this should be the hinterland of the demon clan. Why is there not a single demon clan? The hinterland of the demon clan should be the place where the demon clan gathered. Not to say that the demon clan was everywhere, but it was impossible for them to not encounter a single demon clan after walking for so long. He suppressed the doubts in his heart. Xiao Junyi continued to go deep into the endless mountain range, trying to find out some movements. Half a day later, the doubts in Xiao Junyi's heart did not lessen. Instead, they became heavier and heavier. Could it be that all the demon clan in the endless mountain range have run away? He could not help but have this thought in his heart. They had run away. If the demon clan had really run away, where could they have run to? The endless mountain range was only so big. With the huge base of the demon clan, even if they ran to other places, it was impossible for them to not leave any traces. On the other side, as the armies of the various prefectures sent out scouts, the corresponding news also came back. Marquis, the scouts in front have sent news that they did not see any traces of the demon clan at all. Li Guang'an returned to report. Not a single demon clan? No. Pass down my order. All the armies advance at full speed. I want to see what tricks the demon clan is playing. Marquis Baiyun waved his hand and directly gave the order. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guang'an accepted the order and left. Then, the army that was still killing the demon clan in an orderly manner sped up and headed towards the hinterland of the demon clan. As for Qin Shujian, now, his heart was also filled with doubts. The human army came to attack, but there was not a single demon clan. Such a situation. He could not help but wonder if the demon clan had already run away in advance. However, although the Skyend mountain range was vast, there was also a limit. Now that the humans were attacking with all their strength, even if the demon clan had escaped, where could they go? Then, Qin Shujian took out the communication jade token and sent some messages. On the other side, Zheng Fang took out the communication jade token and read the message inside. Then, he immediately gave the order. Everyone, stop killing the demon clan and focus on collecting resources. After that, he looked a little confused and muttered to himself, the demon clan has escaped? That can't be. As for Qin Shujian's message, Zheng Fang did not have any doubts. He just could not believe the news that the demon clan had escaped. However, now that the demon clan was very likely to have escaped, the next thing to do was to collect resources in the Skyend mountain range. After all, there were many resources here. Even if the demon clan had escaped, it was impossible to collect all the resources. This time, Yuan Zhong did not come here purely to kill the demon clan. As a human, since the two clans were at war, he should do his part. However, Yuan Zhong's main purpose was to collect resources. On the other side, the news of the demon clan's escape had already spread. The human emperor immediately ordered all the troops to advance at full speed. Your Majesty, the world is only so big. Where can the demon clan escape to? Dan Hao frowned deeply and looked puzzled. The Skyend mountain range was not really endless. Even the world had an end, let alone a mountain range. Even if this mountain range was vast and boundless, comparable to the Great Zhao country, there was still a limit. Moreover, there were many demon clans, not much less than the human clan. Under such circumstances, even if the demon clan had moved on a large scale, it was impossible for them not to leave any traces. Therefore, in his opinion, the demon clan's actions were really strange. The demon clan has a long history. It's not strange for them to have some secret methods. The human emperor said calmly. After that, he did not say anything else. Seeing this, Dan Hao did not say anything else. As for Shi Yang, who was behind him, he completely treated him as an invisible person. He suddenly realized that it seemed to be quite good to be a crown prince for 10,000 years. At least if the sky collapsed, his father would be in front of him. As for the throne, to be honest, Shi Yang was not too attached to it now. Those who did not sit on that throne would never know how much they had to pay to sit on that throne. As the human emperor gave the order, the armies of the various prefectures also received the message. Subsequently, the human clan army drove towards the demon clan's abdomen. The Skyend mountain range was indeed vast and boundless. Even if the army drove for nearly half a month, they still did not reach the real end. However, along the way, they killed many monsters, but they did not see a single demon clan figure. Until now. Everyone had already known that the demon clan had escaped. A month later, the armies of the various prefectures finally gathered in the demon clan's hinterland. Your Majesty. When the armies gathered, Marquis Bayun also went to see the human emperor immediately. As for Qin Shujian, it was the same. He did not know if it was because he had seen the human emperor many times or for some other reason, but when he saw the human emperor again, he was not so nervous. It seems that the demon clan has indeed escaped. The human emperor looked at everything in front of him with a cold expression. Hearing this, Marquis Bayun asked, "There are so many demons. Even if they have escaped, it's impossible for them not to have left any traces after such a long time, right? If the demon clan is still in this world, they naturally would have left some clues." Your Majesty, what do you mean? Marquis Bayun's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely had some guesses about the human emperor's words. As for Qin Shujian and the other experts of the imperial court, they were also shocked. Still in this world? Does this mean that there are other worlds? Seeing everyone's confusion, the human emperor explained, in the past, this world was vast and boundless. It was many times larger than the current territory of the human clan and the demon clan. However, in ancient times, there was an expert who shattered this world. Naturally, when this world was shattered, some parts of it were destroyed, but some parts of it survived. And the land under our feet is one of them. In fact, there are other worlds outside our world. They have the same root, but they are blocked by the restriction of heaven and earth. If I'm not wrong, the demon clan should have used the power of Zhu Bing to forcefully break the restriction and escape to another world. The others had never heard of the existence of other worlds. Now that the human emperor said it, they all felt like they were in a dream. Even Qin Shujian's face was full of surprise. In the second world. It turned out that the demon clan had fled to the second world. No wonder they couldn't find a single demon clan member. As for the human emperor's words, Qin Shujian didn't have much doubt. Because they hadn't met a single demon clan member in the past month, which actually explained a lot of things. As for the strange phenomenon a few days ago, now he had some guesses in his heart. That should be the movement caused by the demon clan's departure to the second world. Qin Shujian originally thought that the demon clan had some backup plan to deal with the attack of the human clan. He didn't expect that they would escape directly. Then, Shiyang asked, "Father, now that the demon clan has escaped, what should we do? Are you guys willing to follow me to the end of the endless mountain range to take a look?" The human emperor asked. "We're willing to." "Then come over." After the human emperor said that, his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, Shi Yang and the others followed closely behind the human emperor. They were also very curious about the end of the endless mountain range. As for Qin Shujian, he didn't stay either as his body turned into a stream of light and escaped. The second world. From the looks of it, the human emperor already knew about the existence of the second world. Many thoughts surged in his mind, including what the human emperor said to Eagle Sage in the imperial city when he faked his death back then. The human emperor faked his death. It wasn't just for the demon clan. With the methods that the human emperor displayed previously, even if he attacked in a tough manner, the demon clan might not be able to withstand it. Coupled with the current situation, Qin Shujian already had a guess in his mind. The human emperor's purpose of faking his death wasn't the demon clan. The other party's true goal might be the second world that he mentioned. Chapter 496. At the end of the Earthend Mountains, Qin Shujian had always thought that it would be the same as the boundary between heaven and earth. However, when he really came here, he found that it was completely different. The void in front of him was violently distorted, and there seemed to be a black river flowing behind it. Besides, heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a line here, and the height of the sky and the ground was constantly being pulled closer. Is it the fall of the sky? Or the bulge of the earth? Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Shujian was shocked. For a moment, He couldn't figure out what caused this situation. At the end of the distorted void and the black river, heaven and earth seemed to have merged into a long line. This was a strange phenomenon. Not only was Qin Shujian shocked, but even the human emperor and the others were amazed. Heaven and earth turned into a line. This method is really amazing. The human emperor couldn't help but sigh. Even with his current realm and means, he couldn't help but sigh at this kind of thing. An expert asked, "Your Majesty, do you mean that there is a second world behind the end of the Earth-End Mountains?" "Yes and no. Your Majesty, please enlighten us. In fact, it's not very accurate to say that there is a second world. To be precise, our world and the world at the end of the Earth-End Mountains are a whole." A whole. Hearing this, many people were shocked again. What did he mean? Everyone, including Marquis Bayun, had some doubts about the human emperor's words. In response, the human emperor said with a solemn expression, "After heaven and earth were shattered, it turned into 4 continents. The eastern continent is where we are, and the other 3 continents are at the end of the Earth-End Mountains. The 4 continents used to be connected, but at some point, the eastern continent was separated from the other 3 continents. The heaven and earth restriction in front of us is the existence that separates the eastern continent from the other 3 continents. Once the restriction is broken, the eastern continent will be reunited with the other 3 continents." Hearing this, the others finally had some understanding of it. However, after understanding it, they were more shocked and worried. The eastern continent had the human clan and the monster clan. What races did the other 3 continents have? How strong were these races compared to the human clan and the monster clan? If the heaven and earth restriction was broken, what would happen to the human clan? Until now, some people already understood what the human emperor's goal was. Dan Hao suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, "Your Majesty wants to open the heaven and earth restriction formation? What do you think? What do the other 3 continents have?" "I don't know." The human emperor shook his head and said straightforwardly, "The eastern continent has been separated from the other 3 continents for tens of thousands of years. No one knows exactly what the other 3 continents have. Maybe it's a human, maybe it's a demon, maybe it's some other race. As for these races, maybe the divine martial arts realm is the strongest, and maybe the celestial being realm is the peak. But we can't rule out the possibility that there are masters who have surpassed the celestial being realm. Before breaking the heaven and earth inhibition, no one knows what is in the 3 continents." Although he knew of the existence of the 3 great continents, so many years had passed and so many things had changed. The 3 continents might have already turned into a land of death. That might not be the case. In general, everything was unknown. In response, someone immediately said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then if we rashly break the restrictions of the world, I'm afraid it will cause unpredictable changes. Your Majesty's previous preparations were for the other 3 continents?" someone asked. The human emperor nodded slightly and said bluntly, "That's right. My goal is the other 3 continents. The eastern continent is very big, but it's still too small for the current human race. In ancient times, the world was still intact. At that time, there were many human masters. Although the celestial being realm was the backbone of the human race, their numbers were definitely not something that can be compared to now. But now, there are only a few celestial being masters in the world. As for those above the celestial being realm, there is not a single one. The reason is that this world is too small, so small that it can't accommodate so many masters. What the human race needs now is a wider world to face the great calamity in the future. Above the celestial being realm, great calamity. Qin Shujian accurately caught the 2 words in the human emperor's words. Before he could speak, someone had already asked, "Your Majesty, do you mean that there is a path above the celestial being realm?" "There is naturally a path above the celestial being realm. May I ask, Your Majesty, what is above the celestial being realm?" When the other party asked that question, the others also pricked up their ears. What was above the celestial being realm? They were also very curious. The human emperor said softly, "Immortal. Above the celestial being realm is immortal. In ancient times, immortals were the top masters. Unfortunately, with the decline of the human race, There are no immortals now. Immortal. Except for Marquis Bayun, the others all looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Qin Shujian couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, immortals really exist? Immortals naturally exist. The human emperor answered with certainty. Qin Shujian said, Then Your Majesty, have you reached the immortal realm now? It's easier said than done to become an immortal. The human emperor took a deep look at him and finally shook his head. Regarding this, the excitement in the hearts of the others gradually cooled down. Even someone as strong as the human emperor couldn't reach the immortal realm. So even if they knew that the celestial being realm was not the end, how many people could become immortals? Not to mention immortals. Among the people present, how many were confident that they could break through and reach the limit of the celestial being realm? But even so, these people had a new idea in their hearts. It turned out that the celestial being realm was not the end. Above the celestial being realm, there was immortal. Qin Shujian, who was on the side, heard this and had a lot of thoughts in his heart. He had long guessed that the celestial being realm was not the end. When the human emperor easily killed the demon saint and then condensed the shadow of the ancient heavenly court and exerted a power that far exceeded that of a celestial being, he knew that the strength of the human emperor was definitely not that simple. However, what Qin Shujian didn't expect was that even someone as strong as the human emperor hadn't reached the immortal realm. Compared to others, he still had great hope in whether he could become an immortal or not. No matter how difficult it was to become an immortal, as long as he had enough life source, Qin Shujian would be able to become an immortal for others to see. However, according to Qin Shujian's estimation, if he wanted to accumulate enough life source to become an immortal, it would probably be an astronomical figure. In addition to becoming an immortal. At this time, Shiyang couldn't help but ask, Father, what is the great tribulation you mentioned? With the current strength of the human race, who can threaten us? If the human race was really strong, how could they have fallen to such a state? The human emperor glanced at him and shook his head. There is an existence that can threaten the human race, but anyone that can threaten the human race is definitely not to be underestimated. Father, are you talking about the demon abyss? Shi Yang was not a stupid person. When the human emperor said this, he could vaguely guess something. However, when he said this sentence, he was also shocked by himself. The demon abyss. Although with the birth of heaven and earth, there had always been demons born, but the demon abyss was still quite far away from the human race. The number of demons born each time was not many. Even if these demons were not weak, the human race's experts were stronger. Every time a demon was born, it didn't cause much of a stir and was forcibly suppressed. The demon abyss is very strong. It's not as simple as you think. The human emperor glanced at the others and said indifferently, You should know that the great Zhao Zubing suppressed the seal at the entrance to the demon abyss. Hearing this, many people nodded. Although the matter of the great Zhao Zubing suppressing the seal at the entrance to the demon abyss was a secret, as officials of the imperial court, they all knew about this. However, there were not many people who really knew the location of the seal. Qin Shujian knew about it for the first time. It turned out that the great Zhao still suppressed the seal at the demon abyss. This matter is really secretive. He was secretly complaining now. When he wasn't with the human emperor and the others, Qin Shujian thought that he was quite knowledgeable. When he stood with these people, he realized that he didn't seem to know anything. If it weren't for this moment, there were many things that Qin Shujian was still in the dark about. What about the 4 great continents? What about the seal at the entrance to the demon abyss? What about the immortals above the celestials? If the human emperor hadn't mentioned it, with the imperial court's strict lockdown of information, he might not have known about it even if he was given a few more decades. The human emperor said, What you think is the entrance to the demon abyss is actually just a small hole that connects the demon abyss to this world. As he spoke, the human emperor gestured, raised his pinky, and then pinched the end of his pinky, describing it very vividly. However, such a small hole has endless power leaking out. If it weren't for Zhu Bing suppressing it, then the demon chi would leak out from it and then invade the whole world. At that time, whether it's the human race or the demon race, they would all be eroded by the demon qi. The human realm would also become a purgatory. Qin Shujian felt that his breathing was a little rapid. A small hole connecting the demon abyss to the world needed Zhu Bing to suppress it. If it was really the entrance to the demon abyss, then no one could suppress it. And now, people like Shi Yang and the others were also shocked. The main reason why they weren't worried about the demon abyss was that the demon abyss didn't have the chance to come to this world, and the demons bred in it couldn't touch the human race. The lowest level of demons was the celestial being. This kind of starting point was completely unreasonable. But because the world had its own rules, demons couldn't set foot here unscrupulously. Occasionally, a few demons would step in, but to them, it didn't affect them much. Shi Yang's heart trembled. When the human emperor finished speaking, he couldn't help but ask, the great calamity that Imperial Father spoke of, is there another entrance to the demon abyss that we can't seal with our strength? Entrance? If there really is an entrance, then that's good. The human emperor sneered. Then, looking at the expressions of the crowd, the faint smile on his face disappeared, and he became solemn. The world is constantly evolving, and the distance between it and the demon abyss is getting closer and closer. It won't be long before the world completely collides with the demon abyss. At that time, all the demons in the demon abyss will officially set foot here. At that time, if the human race doesn't have enough strength to resist, then everyone will die. This includes all of you, and also this emperor. Boom! A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. No one had expected that the great calamity that the human emperor had spoken of would be even more terrifying than they had imagined. The world and the demon abyss collided. All the demons would set foot in the world. No one knew how many demons there were in the demon abyss. But from the number of demons that had been sealed in the Great Jiao, one could guess some things. Inside the demon abyss, there were at least tens of thousands of demons. In other words, it wouldn't be long before tens of thousands of celestials attacked the human race. Even Marquis Baiyun had an extremely solemn expression at this time. Although he had known about this for a long time, when the human emperor mentioned it again, he also felt a strong pressure. He was very strong now. A mighty figure was already the top of the human race. But so what if he was strong? The ancient heavenly court had 365 immortals, powerhouses from tens of thousands of races, and even the Emperor of Heaven. In the end, when they faced the demon abyss, the ancient heavenly court was still defeated. In the end, they forced the Emperor of Heaven to cut off the world, and at the price of the heavenly court's collapse, the other races were barely able to survive. Facing the demon abyss. Not to mention a mighty figure, even an immortal would not be a match for it. Therefore, if they wanted to fight against the demon abyss, they had to have more power than the ancient heavenly court. Marquis Baiyun's gaze fell on the human emperor. He knew that the human emperor wanted to imitate the Emperor of Heaven and rebuild the ancient heavenly court. But in his opinion, it was still unknown whether the human emperor could be comparable to the Emperor of Heaven and rebuild the glory of the human race. However, the human emperor was still the most promising person for the human race. At this time, Qin Shujian was completely in a state of confusion. What did this mean? The demon abyss was about to attack. But until now, he didn't know about this matter. Originally, Qin Shujian was quite satisfied with his cultivation progress because he had broken through to the celestial being level, and the pressure had also lessened a lot. Although he had also expected the consequences of the demon abyss. But it was beyond his expectations. When his expectations became reality, there was only one sentence in his heart, but he didn't know if he should say it. So, soon, I will be worse than a dog. Qin Shujian complained in his heart. He had just broken through to the celestial being level not long ago, and the demon abyss was about to come. With his current strength, if he was in front of the demon abyss, he would die. In an instant. A huge pressure emerged from the bottom of his heart. My strength is still not enough. If I want to fight against the demon abyss, there must be at least tens of thousands of celestials in front of me, or even more. To deal with such a situation, I need to at least become an immortal. But, can immortals really deal with the demon abyss? A doubt arose in Qin Shujian's heart. Immortals. Could they really deal with the demon abyss? He wasn't sure. However, he wouldn't ask the human emperor. Whether or not immortals could deal with the demon abyss, they wouldn't answer him directly. Because if immortals couldn't deal with the demon abyss, and others found out, the morale that the human race had accumulated with great difficulty would probably collapse by more than half. After all, in Qin Shujian's view, the human emperor said these words to create a sense of pressure for them, so as to pave the way for breaking the restrictions of heaven and earth. But this kind of pressure had to be controlled. It couldn't be too weak, but it couldn't be too strong either. If it was too weak, it wouldn't have the desired effect. If it was too strong, it would easily crush the human race's mentality. Therefore, Qin Shujian knew what was going on, but he wouldn't openly ask about it. The human emperor said loudly, "The collision of heaven and earth and the demon abyss is an irreversible thing. To deal with the demons, the human race needs more power. The eastern continent's heaven and earth are too small now. Although the spirit qi is abundant, it's not easy to give birth to more heavenly humans. Therefore, only by breaking the restrictions of heaven and earth and merging with the other three continents can we give birth to more heavenly humans, and even open the path to immortal ascension. As for what the three continents have, it's actually not within our consideration. Even if the three continents have races that are not weaker than the human race, or even stronger than the human race, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. After all, the descent of the demon abyss isn't just a matter of the eastern continent. The stronger the four continents are, the higher our chances of winning against the demon abyss in the future." Since he had already said this much, the others had no reason to object. Indeed, breaking the restrictions of heaven and earth and connecting the three continents had too many uncertainties. But just as the human emperor said, if the human race did not become stronger and faced the demon abyss in their current state, only death would await them. Connecting the three continents. It might be a disaster, but it could also be a great opportunity. So, Marquis Baiyun, Shi Yang, and the others did not object. And they were very clear. The human emperor must have planned this. The original fake death was probably to get rid of all the unstable factors and then unite the human race to face the other three continents in their strongest state. Or else, once the restrictions of heaven and earth were broken, if the three continents also had powerful forces, and the great Zhao Empire fought with these forces, there would be a lot of trouble. What a ruthless heart! Qin Shujian also thought through the human emperor's actions, and his heart became more solemn. For a possibility in the future. He was willing to fake his death to lure others to jump out. One had to know. This time, the number of people who died in the rebellion was not limited to just a few dukes. The number of people who died in the war was in the millions. These people who died in the war all became sacrifices of the human emperor's plan. But whether it was Qin Shujian or the others, they had no way of blaming him. Because what the human emperor did was for the sake of the entire human race. Sacrificing a group of people. Giving more people in exchange for a chance. It was difficult to distinguish between right and wrong in this kind of thing. From their point of view, the human emperor's actions were not wrong. Qin Shujian put himself in the human emperor's shoes and wondered if he would do the same if he were the human emperor. The final result was the same as the other party. As expected, I am not a soft-hearted person. Qin Shujian laughed at himself in his heart. He was also a ruthless person. It was no wonder that the human emperor was ruthless. As for Marquis Baiyun and the others, their expressions were normal. Although they knew the human emperor's thoughts, no one thought that this was inappropriate. Sacrificing the rook to save the king. This was what should be done. And from Marquis Baiyun's point of view, the human emperor's actions were no different from the actions of the Emperor of Heaven in the ancient heavenly court. The only difference was that the human race had not yet reached the desperate situation in the ancient times. Therefore, strictly speaking, the human emperor's actions were much more benevolent than that of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven had shattered the Emperor of Heaven and killed hundreds of millions of living beings, including countless races. The human emperor's fake death this time was the sacrifice of millions of people. But such a sacrifice was in exchange for a hope of survival for the human race. And the Emperor of Heaven's actions were also to preserve the last bit of bloodline so that all the races would not be wiped out by the demons. Then Dan Hao asked, "What does your Majesty plan to do?" "I want to build a big city here within a year and prepare to station troops. A year later, I will officially break the taboo of heaven and earth. At that time, the human race will face the other 3 continents." The human emperor revealed his plan. Hearing this, the people of the imperial court bowed and accepted the order. Then, the human emperor looked at Qin Shujian and said, "This time, I'll have to trouble Sect Master Qin to open a teleportation gate here first to teleport back and forth." Qin Shujian was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Leave this matter to me. These are some materials for opening a teleportation gate. I'll give them to you together." The human emperor took out a storage ring from somewhere and handed it over. Qin Shujian reached out and took it. With his divine sense, he had already recognized the storage ring as its owner. When his spiritual consciousness probed the inside of the storage ring, everything inside appeared in his perception. When he saw these materials, Qin Shujian thought to himself, "The human emperor is well prepared." Did he determine that the demon race would escape, or was he preparing to immediately open a teleportation gate here after destroying the demon race? There were many materials in the storage ring. Not to mention opening a teleportation gate, even opening 8 or 10 wouldn't be a problem. After withdrawing his divine sense from the storage ring, Qin Shujian looked at the human emperor and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, how do you want me to open it? What do you think? From today's time in the Endless Mountains to now, the distance we have traveled is endless. If we want to connect the teleportation gate to the Great Zhao Empire, we need at least 2 or 3 teleportation gates." Qin Shujian estimated for a moment and then continued. "In my opinion, it's better to connect a single formation to the Cold Mountain City. When the time comes, Your Majesty will send other formation masters to complete the teleportation gate. In this way, it will be convenient to build the city." "Okay, then it's decided." The human emperor nodded and directly agreed with Qin Shujian's words. The rest of the matter was much simpler. After getting the human emperor's approval, Qin Shujian directly chose a suitable place and then took out the corresponding materials. After a little adjustment, he immediately opened a teleportation gate. It was different from the first time he opened a teleportation gate. As he broke through to the 2nd level of the Grandmaster realm, it became easier to open a teleportation gate. It took less than 3 hours in total. A teleportation gate had been formed. When Qin Shujian opened the teleportation gate, the human emperor and the others turned around and returned. On the other side, after Qin Shujian silently memorized the coordinates of the first teleportation gate, he immediately rushed in the direction of Baiyun Mansion. When he was almost there, he stopped and opened the 2nd teleportation gate. He waited until later. After opening the 3rd teleportation gate, he connected it with the coordinates of Cold Mountain City. At this point, only then was the connection between the Great Zhao Empire and the hinterland of the demon race. Chapter 497. The 3 teleportation arrays connected the hinterland of the demon race, but only connected the Baiyun Mansion and the hinterland of the demon race. Later, it would connect the various manors. That would be the imperial court's business. Qin Shujian kept the rest of the materials in the storage ring as a reward for Li Mu. This point was tacitly agreed by both sides. After all, how could there be no price to pay for inviting a formation master? After finishing these things, Qin Shujian did not return to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, but wandered in the Endless Mountain Range. The demon race had escaped. But the Endless Mountain Range was still the place with the most resources. If he did not take some now, when would he be able to? What's more, the news of the demon race's escape had already spread, and even the other 3 continents had also spread. The reason why the news spread so quickly. Naturally, the imperial court added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. The human emperor would break the heaven and earth restriction in a year and connect the eastern continent to the other 3 continents. This matter could not be hidden. Rather than not being prepared at all, it was better to let others know now. With a year's buffer, they would not be caught off guard. The matter of the demon abyss. Qin Shujian guessed that the human emperor would not hide too much. Without a great threat, it would be difficult for the human race to be truly united. If there was a threat of the demon abyss in front of them, then the human race would be truly united. The imperial court will not hide the matter of the demon abyss, but they probably won't say it publicly. If I were the human emperor, I would only need to let some powerful sect higher-ups know. As long as these sects know, they can restrain the sects below them, and things will be much simpler. If he could think of it, the human emperor could naturally think of it. However, for Qin Shujian, these things had little to do with him. Whether or not the 3 continents were opened, it did not matter to him. But if the 3 continents were opened, one thing was without doubt, and that was that they could harvest more life sources. And would the 3 continents be so powerful that the human race could not stop them? According to Qin Shujian's estimation, this possibility was not high. The human emperor was confident that he could break the heaven and earth restriction, and it was impossible that he did not have any tricks up his sleeve. The strength that the other party had displayed earlier had already reached an unimaginable level. Although the human emperor denied that he had broken through to the immortal realm. But in Qin Shujian's eyes, Qin Haodong was not a fool. Even though Ren Huang had not become an immortal, he was not far from it. In ancient times, immortals were already at the peak. No matter how strong the 3 continents were, they were at most at the immortal level. Human emperors did not become immortals, but they were definitely not much weaker than real immortals. If they were connected to the 3 continents, even if the human race was at a disadvantage, they would not be in too much danger. Walking in the endless mountains. Qin Shujian's spiritual sense spread out as he continuously searched for possible heavenly treasures. He didn't take big steps, but with each step, he crossed a distance of 100 miles. His divine will sensed. Whenever Qin Shujian sensed a heaven and earth treasure, he would pause and collect it. Oh, this is the mystic flower. Flying snow ghost comb, not bad, not bad. The flowing gold rock is also a good thing. As he walked through the endless mountain range, he found that there were more things in his storage ring every now and then. Qin Shujian did not let go of any heaven and earth treasure that was level 5 and above. Although to him, unless it was a level 9 heaven and earth treasure, it was useless. Although it was useless to him, it was still very useful to the others in Yuan sect. He had no use for materials below level 9. When he returned, he could throw it to the people in the sect. Qin Shujian suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, he took another step and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, a flat earth vein had already appeared in his line of sight. In the middle of the earth vein was a bottomless pit. There was still rich spirit qi in the pit that overflowed from it, making one feel relaxed and happy just by taking a breath. Spirit stone vein. Qin Shujian recognized the pit at first glance. And the rich spirit qi of heaven and earth also proved this point. However, after looking at it for a while, Qin Shujian shook his head regretfully. There was indeed a spirit stone vein here, but the spirit stones had been dug out. The spirit qi in the pit was just the remnants of the spirit stones. The demon clan left so decisively. They even dug out the spirit stones. If he was not wrong, this should be one of the original habitats of the demon clan. However, as the demon clan fled, the spirit stone vein buried underground was also dug out. Then, Qin Shujian went deep into the mine. After a few minutes, he came out of the mine. With his appearance, the last trace of spiritual energy in the mine also dissipated without a trace. Accordingly, in Qin Shujian's storage ring, there were a few 100 kilograms of companion jade. A treasure hunt. It took nearly 10 days. After the storage ring was full, he set off to return to the Liang Mountain spiritual domain. Along the way, Qin Shujian met many disciples of other sects, and also disciples of Yuan sect, but he did not show up. Instead, he quietly took the treasures away without leaving any traces. When he returned to Yuan sect, there were still not many disciples in the sect. 10 days was enough for him to collect a lot of resources, but for the other disciples, the harvest in 10 days was not much. Therefore, many people were still staying in the endless mountain range. 4. That was to gather more resources. After returning to the sect, Qin Shujian went directly to the Sundry Hall and threw most of the resources there. Then, he exchanged them for some contribution points and left. Although the contribution points were all obtained by himself, everything had to be followed by a rule. Otherwise, the contribution point system that he had painstakingly established would completely collapse. Boom. Boom. Energy exploded, and the two figures suddenly separated. A mere physical aura cultivator dares to snatch the sky heart orchid from me, Jiyu Zishuan sneered. Spirit God. Lin Jie's eyes were solemn. The long sword in his hand shone brightly, and killing intent seemed to be faintly discernible. Normally speaking, when facing a cultivator at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, the most correct method was to retreat immediately. However, the sky heart orchid was not an ordinary treasure. It was a top-level 8 spiritual herb. Such a spiritual herb could not only be exchanged for a large amount of contribution points, but it could also be exchanged for pills to help him break through to the spirit martial realm. Fighting across realms. It was not an easy thing. Especially the gap between physical aura and spirit god, it was even more difficult to make up for. Lin Jie took a deep breath and then sneered. I'm an inner disciple of Yuan sect. Why don't you give me some face? Having more friends means more paths in the future. Although a mere sky heart orchid is precious, it's not worth it for you and me to fight. Yuan sect. Jiyu Zishuan's expression changed instantly. Looking at the clothes that Lin Jie was wearing, his heart was filled with doubt and surprise. He had naturally heard of Yuan sect's name. However, he had never seen Yuan sect's disciple clothes. Now, Jiyu Zishuan could not distinguish whether Lin Jie was real or not. Lin Jie immediately said calmly, there shouldn't be many people in the world who dare to pretend to be Yuan sect. I'm Yuan sect's Lin Jie. If you have any doubts, feel free to investigate. As he spoke, he looked at Jiyu Zishuan's expression and smiled faintly. I owe you a favor for letting me have the sky heart orchid. If there's anything you need in the future, I'll definitely do my best to help. If I'm not wrong, you should be a disciple of the Heavenly Sun sect. Although the virtual Sun sect is in the Fallen Moon Mansion, my sect has always been on good terms with the Heavenly Array sect, so I have some understanding of your sect. When Jiyu Zishuan heard this, some of the thoughts that had arisen in his heart disappeared. If Lin Jie did not know his identity and origin, then he would have taken the risk of offending Yuan's sect and snatched the sky heart orchid. Anyway, there were so many cultivators in the world, and Yuan's sect could not find him. However, it was different now. Lin Jie had recognized his identity, which was something Jiyu Zishuan did not expect. The virtual Sun sect was not weak. However, it was also relatively speaking. Compared to Yuan sect, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Although Jiyu Zishuan did not think that Yuan sect would deal with the virtual Sun sect for such a small matter, he had offended him after all. If Lin Jie held a grudge against him in the future, with the advantage of being an inner disciple of a top sect, he might not be able to deal with him. Therefore, Jiyu Zishuan took a deep breath and said slowly, I can give you the sky heart orchid, but this natural treasure was discovered by you and me together. It is impossible for me to give it away. Although you are from Yuan sect, the virtual Sun sect is not afraid of trouble. Furthermore, your sect is a top sect in the Baiyun Mansion, so you should still be magnanimous and will not make things difficult for me. Hearing this, Lin Jie's smile also faded a little. That's right, there was nothing wrong with Jiyu Zishuan's words. What he had said before was just to scare the other party. Even if the sky heart orchid was snatched away, the strong people in the sect would not easily interfere. At most, he could use his identity as an inner disciple to win some friends, but if he wanted to rely on this to deal with the virtual Sun sect, it was still too far away. However, from Jiyu Zishuan's words, he could see that the other party wanted to retreat. Thoughts surged in his mind. Lin Jie took out a fruit from his storage ring and threw it to the other party. This is the blood flame fruit. Although it is not as good as the sky heart orchid, it will not let you go back empty-handed. Seeing this, Jiyu Zishuan reached out and took a serious look at the blood flame fruit. After that, he took out a jade box and solemnly put it away. When his gaze fell on Lin Jie again, he glanced at the storage ring on Lin Jie's hand, and there was a trace of envy in his eyes. A storage ring. As a dignified spiritual god, he did not even have a storage ring. Now, an inner disciple of Yuan's sect who was only at the physical aura stage had such a treasure. He could not help but be envious. At this moment, Jiyu Zishuan was also shocked by the resources of the top sects. However, after taking the blood flame fruit, he did not stay for too long. "I'll let you have the sky heart orchid. Goodbye," Jiyu Zishuan said as he clasped his hands and left. The blood flame fruit was only a level 7 spiritual herb. It was not as good as the sky heart orchid, but it was also valuable. Now that Lin Jie was a member of Yuan's sect, it was not worth offending the other party for a sky heart orchid. Of course, the biggest problem was that he was not confident in killing the other party. Who knew what kind of life-saving trump cards the disciples of the top sects had? If he could not silence them after killing them, then he and the entire Void Sun sect would be in big trouble. It did not matter if he snatched the treasures. But if he hunted down and killed the disciples of the sect, Yuan's sect would definitely not let it go. So, either he did not make a move, or he made a move. The fight just now let Jiyu Zishuan know that Lin Jie's strength was not as good as his, but it was not much weaker. Therefore, he chose to take the blood flame fruit and gave up the sky heart orchid. Of course, he was at a disadvantage. But who asked the Void Sun sect's strength to be inferior? He could only grit his teeth and swallow this loss. When Jiyu Zishuan's aura completely disappeared, Lin Jie came to the sky heart orchid and picked it. Something similar to this. It often happened in the endless mountains. Snatching the spiritual herb, crushing with status, or simply calling for friends and directly starting a war. To this, Qin Shujian sat steadily in Yuan's sect and could not be bothered to care so much. As long as the people of the other sects did not bully the weak, then things would be as they were. After all, he did not establish Yuan's sect to let the other party rely on a mountain and do whatever they wanted. If they were arrogant without strength, then they deserved to be beaten to death. Of course, the people who attacked had to do it cleanly. Otherwise, if the sect found out, they would still have to get back at them. The cultivation of the celestial being is too slow. Qin Shujian exited from the state of cultivation. Looking at the acupoints in his body, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Almost 10 days had passed. Until now, the star's acupoints were still at the number 376. The 377th acupoint had not shown any signs of opening. Thinking back to when he swallowed a large number of spirit stones in one breath and then opened 10 acupoints, he sighed again. When he did not cultivate seriously, he did not know the difficulty of opening acupoints. Until now, only then did Qin Shujian realize how difficult it was to open 10 acupoints at once. It's about time. The mixed essence sacred fruit of the heavenly array sect should be here. In the forbidden area, Qin Shujian sensed a familiar aura at the foot of the mountain. He immediately exited from the state of cultivation and left. In front of the mountain gate, Fang Xinglan was waiting there. There was no need to deliberately send a visiting card. Under the situation where one's aura was not hidden, it was not difficult for the people of Yuan's sect to detect it. At this moment, a man in green walked down the mountain. The steep mountain road in front of him was as simple as walking on flat ground. "Elder Fang, you're finally here." A hearty laughter came from afar. The voice was not loud, but it clearly entered Fang Xinglan's mind. Hearing this, Fang Xinglan immediately cupped his hands and smiled. How would I dare to forget what I promised before? While they were talking, Qin Shujian had already arrived in front of him. "It's inconvenient to talk here. Elder Fang, follow me up. Please, please." The two of them went up the mountain one after another. In the Chengwu Hall, as soon as Fang Xinglan sat down, he took out a jade box and lifted it with his spirit sense, sending it in front of Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian reached out and took it, then opened the jade box directly. There were 2 black and white fruits that were about the size of a palm lying there quietly. There was a faint aura flowing around them. As the jade box was opened, a dense aura was emitted from it. Origin Chaos Sacred Fruit. Seeing these two fruits, Qin Shujian immediately recognized the fruit. Among all the 9th-level spiritual herbs, the Origin Chaos Sacred Fruit was the top. It contained the Origin Qi. Even if an ordinary person who had not stepped on the path of cultivation swallowed it, he could immediately advance to the real martial realm. However, this method of consumption was obviously a great waste. Because it was easy to cultivate to the real martial realm, but it was extremely difficult to break through to the diviner realm. As the main ingredient for refining the cultivation pill, the Origin Chaos Sacred Fruit was naturally not something ordinary spiritual herbs could compare to. Fang Xinglan said, in order to get these two Origin Chaos Sacred Fruits, the Celestial Array sect spent a lot of spiritual energy. Is Qin Shujian's friend really confident in refining the cultivation pill? At this time, he was also worried and asked another question. Just as Fang Xinglan said, in order to get the Origin Chaos Sacred Fruit, the Celestial Array sect paid a great price. If the refinement of the nature pill failed, then it would be a complete loss. Although even if the cultivation pill was successfully refined, Qin Shujian would not give it to him for free, at least there was hope. Qin Shujian smiled confidently and said, Elder Fang, don't worry. Since I dared to ask for the Origin Chaos Sacred Fruit, I naturally have the confidence to succeed. However, as I said at the beginning, the cultivation pill refined will not be given to the Celestial Array sect for free. Elder Fang needs to be mentally prepared for this. Of course, I understand that. Fang Xinglan nodded. Then, Qin Shujian put away the Origin Chaos Sacred Fruit. At this time, Fang Xinglan suddenly changed the topic and said, Sect Master Qin, what do you think of the Imperial Court's words about breaking the heaven and earth restriction and connecting to the other 3 continents? The Imperial Court naturally has its reasons for doing so. Qin Shujian said with a straight face, the human sovereign has been planning for so many years, and this is his goal. The great calamity of the Devil Abyss is probably not fake. Previously, when the Liang Mountain spiritual region was born, the Devil God tore through the space and came here. This is probably a sign. If we want to deal with the great calamity, our chance of survival is very likely to fall on the 3 continents. Sect Master Qin's words are reasonable. Fang Xinglan closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. His pair of sloppy eyes had a bit more light. The matter of the 3 continents. He had hidden it too deeply. If it wasn't for the Imperial Court telling him about this matter, he would still be in the dark. As for the great calamity of the Demon Abyss, this matter was also extremely secretive. Originally, Fang Xinglan thought that as a top sect, the Celestial Array sect could not hide many things from his eyes and ears. But now, he realized that the Celestial Array sect was like a frog in a well. The so-called truth only flowed on the surface. Thinking of this, Fang Xinglan sighed and said, if the 3 continents are connected, I'm afraid that those who have not reached the celestial realm will have no right to speak. Even if one is a celestial being, I'm afraid that there are not many things that they can decide. Qin Shujian shook his head, his expression somewhat melancholic. Those who had not reached the divine martial realm thought that they could be ranked at the top of the world after breaking through to the celestial realm. They no longer needed to fear anything when doing things. But only after breaking through to the celestial realm would they realize. In fact, the celestial being was only slightly stronger. In the face of some things, they were still powerless. However, Fang Xinglan was right about one thing. If the eastern continent was connected to the other 3 continents, they would at least need a celestial being to oversee it if they wanted to get a share of the pie in this world of great battles. Otherwise, the difference would be too great. Even if they had not broken through the restrictions of heaven and earth, the top combat power in the world was mainly the celestial being. Although the divine martial realm was carefree, it was just for their own amusement. Fang Xinglan's expression suddenly flickered when he heard this. He said, other than bringing the Origin Sacred Fruit over, I also have something to discuss with Sect Master Qin. What is it? Alliance. Fang Xinglan's expression was solemn as he said solemnly, although the Heavenly Array sect does not have a celestial being overseeing it, it is still a top sect and has the means to deal with a celestial being. Now that the imperial court is about to connect the 3 continents, no one knows what will happen in the future. At that time, I'm afraid that even top sects like you and me might not be able to stay out of it. Why don't we form an alliance? If there is danger in the future, we can help each other. It's much better than fighting alone. After he finished speaking, Yi Zichen said. Fang Xinglan shut his mouth and waited for Qin Shujian's reply. He did not have this idea about forming an alliance at first. However, after the imperial court announced the matter of the 3 continents and the great calamity of the demon abyss, he already had a plan in mind. There were also top sects in the world. However, after thinking about it, Fang Xinglan felt that only the Origin sect was the most suitable candidate. In terms of strength, the Origin sect was powerful enough. However, in terms of overall foundation, the Origin sect had developed for too short a time and was slightly inferior to the other top sects. As for the Heavenly Array sect, although they did not have a celestial being overseeing it, they had a formation master. Moreover, the Heavenly Array sect had been in the Fallen Moon Mansion for thousands of years and had an extremely deep foundation. The 2 sects formed an alliance and complemented each other. Qin Shujian, who was on the side, also fell into silence at this time. He was also a little tempted by Fang Xinglan's words. The Origin sect was powerful now, but to put it bluntly, its foundation was still a lot weaker and it lacked a middle and high-level power overseeing it. Once the war started, it would be troublesome. After a long silence, Qin Shujian looked up at Fang Xinglan and said, "If the Heavenly Array sect is exchanged for the Fate Pill, how confident are you in breaking through to the Celestial Being realm?" 70%. Fang Xinglan replied in a deep voice. 70%. This probability was not low at all. No one had 100% confidence in breaking through to the Celestial Being realm. Therefore, to a certain extent, a 70% success rate was equivalent to 100%. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded and said, "If Elder Fang can break through to the Celestial Being realm, then the Origin sect and the Heavenly Array sect will officially form an alliance." To be honest, the Heavenly Array sect, which lacks a celestial being overseeing it now, is still a little lacking. I have always been straightforward with my words, so Elder Fang, please don't take offense. The current him had a different outlook. Without reaching the Celestial Being realm, no matter how strong the Heavenly Array sect's foundation was, it would not be able to enter his eyes. After all, once an alliance was formed, it would not be as simple as a verbal agreement. Fang Xinglan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since Sect Master Qin has said so, then I can only agree. Celestial Being realm. As long as he had the Fate Pill, it would not be difficult for him." Chapter 498. Fang Xinglan came quickly. He also left quickly. There were 2 main purposes for his visit to Yuan sect this time. One was because of the cultivation elixir, and the other was to form an alliance. Now that things had been settled temporarily, Fang Xinglan did not stay for long. On the other side, Qin Shujian got up and went to the Sundry Hall. It was different from the previous heaven and earth treasures that were placed in the Alchemy Hall. Now, most of the resources in the sect were placed in the Sundry Hall. At this time, Xu Yuanming had also returned. When Qin Shujian arrived, he was the first to appear. Xu Yuanming poured a cup of tea for Qin Shujian and then asked curiously, "May I know why Sect Master came to the Sundry Hall this time? One would not visit a temple without a reason." Qin Shujian rarely came to the Sundry Hall. Since the establishment of the Sundry Hall, the number of times he had come could be counted on one hand. Xu Yuanming inevitably had all kinds of guesses when he suddenly came at this time. "I need to exchange for these things in the Sundry Hall." Qin Shujian handed over a piece of rice paper, which recorded some of the materials needed to refine the cultivation elixir. Xu Yuanming reached out and took it and read it seriously. He wasn't very familiar with the Tao of Alchemy, so he only glanced at the heaven and earth treasures recorded on the Shen paper before memorizing them all in his heart. "The Sundry Hall does have these things, but Sect Master, you may need a lot of contribution points to exchange for them." "Exchange for all of them?" Qin Shujian waved his hand. Contribution points and whatnot were not a problem. As the sect master, how could he have less contribution points? One had to know. These contribution points weren't added by Qin Shujian through cheating. Instead, they were accumulated through the destruction of the sect and the contributions he had made to the sect over such a long time. Hearing this, Xu Yuanming did not say too much. After sitting for a while, he got up and went to the storeroom of the sundry hall. About half an hour passed. Xu Yuanming returned to the inner hall again. After seeing Qin Shujian, he immediately took out all the spiritual herbs that Qin Shujian needed from the storage ring. Sect Master, please check. These are the things you need. How many contribution points? Qin Shujian only needed to use his spiritual force to scan, and he knew that there was no mistake. He didn't seem to do anything, but the materials that had been laid out were all put into his storage ring. A total of 123,976 contribution points are required. I'll give you 124,000. Hearing this, Xu Yuanming did not refuse and handed over his identity token. Qin Shujian took it and transferred 124,000 contribution points to it. After that, he left the sundry hall and headed to the sect's treasury. Many things were needed to concoct the transformation pill. There were some things in the miscellaneous hall, but there were some things that even the miscellaneous hall didn't have. With Qin Shujian's status as sect master, it was not difficult for him to enter the miscellaneous hall. He quickly found what he wanted. Just as sect head Qin was collecting materials, the Yuan sect disciples who had headed to the endless mountain range also returned one after another. In the mission hall, Xiao Junyi looked at the deacon in front of him and asked, "Can I still submit the mission to investigate the strange movements of the monster clan?" "The mission is no longer valid." The deacon shook his head. The news of the monster clan's escape had spread all over the world. Everyone knew that the strange movements were caused by the monster clan's departure. It was obviously impossible to complete the mission at this time. Hearing this, Xiao Junyi also looked helpless. It was not easy for him to go deep into the monster clan's territory and find out about the disappearance of the monster clan. However, before he could rush back, the news had spread all over the world. Even if he rushed back as fast as he could, he was still one step too late. Subsequently, Xiao Junyi looked at the other missions in the mission hall. The missions that were originally for the monster clan's bounty had been completely cancelled. He was not surprised by this. The monster clan had fled to the other 3 continents. Now, there was not a single monster clan in the endless mountain range other than those abandoned monster beasts. Seeing this, Xiao Junyi casually accepted 2 more escort missions and left. As Yuan sect's power grew stronger, the cooperation with the carrier trading company became deeper and deeper. Now, the carrier trading company no longer cooperated with other sects and forces in Beiyun Mansion. They only cooperated with Yuan sect. Therefore, the escort missions had expanded from the Liang Mountain spiritual domain to the entire Beiyun Mansion. This was not a strange thing. If they could cover the entire Beiyun Mansion with just a sum of money, the carrier trading company would naturally not spend dozens or even hundreds of sums of money on escort missions. Even if the sum of money was more than the sum of dozens or hundreds of other missions, it was still the same. After all, compared to other sects and forces, Yuan sect provided a higher safety factor. In Beiyun Mansion, even if it was a large sect, there would be cultivators who did not give them face. However, Yuan sect did not have this problem. As for why the carrier trading company did not use the teleportation gate, there were 2 reasons. First, not all places had teleportation gates. Second, the cost of teleportation gates was too high. If all the goods were transported, there would be almost no profit to speak of. The carrier trading company was focused on profits. If they could not even make much profit, why would they waste time doing these things? In the forbidden grounds, Qin Shujian sat cross-legged. In front of him was a cauldron as tall as a person. Originally, with his skills, he did not need a cauldron to refine elixirs. However, the nature elixir was not ordinary. In order to successfully refine it, he had to be prepared in all aspects. To refine the nature elixir, the flame is one of the most important factors. The green lotus wood is full of vitality and can be used as fuel. Qin Shujian followed the instructions of refining the nature elixir in his mind. First, he took out a piece of green wood that was as thick as an arm and about half a foot long. It was an 8th grade material, green lotus wood. This material only had one use, and that was as fuel for the flame. Other than that, it had no other uses. Although it had only one use, the price was extremely high. The reason was, this was because many top-grade pills required the use of green lotus wood. After placing the green lotus wood under the cauldron, Qin Shujian activated his true yuan and ignited the green lotus wood. Sizzle. As the green flame burned, the temperature of the surroundings instantly rose. The bottom of the cauldron, which was originally black, turned slightly red. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out 2 more pieces of green lotus wood and threw them in together. In an instant, the flame became even fiercer. With the green lotus wood as the foundation, the flame even burned the surrounding space until it was slightly distorted. Seeing this, Qin Shujian had already begun to take out various kinds of spiritual herbs from his storage ring, and then threw them in an orderly manner. Immediately after, he covered the cauldron with his divine thought. His hands formed a seal, silently controlling the flame and constantly refining the spirit herbs inside. The flame continued to burn. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The spirit herbs in the cauldron had already melted and turned into a pool of dark green liquid. After reaching this step, Qin Shujian placed the other spirit herbs into the cauldron bit by bit from the storage ring. A dense spiritual energy lingered in the cauldron without dispersing. Qin Shujian's face was solemn. His hands formed a seal in an orderly manner and threw in spirit herbs from time to time. Wrapped in the green flame, the cauldron trembled slightly. Soon. 3 days had passed. All the supplementary spirit herbs have melted and there are no impurities. Now, it's time to put in the origin sacred fruit. Qin Shujian took out the jade box, took out the 2 origin sacred fruits, and threw them in directly. Boom. As the origin sacred fruit fell in, the originally dense spirit energy suddenly changed into a terrifying aura. At the same time, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and purple lightning constantly flickered in the sky. An aura that resembled the might of the heavens permeated the air, causing everyone who felt this aura to have a change in expression. No one knew what was going on. However, with the thunder tribulation gathering, it meant that something that the heavenly Tao was watching was born. At this moment, Qin Shujian's attention was all on the cauldron. He did not pay any attention to the thunder tribulation gathering in the sky. Rumble. No one knew how long had passed. Suddenly, the first bolt of lightning struck from the sky. As the lightning fell, the lid of the cauldron suddenly shattered. 5 grey elixirs flew out and were about to escape in all directions. Trying to escape. Qin Shujian was already prepared. He grabbed with his big hand and the 5 elixirs that had just escaped were immediately imprisoned. At this moment, lightning fell from the sky one after another. In response, he did not make any move to stop it. Any top-grade elixir that was born must be tempered by lightning. This was to cleanse the impurities and was also a test. If it could not even withstand the thunder tribulation, then the creation elixir was not qualified to be a top-grade elixir, let alone be qualified to go against the heavens and help people break through to the celestial being realm. Crack. Bolts of lightning struck the 5 pills one after another. After withstanding several lightning strikes, one of the elixirs cracked. A large amount of pill chi overflowed from it and was attracted by the other 4 elixirs. Boom. Another bolt of lightning fell and the elixir was completely shattered. A large amount of pill chi burst out. The other 4 elixirs seemed to be breathing and absorbed all the pill chi that burst out. And after absorbing the pill chi, the original 4 elixirs had also become even rounder. Under the tempering of the lightning, the situation that they could not withstand was also reversed. The lightning came quickly and left quickly. In less than an hour, the dark clouds that had gathered in the sky dissipated. Instead, 4 elixirs that were full of dense aura stopped in mid-air. Come here. Qin Shujian took out the 4 jade bottles that he had prepared beforehand and then took out the corks one by one. The 4 elixirs seemed to be sucked by something and flew toward the jade bottles uncontrollably. After the elixirs entered the jade bottles, he resealed the jade bottles. At the same time, the 4 jade bottles trembled violently as if something inside was colliding and would break out of the jade bottles at any time. Don't struggle anymore. It's useless. Qin Shujian chuckled and said to the jade bottles. In order to seal the creation elixir, he specially refined 4 jade bottles of the spirit weapon level. Although the elixirs with spirit were tyrannical, it was not to the point of breaking the jade bottles. After keeping the jade bottles, Qin Shujian turned and left the forbidden area. Walking in the sect, more than half of the disciples who had entered the endless mountain range had returned. Therefore, the number of disciples gradually returned to its original size. Walking to the martial arts hall, Qin Shujian looked at Zheng Fang who was sitting there and said, "Inform Yin Bancheng of the Traceless sect and Fang Xinglan of the Celestial Array sect that the things they want have been refined. If they want it, come to the Yuan sect to negotiate in half a month." Okay. Zheng Fang nodded. He did not ask what Qin Shujian had refined. Since the other party did not say, it was not something he could ask. "Sectmaster, you came at the right time. I also have something to talk to you about." "What is it?" "The old housekeeper of the Baiyun Marquis mansion is here again. He is temporarily staying in the cold mountain city and waiting for Sect Master to come out of seclusion to summon him." Xiao Hong. Qin Shujian frowned slightly. One would not visit a temple without a cause. Since Xiao Hong had come at this time, it was definitely not a good thing. Or rather, it was definitely not a good thing. He must have something to ask of him. This period of time was actually quite tiring for Qin Shujian. At first, he was busy killing evil spirits. Then, he didn't rest for a few days before he rushed to the Imperial City to put out the fire. After that, he went to the demon race to fight. After that, he opened up the space secret realm, refined the cultivation pill, and so on. Everything was lined up one by one, waiting for him to do it. Not to mention, a year later, the Imperial Court would break the heaven and earth restriction and connect with the other 3 continents. There would definitely be more things waiting for him. For Qin Shujian, it was a different story. What he wanted more was to have a good rest and not care about so many trivial matters. However, Xiao Hong had undoubtedly come on behalf of Marquis Baiyun this time. Qin Shujian could ignore Xiao Hong, but he could not ignore Marquis Baiyun. "Ask him to come and see me tomorrow." Qin Shujian looked a little helpless and casually replied. Hearing this, Zheng Fang nodded in agreement. In the cold mountain spiritual domain, an old man and a young man were walking slowly. "Boy, are you sure you don't want to be my disciple?" Gong Mingze looked at the young man beside him and asked again unwillingly. "I have said this many times. Senior, I am very grateful for escorting me to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. However, I have promised to join the Yuan sect from the beginning." Nyingbo said helplessly. Ever since he received Qin Shujian's token, he immediately set off for the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. However, in just half a month, Nyingbo encountered no less than several waves of robbers. Not only were all his money stolen, but he also almost lost his life. In the end, Gong Mingze descended from the sky and saved him. Along the way, it was always Gong Mingze who accompanied him. If it wasn't for him, Ningyu had no doubt that she would have died on the way. Hearing this, Gong Mingze scratched his ears and cheeks. He wanted to lose his temper, but he also felt a little helpless. "Boy, is the Yuan sect so good? Even if you join the Yuan sect, what can you do?" Yes, the Yuan sect is a top sect. However, there are many disciples in the top sects. You are only in your 20s and your foundation has long been set. Even if you are lucky enough to join, you will not be put in an important position. The path of cultivation is about the right time, place, and people. You are lucky to have met me. Don't be ungrateful. While speaking, Gong Mingze sighed in his heart. He was right. Nyingbo's foundation had already been set. It would be difficult for him to do anything if he joined other sects. The other party's constitution was a good seedling to cultivate his unique technique. This was also the reason why Gong Mingze had not given up. It was not an easy task to find a suitable successor. He spent hundreds of years to meet Nyingbo. Naturally, he could not just watch the other party join the Yuan sect and waste his life away. However, Gong Mingze did not intend to force the other party. The path of cultivation depended on oneself. Even if he forced the other party to become his disciple and cultivate his technique, it would be difficult for the other party to make much progress in the future. Therefore, he had been trying to persuade Nyingbo, hoping that the other party would change his mind. Hearing this, Nyingbo shook his head and said, "Senior, I appreciate your kindness. However, I have already made up my mind to join the Yuan sect. Please don't try to persuade me anymore." Hearing this, Gong Mingze was infuriated. How high was the cultivation of the person who left you the token? He might just be an ordinary disciple of the Yuan sect. The reason why the Yuan sect is now a top sect is because of the sect master, Qin Shujian. If not for Qin Shujian, the Yuan sect would at most be a large sect in the spirit domain. I am an expert in the late stage of the divine martial realm. I might even break through to the heavenly human realm in the future. It is the greatest blessing of my life to have you as my disciple. Others would beg for it. At the mention of the late stage of the divine martial realm, Gong Mingze's face was filled with pride. These people's cultivation bases were equivalent to that of an elder in a top sect. Even in the Yuan sect, as long as Qin Shujian did not make a move, he did not think that anyone could compete with him. This was the confidence brought about by absolute strength. Think about it carefully. It is already a great fortune to have a spiritual martial realm cultivator to guide you in the Yuan sect. Perhaps a random disciple in the genuine martial realm would be enough to send you away. If you become my disciple now, you will immediately have the guidance of an expert in the late stage of the divine martial realm. It is possible to enter the cultivation realm in 1 day, reach the genuine martial realm in 3 years, and break through to the spiritual martial realm in 10 years. As long as you inherit my legacy, I guarantee that your future achievements will be at least in the divine martial realm. Tell me, how can the Yuan sect give you such benefits? Gong Mingze guided Nyingbo patiently, as if he was determined to make him rein in the horse before the cliff. On the other side, Nyingbo heard this and a look of struggle appeared on his face. He naturally knew what Gong Mingze meant. Until now, Nyingbo did not know Qin Shujian's identity. He only thought that the person who gave him the token was just an ordinary Yuan sect disciple. Reach the genuine martial realm in 3 years. Break through to the spiritual god realm in 10 years. To be honest, Nyingbo was indeed tempted. However, he looked at the distant Liang mountain and felt an inexplicable desire in his heart. I spent 1 or 2 years and went through so many hardships to get here. Am I going to give up just like that? Nyingbo was not sure. Apart from the desire in his heart, he was also unwilling to give up. He was unwilling to spend so much time and gain nothing. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and said slowly, I still want to give it a try. Think about it carefully. If you regret it after you enter the Yuan sect, you won't have the chance. Gong Mingze warned with a solemn expression. He had always hoped that Nyingbo would inherit his legacy. However, he would definitely not let him do whatever he wanted. It was fine before he entered the Yuan sect. However, if he was treated badly after he entered the Yuan sect, it would be impossible for him to want to become his disciple again. No matter what, Gong Mingze was still a great cultivator of the god martial realm. He still had the integrity that he should have. Nyingbo nodded solemnly and replied, I chose this path myself. Naturally, I won't regret it. However, I feel that I have let down Senior's kindness of protecting me along the way. Well, since you have already made up your mind, I won't force you. Gong Mingze shook his head. His tone was a little regretful but also a little appreciative. Even under such temptation, the other party was still determined. He was indeed a good seedling. However, in his heart, he felt sorry for the other party. With Nyingbo's talent, If he did not cultivate his cultivation method, he would be destined to be mediocre and it would be difficult for him to achieve great things. However, the choice was made by him and Gong Mingze could not interfere. Senior, if you have something to do, you can leave. Since we are about to reach the Yuan sect, there shouldn't be any problems. Ningbo's expression was a little awkward. It was not good to let him continue to escort him after rejecting him. As for why he did not reject him previously, it was because he knew that with his strength, it was impossible for him to reach the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. Therefore, he could only rely on Gong Mingze to fight for this chance. He already had a plan. If there was a chance in the future, he would naturally repay Gong Mingze several times over. Gong Mingze shook his head and said, "Since we are already here, I will accompany you on this last trip. I will also take the opportunity to see who gave you the token." Even if he lost, he also wanted to know who he lost to. Otherwise, Gong Mingze would not be satisfied. Yuan sect. Qin Shujian was originally in the martial arts hall, discussing some future plans for the Yuan sect with Zhang Fang. Suddenly, a slightly familiar aura appeared in his perception, causing him to pause his words. Zhang Fang asked curiously, "What happened?" "Nothing much, but an unexpected person has come." "Unexpected person? Haha, it's nothing. Great Elder, you can go back to your work." Qin Shujian could not help but laugh as he stood up and left the martial arts hall. Zhang Fang was the only one left sitting in his original position. The confusion on his face became even more intense. "But I haven't seen Sect Master smile like that for a long time. Who exactly is that person?" At the foot of Liang Mountain, Ningbo raised his head to look at the towering mountain peak, his heart filled with intense shock. As for Gong Mingze, he felt it for a moment and said with some emotion, "Such dense spiritual energy. The Yuan sect is indeed a top sect. It is truly extraordinary. Kid, let's go. Since we are already here, let's just go up the mountain." After feeling emotional, Gong Mingze's gaze landed on Ningbo as he urged. He had already accepted his fate and gave up on the idea of Lin Fan becoming his disciple. He only wanted to see who had intercepted his disciple. Chapter 499. In front of the mountain gate. A stone tablet stood tall with the words Yuan sect written on it. A black-robed man was sitting cross-legged beside the stone tablet at the entrance of the mountain. Suddenly, Gong Mingze's expression became serious. Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng. Now in the world, any cultivator with some knowledge knew that there was a heavenly being sitting at the gate of Yuan sect. And the origin of this heavenly being. It was the previous sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Jiang Feng. Although he was a great cultivator in the late stage of the divine martial realm, he still felt a strong threat when facing a heavenly being. Especially from the black-robed man. Gong Mingze felt the violent aura hidden in the black robe, which made him extremely fearful. A heavenly being guarding the gate, Yuan sect is so generous. At this moment, he was also feeling emotional. Just from the looming aura, Gong Mingze knew that he was no match for Jiang Feng. On the other side, Ningbo saw Jiang Feng sitting cross-legged and was about to go forward and bow, but he was stopped by Gong Mingze. "Don't be impulsive, senior. This black-robed man is not the expert of Yuan sect that you think he is. Don't disturb him, otherwise, even I may not be able to save you," Gong Mingze said with a serious expression. If Jiang Feng really went berserk, not to mention saving Ning Ruo, even if it was him, whether or not he could escape was a problem. This was the foundation of a top sect. The divine martial realm was considered an expert in the cultivation world, but in front of these sects, it was still not enough. Hearing this, Ningbo had to stop what he was doing. Then, he looked at the mountain gate, which was empty except for the black-robed man, and did not know what to do. It was a little impolite to shout directly. He did not know how long he would have to wait here. Seeing Ningbo's inner thoughts, Gong Mingze said, "Don't worry, Yuan sect's people will be here soon." The other sects had disciples guarding the mountain gates. Yuan sect, on the other hand, did not have a single disciple guarding the mountain gate. He originally wanted to say that Yuan's sect was too arrogant and did not even need to guard the mountain gate. But when he saw Jiang Feng, Gong Mingzi stopped this thought. That's true. With a deva sitting here, there was no need for disciples. Anyone who dared to trespass would be beaten to death, unless they were a deva himself. At this moment, he did not hide his aura. The experts in Yuan's sect must have sensed the appearance of an unfamiliar god martial realm cultivator. It wouldn't be long before someone came. As expected. In less than a few breaths of time, a person came down from Mount Liang. However, after seeing the other party, Gong Mingzi's expression changed slightly. This was because he realized that he couldn't sense anything out of the ordinary about how the other party had come and how he had appeared. Gong Mingzi was still in shock. Ningbo also recognized Qin Shujian. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Calling him grandpa the moment he opened his mouth? It didn't seem appropriate either. Ningbo realized that he still didn't know Qin Shujian's name, nor did he know how to address him. On the other side, Gong Mingzi cupped his hands and said solemnly, "May I ask if you are Sect Master Qin? May I ask?" Qin Shujian's gaze also fell on Gong Mingzi. The other party's aura was not weak either. A late-stage god martial realm cultivator was also a famous expert in the cultivation world. However, compared to Gong Mingzi, he was more surprised that Ningbo could be escorted by a god martial realm cultivator. Gong Mingzi was shocked when he heard this. Then, his attitude became more respectful as he replied, "Gong Mingzi greets Sect Master Qin. You are too polite." Ningbo greets Sect Master Qin. Ningbo immediately bowed. At this moment, he finally understood the identity of the person who had given him the token. Sect Master Qin. Who else in Yuan's sect could be called Sect Master? Ningbo didn't know much about Yuan's sect, but he had heard the name Qin Shujian more than 10 times. The reason for this was because Gong Mingzi would occasionally whisper in his ear. After a long time, he also knew that Sect Master Qin in Yuan's sect was a top expert in the cultivation world. Qin Shujian shifted his gaze from Gong Mingzi to Ningbo. He nodded and smiled. "You are not bad. I thought you wouldn't come, but I didn't expect a mortal to be able to come here. You surprised me." Cough cough, Sect Master Qin, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Gong Mingzi coughed and said. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "Please speak your mind. Ningbo's bone structure is now fixed. If he enters the cultivation world, it will be difficult for him to achieve much." Gong Mingzi pondered for a moment and said, "I am not talented, but I have a cultivation technique that is suitable for Ningbo's body. If he cultivates this cultivation technique, he will have a chance to reach the god martial realm in the future." "Do you mean that you want to contribute this cultivation technique?" Qin Shujian asked. Gong Mingzi was about to say something, but before he could say it, he choked. How should he answer this? His original intention was to make Qin Shujian refuse to accept Ningbo, but Qin Shujian turned him around. This answer, whether it was nodding or shaking his head, was a difficult thing to do. Then, Gong Mingzi said awkwardly, "My cultivation technique is only passed down by my sect. Without my master's permission, I can't make the decision to spread it." That's right, without his master's permission, he couldn't make the decision to spread the cultivation technique. As for his master, Gong Mingzi thought for a moment. The corpse of a god martial realm cultivator shouldn't have turned into bones so quickly. Hearing this, Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed. Then, he said seriously, "Cultivation is about opportunity. Ningbo being able to come here is his opportunity. As for his bone structure being fixed, so what? There are many ways to cleanse the bone structure in the world. Since Ningbo is a disciple of my sect, you don't have to worry. 3 years of true martial realm and 10 years of comprehension is too far away. In the Yuan sect, I can give him 1 year of true martial realm and 3 years of spiritual martial realm." After saying these words, Gong Mingzi's expression became even more awkward. Obviously, Ning Ruo had heard every single word he had said to fool Ning Ruo. It was just like being caught by the owner of something that was stolen. Of course, it was awkward. But very quickly, Gong Mingze recovered. He had been in the cultivation world for thousands of years. What kind of awkward things had he not encountered? These were just small things. As for Nyingbo, he stood at the side and listened to everything Qin Shujian said. Immediately, he bowed. Disciple Nyingbo greets the sect leader. Get up. Thank you, sect leader. Seeing this, Gong Mingze said helplessly, since you have already joined the Yuan sect, then I have nothing else to say. I have other things to do here, so I will leave first. After saying this, he turned around and prepared to leave. Qin Shujian said, Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Is there anything else, sect leader Qin? I see that you are very powerful. It would be a pity if you are just a rogue cultivator. If you want to join my sect, I am willing to treat you as an elder. Qin Shujian said. He could see that Gong Mingze was reluctant to part with Nyingbo. Besides that, a rogue cultivator at the later stage of the divine martial realm was also very tempting. The Yuan sect was not weak now. The only thing they lacked was someone as powerful as Gong Mingze. After a year, the heaven and earth seal would be opened. The Yuan sect would definitely be affected. Under such circumstances, of course, the stronger they were, the better. Hearing this, Gong Mingze hesitated. In the end, he shook his head and refused. I am used to being a rogue cultivator. I am not suitable for the rules and restrictions of the sect. It seems that I have disappointed sect leader Qin. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. You can rest in Liangshan City for a few days and think about it. Qin Shujian was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, The imperial court is about to open the heaven and earth seal. When the time comes, the eastern continent will be connected to the other 3 continents. There will be many twists and turns. It will not be easy to stay out of this world. If I am not wrong, you are a great cultivator who is about to reach the peak of the divine martial realm. However, there are only a few rogue cultivators who are qualified to break through to the diviner realm. None of them have succeeded. If you join the Yuan sect, I cannot guarantee that you will be able to break through to the diviner realm. However, I can give you a chance. A chance to break through to the diviner realm. Gong Mingze's expression kept changing. He had to admit that Qin Shujian's last words had indeed tempted him. Who in the cultivation world did not want to break through to the diviner realm? Even a rogue cultivator would want to take this step. However, it was too difficult to break through to the diviner realm. Not to mention the older ones, in the thousands of years since the establishment of the Great Zhao Empire, many diviners had been born in the cultivation world. However, there was not a single rogue cultivator who had broken through to the diviner realm. In the end, it was because rogue cultivators had different inheritances. It was possible to cultivate to the divine martial realm. However, it was much worse to cultivate to the diviner realm. Apart from this reason, the only other reason was the problem of resources. Breaking through to the diviner realm. It was not enough to have cultivation techniques. One also needed to have sufficient resources. Just as Gong Mingze was hesitating, Qin Shujian said again, You don't have to rush to answer. You can stay in Liangshan City for the time being. I will give you a month's time. If you have made up your mind within this time, you can come at any time. If that is the case, then I will thank you. Gong Mingze took a deep breath and cupped his hands in thanks. Qin Shujian's words had tempted him. However, he had been a rogue cultivator for thousands of years. He could not immediately decide to join a sect. If that was the case, he might as well think it over first. On the other hand, Nyingbo remained silent. He could not interrupt the conversation between Qin Shujian and Gong Mingze at all. He had never heard of breaking through the restrictions of heaven and earth and connecting the 3 continents. These things, they were only known in the cultivation world. Moreover, some low-level cultivators might not even know about them. As for mortals like Nyingbo, it was normal that they did not know about them. After Gong Mingze cupped his hands and left, Qin Shujian led Nyingbo into the sect. To be honest, I really did not expect that you would be able to reach the Liangshan spirit domain. It is not easy for a mortal to cross the earth to reach here. Qin Shujian walked in front while Nyingbo followed respectfully behind him. Hearing this, he explained, if it was not for Senior Gong's help, this disciple would not have been able to reach here. It is your opportunity to be able to get Gong Mingza's help. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and continued, in the cultivation world, if you want to reach the end, other than relying on talent, opportunity is very important. Opportunity? That's right. Qin Shujian nodded and explained, for example, in the future, when you are successful in your cultivation and go out to carry out a mission, you might be lucky enough to find the cave ruins of a powerful cultivator. Perhaps your cultivation will immediately soar. If your luck is bad and you encounter some powerful danger, no matter how talented you are, there is a possibility that you will fall. Opportunity is also luck. You must not underestimate the word luck. If one's luck is at its peak, even if it is a pig standing on the wind, it can directly fly. On the contrary, if one's luck is low, even if one's talent is peerless, it will be difficult to reach the end. Qin Shujian used a more appropriate description. As for luck, now that he had the Dharma Eye, he had more authority to speak. Back then, Lian Gumming was also a dignified heavenly being cultivator. In the end, after his luck was reduced, he died on the spot. At this point, Qin Shujian paused for a moment and turned around to look at Nyingbo. His eyes had already turned into stars. In an instant, Nyingbo met Qin Shujian's eyes and suddenly froze on the spot. Soon, Qin Shujian withdrew his gaze. His eyes, which were originally like stars, turned back into black and white pupils. When he turned around again, Nyingbo came back to his senses. Looking at Qin Shujian's back, Nyingbo opened his mouth but did not say anything. What happened just now? He also thought that it was his illusion. After all, how could a person's eyes become like that? Good boy, your luck is really extraordinary. Qin Shujian's expression was calm as he continued to walk forward. However, he was really surprised in his heart. Yellow luck. In the world, purple was the most respected, and below it was cyan luck. However, it did not mean that purple luck was necessarily stronger than cyan luck. Because purple represented the Emperor's Qi, it was ranked ahead of cyan luck. Strictly speaking, the limit of luck that a cultivator in the world could reach was cyan. Below cyan was yellow. Most of the ordinary people were just grey mixed with white. As for pure white, there were not many people. To be able to have red luck was not weak. The lord of a city only had red providence. In Qin Shujian's eyes, Nyingbo's luck was yellow and it was not bad at all. When he first met him, he had not yet cultivated the Dharma Eye and could not observe the strength of his luck. Now that he had cultivated the Dharma Eye, when he looked over again, only then did he know how extraordinary Nyingbo's luck was. Yellow luck. As long as he doesn't deliberately court death, he will definitely have great achievements in cultivation in the future. It's just that I don't know if he has such luck in the first place or if it was because he met me that he was born with yellow luck. Qin Shujian's mind was spinning. The concept of luck was illusory, and it was ever-changing. It wasn't fixed and unchanging. There were also many factors that could affect the strength of one's luck. For example, a person with grey luck was suddenly valued by a celestial being and taken in as a disciple. Then, he would be affected by the celestial being's luck. The other party's luck would also advance accordingly. Similarly, if a person's luck was not strong, but as their cultivation level increased day by day, their luck would also slowly increase. However, in order to cause a transformation in luck, one had to have a high cultivation level. Take the celestial being for example. Almost all the cultivators who broke through to the celestial being realm either had rich yellow luck or had transformed to cyan luck. Such luck, it meant that the celestial being's supremacy nurtured the cultivator's body, causing their luck to complete a transformation. In the entire Yuan sect, there were not many yellow luck. As for yellow luck like Nyingbo's, there was not a single one. Of course, as the sect master and a celestial being, Qin Shujian naturally had cyan luck. It was not something that others could compare to. I've picked up one this time. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on his face. Geniuses were easy to find. Most of them were just problems with their foundation. Just as Qin Shujian had said to Gong Mingza before, these things could be improved with a little effort. This kind of method was a difficult thing for other sects. However, with the foundation of a top sect, it was not a big problem to improve a person's aptitude. However, it was impossible to improve on a large scale. Ordinary disciples, it was not worth the price. However, Qin Shujian had some ideas about Nyingbo. Yellow luck. In the future, he will at least be a divine martial artist and have a chance to break through to the celestial being realm. It was extremely rare to be born with cyan luck. Most celestial being realm cultivators originally only had yellow luck. It was only when they stepped into the celestial being realm that their luck broke through to cyan. In other words, to a certain extent, Nyingbo already had the capital to become a celestial being. Originally, Qin Shujian said that he would be a true martial artist for 1 year and a spiritual martial artist for 3 years. It was just to diss Gong Mingzi, lest that old guy belittled Yuan's sect behind his back every day and deliberately raised himself. But now it seemed, however, he had the confidence to do so. Nyingbo did not know what Qin Shujian was thinking. Since the other party suddenly stopped talking, he could only silently follow behind. Along the way, there were also many sect disciples passing by. When they saw Qin Shujian, they could not help but stop and bow. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader. Sect leader. Qin Shujian responded with a light hum. Nyingbo, who was following behind, did not even dare to breathe loudly. Unlike Qin Shujian, who had restrained his aura and was like an ordinary person, each of these disciples had an overbearing aura that gave people a great sense of oppression. In comparison, Nyingbo was just an ordinary person. In front of this tyrannical aura, he could not help but tremble. However, the more he trembled in his heart, the more excited he felt. These sect disciples were so strong, but when they met Qin Shujian, they still had to bow respectfully. One could imagine how powerful the other party was. Since he was able to get this opportunity, it proved that he was right to reject Gong Mingzi's offer. However, Nyingbo was not sure whether Qin Shujian would accept him as a disciple or not. After the two of them walked far away, some disciples began to talk about it. Who is that person? Since the sect leader personally led him in, could he be a noble person? I don't think so. He's only dressed better than a beggar. Not to mention, the beggar I met was dressed much better than him. His aura is weak. He doesn't seem to have any cultivation. Could he be an ordinary person? Many people were puzzled. Even if it was just a glance, they could almost see through Nyingbo's confidence. However, the more it was like this, the more puzzled these people were. If it was a powerful cultivator or someone with a noble identity, then it would be fine. But a mortal who looked like a beggar, what qualifications did he have to be led in by their sect leader personally? There were not many people who could be treated like this. All of a sudden, a disciple said sourly, "Do you think that the sect leader has taken a fancy to him and is ready to accept him as a disciple? That's impossible. There are so many talented disciples in the sect. Why would the sect leader choose a mortal?" That's right. As soon as this remark came out, it was immediately opposed by a group of people. However, as time passed, the voices of opposition gradually subsided. Do you think the sect leader is really going to accept a disciple? A disciple asked uncertainly. If not for accepting a disciple, why would he be so good to a mortal? For a moment, the others also felt a little jealous. There were at least 8,000 disciples in the sect who wanted to be Qin Shujian's disciple. As the only diviner cultivator in the sect, everyone knew that, once they became his disciple, they would be regarded as the first disciple of the sect. There was no need to talk about the resources and treatment they would receive. And their future achievements would definitely not be low. In the cultivation world, there were diviner cultivators who accepted disciples. Every cultivator who became a diviner's disciple would at least reach the god martial arts realm in the future. It was even possible for them to break through the diviner realm. It could be said that it was a great opportunity to have a diviner as a disciple. But what made them feel pitiful was, from the beginning to the end, Qin Shujian did not show any signs of accepting disciples. Even if there were some talented disciples, he did not show any signs. For this, many people thought that Qin Shujian had no intention of accepting disciples. But now that they saw Ningbo, many people overturned their original guess. Accept disciples. Hearing the words coming to his ears, his face darkened. As an inner disciple, his strength had reached the physical invulnerability realm. In terms of talent and strength, he was considered one of the best in Yuan sect. He had always aimed to become Qin Shujian's disciple. But after so long, there was no progress at all. If no one could succeed, it would be nothing. He would at most feel a little unwilling. But if someone beat him to it, it would be a completely different story. A sense of jealousy rose in his heart. He then looked at the person beside him and said coldly, "Check this person's background. I want to see what kind of person can suppress me." He. Senior brother go. His expression was gloomy as he shouted in a low voice. Instantly, that person did not dare to say anything more. On the other hand, compared to the jealousy of the local disciples, the players were relatively better. Although there were some who were jealous of Ningbo, but to them, whether or not they became Qin Shujian's disciple was secondary. As long as they could get enough missions and resources to improve their cultivation, it was fine. After all, their home ground was not here, but in the real world. Chapter 500. Walking into his courtyard. Qin Shujian took the lead to sit down, then looked at Ningbo, who was standing aside, and said, "Don't be reserved, sit down." "Well, thank you, sect master." Ningbo was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses and then sat down a little cautiously. Everything in the courtyard seemed ordinary, but it gave him a very different feeling. Not to mention anything else. Just the air around him. When he took a breath, he felt that the pores in his body were not open, and even his tiredness disappeared. After sitting down, Ningbo's body was still tense. Although he tried to calm himself down, one could still see his nervousness from his expression. To this, Qin Shujian did not say more on this. His eyes fell on Ningbo's body, and everything about him was exposed in his sight. Blocked meridians. Shaped bones. There was also evil spirit hidden in the meridians, as if he was born like this. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's face also showed a touch of surprise. Born with evil spirit? Could this be the special constitution that the old guy Gong Mingzi talked about? Then, he observed Ningbo several times inside and out. He found that there was nothing else about his body except for this. The evil spirit was hidden in the body. He could not see anything in a short time. But as he got older and older, if the evil spirit broke out, Ningbo would be disabled even if he did not die. But these problems were not a big problem for Qin Shujian. The evil spirit was born. The root was in the body. He just needed to find a way to remove it. Thoughts surged in his mind, but his expression did not change on the surface. He poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said with a faint smile, "There is some water here. If you want to drink it, pour it yourself. My spiritual tea can be drunk by cultivators, but mortals can't drink it." There was abundant spiritual energy in the spiritual energy. For people like Ningbo, whose meridians were blocked, to drink it, it was light to say that he would bleed from the 7 orifices. In serious cases, his body might directly explode. No need. Ningbo stuttered. Qin Shujian didn't force him and continued, "Take out the token I gave you back then." Hearing this, Ningbo took out a cloth bag and carefully opened it, revealing the token inside. "Please take a look, sect master." As he spoke, he handed over the token with both hands. With a thought, Qin Shujian made the token fly up from Ningbo's hand and fall into his hand. The next second, the token disappeared. "Since you've come here as promised, then you're a disciple of my sect. I'll fight for an opportunity for you to cultivate. If you can break through to the true martial realm within a year and win first place in next year's competition, then I'll accept you as my disciple. If you can't, then you will still be a disciple of my sect. However, how far you can go in the future depends entirely on you." "It has nothing to do with me," Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. Breaking through to the true martial realm within a year was to see if the other party's talent had reached the upper level after cleansing their bones. If they couldn't make it, then he wouldn't pay too much attention to them. After all, he was a heavenly being. If he wanted to accept a disciple, then he must be a genius. Otherwise, he would lose face. As for the first place in the competition, it was to test the other party's strength. An empty shell with a cultivation base was also not of much use. Qin Shujian only had 3 conditions for accepting a disciple. One was to have great luck. Otherwise, it would be disgusting to fall and die. Another was to have a good foundation. Otherwise, it would be useless for a genuine martial realm warrior to waste 100 years, even if he could kill a divine martial realm warrior. After all, a genuine martial realm warrior only had a lifespan of 100 years. Even if you were powerful, once your lifespan was up, you would still die. He didn't want to accept a disciple who would die after a few years. As for the third condition, it was very simple. Geniuses couldn't challenge people above their level, but at least they shouldn't be challenged by people above their level. It would be a huge joke if they were killed by a genuine martial realm warrior after working so hard to reach the divine martial realm. Even if they weren't killed by a genuine martial realm warrior, it would be a loss of face for Qin Shujian if he was killed by someone below his level. Therefore, none of the 3 conditions could be missing. Almost no one in the Yuan sect met the 3 conditions. Either they had great combat power, but average talent. They were destined to have no hope of reaching the heavenly being realm in the future. Or they had great potential, but their combat power was terrible. Their temperament was also not good enough. In the future, they would only be good for nothing. Or they had both, but their luck was too bad. All in all, there were all kinds of people. However, if one wanted to meet all 3 conditions, then there was none. Currently, in Qin Shujian's eyes, Nyingbo had met the first condition. He had great luck. As for the remaining 2, it all depended on each other's luck. Nyingbo's expression was solemn as he replied respectfully, "Don't worry, head, I will do my best and won't disappoint you." Becoming a disciple of Qin Shujian. This was his biggest goal after knowing the other party's identity. Even if he hadn't stepped into the cultivation world, from Gong Mingza's words, he knew that the other party was much more powerful than Gong Mingza. As for how powerful Gong Mingza was. Anyway, along the way, any trouble in front of him was solved with a wave of his hand. His strength. It was the first time in his life. "Okay, you can go and rest for a while. Our sect has its own rules." Anyone who enters the sect for the first time can only start as an outer disciple. Qin Shujian finished his sentence and directly kicked him out. To this, Nyingbo immediately stood up and bowed, "I will leave first." Then, he turned and left the courtyard. As soon as he walked out, a middle-aged man was waiting there. "You are the new outer disciple, right? My name is Jiuhe and I am currently the inner deacon." As he spoke, Jiuhe walked forward, "Follow me." "Yes." According to Qin Shujian's orders, Jiuhe led Nyingbo towards the direction of the outer disciples. Along the way, Jiuhe was also silently observing him. In front of him, Nyingbo looked like an ordinary person. The clothes he wore were secondary. The problem was that his root bone was formed and his meridians were stagnant. These things could be seen by anyone with a little eyesight. There were a lot of ordinary people like him outside. He didn't understand why Nyingbo could be valued by Qin Shujian. It didn't matter if he didn't understand. He just needed to know that the other party was valued by the sect master. It wouldn't be wrong to be polite in the future. Thinking of this, Jiuhe said with a smile, "How should I address you, little brother?" "My name is Nyingbo." "Nyingbo, a good name. If you have any trouble in the outer sect in the future, you can come to me at any time. I will try my best to help you," Jiuhe said. Hearing this, Nyingbo replied with a grateful look, "Thank you, Deacon Jiu. If I succeed in the future, I will definitely not forget you." "Haha, don't say that. You are treating me as an outsider." Jiuhe was in a good mood. Wasn't that what he needed? Even if it was just a casual remark from Nyingbo, when he really reached that step in the future, he still had some feelings for him. However, it was still unknown whether Nyingbo had any hope of being accepted as a disciple by Qin Shujian. If he was accepted as a disciple by Qin Shujian, why would he start as an outer disciple? In his opinion, this should be a kind of test. To be honest, the standard for recruiting disciples nowadays is under the age of 16. It's rare to see someone as young as little brother Ning. Speaking of this, he sighed. After all, once you exceed this age, your root bone will be fixed and some meridians will gradually close. Even if you set foot on cultivation in the future, it will take a lot of time to comb and open them again. Life is only a few hundred years. How can you have so much time to waste? After that, he paid attention to Nyingbo's expression. However, to his disappointment, Nyingbo's expression didn't change much from beginning to end, and he didn't show any panic because of his words. For a moment, he had some more guesses in his heart. Next, he didn't have too much desire to say. According to Qin Shujian's instructions, he took Nyingbo to the outer disciple's place to stay, explained to the outer disciple deacon in charge, and turned to leave. On the other side, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, was still sitting there, drinking one cup after another. People who didn't know him would think that he was drinking wine instead of tea. After drinking it, he smacked his lips, feeling a little uncomfortable. Logically speaking, the osmanthus flowers produced by the osmanthus tree were of a high level and contained a lot of spiritual energy. However, when Qin Shujian drank it, the novelty at the beginning was gone. After a while, it was no different from drinking plain water. He knew. It was not that the level of the spiritual tea had dropped, but that his cultivation was getting higher and higher. With the little spiritual energy contained in the spiritual tea now, it wouldn't have much effect. Unless it was a higher-level spiritual tea. He glanced at the osmanthus tree. Qin Shujian shook his head. If he wanted to get a higher-level spiritual tea, the osmanthus tree in front of him had to make another breakthrough. However, the cultivation of a plant spirit was the slowest. It was already not easy for it to grow to this point in just a few years. If he wanted to improve on his original foundation, even if the time needed was short, it was not something that could be done immediately. The next day, in Liang Mountain City, after Xiao Hong received the message from Yuan Zong, he immediately rushed over. Speaking of which, it wasn't his first time in Liang Mountain, and he could be considered a frequent visitor of Yuan Zong. Therefore, as soon as he arrived in Liang Mountain, Xiao Hong walked towards Yuan Zong with familiarity. Halfway there, he met Niu Feng, who came to pick him up. Seeing Xiao Hong, Niu Feng smiled and said, "Steward Xiao, you came at the right time. The sect master is already waiting at the inherited martial hall. Quickly come with me. Elder Niu, please lead the way. Please, please." Niu Feng and Xiao Hong walked towards the inherited martial hall, one in front and one behind. Although they couldn't fly in the air in the sect, with their cultivation, they could still do a simplified version of shrinking the ground into an inch. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the inherited martial hall. Niu Feng walked in first. When he saw Qin Shujian sitting at the main seat, he cupped his hands and said, "Sect master, the steward of the Baiyun Marquis mansion, Xiao Hong, is already waiting outside the hall. Let him in." Qin Shujian said indifferently. He had already sensed Xiao Hong when he entered Yuan Zong's territory. A diviner. Even if he didn't deliberately spread his divine consciousness, he could still sense every movement within 100 miles. However, most of the time, Qin Shujian would block his senses. After all, knowing too much wasn't a pleasant thing. But sometimes, when his senses overflowed, he couldn't be bothered to care about it. Niu Feng left as instructed. Soon, Xiao Hong walked in. When he saw Qin Shujian, he immediately bowed and said, "Xiao Hong greets Sect Master Qin. Steward Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Sect Master Qin." Xiao Hong's attitude was respectful as he sat down on a seat at the side. Although he had some friendship with Qin Shujian, friendship was friendship, etiquette was etiquette. The two could not be mixed together. Moreover, before Qin Shujian broke through to the diviner level, He could still talk to him as an equal with the steward of the Baiyun Marquis mansion. But after he broke through to the diviner level, Xiao Hong didn't dare to be so arrogant. He was backed by the Baiyun Marquis mansion and could be considered a member of the imperial court. Although members of the imperial court had a high status, they valued etiquette the most. Qin Shujian didn't comment on these things. Etiquette. He didn't value it very much. As long as one's fist was big enough, no one would dare to say anything even if he was rude. Steward Xiao, why are you here this time? Qin Shujian didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong cupped his hands and said, I'm here on the orders of the Baiyun Marquis to ask for Sect Master Qin's help. Indeed. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He knew that the Baiyun Marquis must have something to ask of him. Needless to say, if the Baiyun Marquis was looking for him, it wouldn't be anything good. It wouldn't be easy either. After all, how could it be easy for an almighty to ask for help? Qin Shujian remained calm and asked, What's the matter? Sect Master Qin, you should know that the demons sealed in the ordinary realm and the true dominion in the Baiyun Marquis mansion have been killed. However, there are still some demons in the spirit realm and the great dominion. The imperial court is preparing to break the heaven-earth restriction in a year. When the time comes, the 3 continents will be connected. No one knows what will happen. The demons sealed now seem stable, but they may be the source of the disaster in the future. Xiao Hong's expression was solemn as he spoke. The Marquis hopes that all the hidden dangers in the Baiyun Marquis mansion can be eliminated before the imperial court breaks the heaven-earth restriction. This way, even if something unexpected happens, the Baiyun Marquis mansion will be able to deal with it. Marquis Baiyun wants me to kill the demons. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows. Kill the demons in the spirit realm and the great dominion? What a joke! He didn't know that he was only at the first stage of the heaven-human realm. If he released a few demons at the Saint realm, the Baiyun Marquis mansion would be in chaos. Even if they weren't at the Saint realm, even if they were at the Transcendent realm, Qin Shujian might not be able to stop them if they wanted to leave. Therefore, after hearing Xiao Hong's words, a thought immediately appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. The Marquis Baiyun really thinks highly of me. When Xiao Hong heard this, he hurriedly explained, Sect Master Qin, please don't misunderstand. This time, you are not the only one who will be killing the demons. The Marquis will also join in to ensure that nothing goes wrong and we will completely eradicate the demons. In this case, the Marquis Baiyun's strength alone is enough to wipe out the demons in the Baiyun Marquis Baiyun. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Xiao Hong said, I don't know much about the heaven-human realm. This time, I'm just here at the Marquis's order. I'm afraid Sect Master Qin will have to make a trip to Zongyang City to know the details. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't answer immediately. In his opinion, the Marquis Baiyun was a powerful figure. Whether he could kill the demons or not, he didn't need the help of a first-stage heaven-human realm cultivator. To put it bluntly, it didn't make much of a difference whether he was there or not. The number of experts that the Almighties could deal with made no difference. If he wanted to turn the situation around, he was still not strong enough. In this case, the Marquis Baiyun should want to use my formation. Could it be that he has the confidence to kill the demons, but he doesn't have the confidence to stop them from escaping, so he wants to use my formation to stop them from escaping? Several ideas came to his mind. In Qin Shujian's opinion, it should be close to the truth. To be honest, he didn't really want to take on this matter. Because if he attacked with the Marquis Baiyun, he wouldn't have the chance to use the Red Lotus of Purgation to devour the demons. This method of the Guyuan ancestral canon couldn't be exposed for the time being. If it was just to kill the demons, it would be fine. At most, it would be an additional method to deal with the demon abyss. But if the news of refining the other party and directly absorbing their energy spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Moreover, Qin Shujian wasn't sure if the Marquis Baiyun would be tempted by such a temptation. And if the news spread out, would the human emperor be tempted? If he were these people, he would most likely be tempted by the existence of such a cultivation method. Using these things to test people's hearts. To be honest, Qin Shujian didn't have any confidence, nor did he have this idea. What if he went overboard? The world was so big that there might not be a place for him to stay. He wanted to refuse the Marquis Bayun, but he remembered that he owed the Marquis Bayun mansion some favors. Although he had helped the Bayun mansion kill many demons, the Marquis Bayun mansion hadn't given him any rewards. Most importantly, he had also benefited a lot from this. Therefore, what had happened before was only a transaction, not a return of the favor. With this thought in mind, Qin Shujian said, "When do you plan to take action? Before breaking the restriction of heaven and earth, we have to kill all the demons in the Bayun mansion." How many demons are there in the Bayun mansion now? 20 demons. Xiao Hong pondered for a while and gave an accurate answer. 20 demons. Qin Shujian looked surprised and couldn't help but ask, 20 demons? So few. That's right. Compared to the hundreds of demons in the True Dominion and the Ordinary Dominion, there were only 20 demons in all the Spirit Dominion. This number was really too few. He had thought that there were at least hundreds of demons sealed in the Bayun mansion. After hearing Xiao Hong's words, he realized that there weren't many demons in the Bayun mansion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Sect Master Qin, the Spirit Dominion and the Great Dominion were formed after thousands of years. In the beginning, many demons were sealed. But now, after so many years, the seals that should be broken were broken, and the demons that should be born were born. Now, there are only 20 demons left in the Bayun mansion because of the fusion of other regions. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any demons left." After hearing what Xiao Hong said, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, understood. The Liang Mountain Spirit Dominion had advanced too quickly, causing him to have a misunderstanding. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a few thousand years for a region to advance to the Spirit Dominion level. Tens of thousands of years were considered light. As for advancing to the Great Dominion level, it was needless to say. How long could the array formation of an array grandmaster be preserved? In theory, as long as the spirit chi of heaven and earth was not depleted, it could be preserved for 10,000 years or 100,000 years. However, this wasn't the case in reality. Putting aside the external factors, just the sealing array formation alone, the demons below were constantly attacking the seal. After a long time, the array formation would definitely be damaged. It was already a blessing that the formation, which could have existed for eternity, could be preserved for several hundred years under such circumstances. Under such circumstances, they could either send an array grandmaster to repair the array formation or let the array formation break. The other Spirit Dominion had a long history and the demons sealed there couldn't exist forever. Those sealing formations had long since been broken. As such, Qin Shujian overturned his original idea. He thought that there were at least 10,000 demons sealed in the Great Dominion. However, it seemed that this number had to be reduced by half. Qin Shujian thought for a moment and replied, "How about this? I still have some things to do. I will personally go to Zhongyang City in a month. 20 demons. With Marquis Bayun's strength, it wouldn't take too long to kill them one by one. In this 1 month, he didn't really have anything to do. It was just that he was too tired and wanted to rest." Hearing this, Xiao Hong thought for a moment and nodded. "I will definitely pass on Sect Master Qin's words. When the time comes, I will wait for Sect Master Qin's arrival in Zhongyang City." "Good." Qin Shujian nodded. Not long after, Xiao Hong stood up and bid farewell. Before the man left, Qin Shujian used his Dharma eye to peek at the man's attributes. Xiao Hong, who was about to step out of the inherited martial hall, suddenly froze. In that instant, he seemed to feel a terrifying gaze that could see through him completely. However, this feeling came and went quickly. He turned around to look at Qin Shujian and found that he was still sitting there without moving. Xiao Hong could only suppress the doubts in his heart. He cupped his hands again and stepped out of the inherited martial hall. Just as he stepped out of the inherited martial hall, Niu Feng walked towards him and sent him out of Liang Mountain. In the hall, Qin Shujian thought back to the attributes he just saw, and a thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. 10th stage of the divine martial realm, peak realm. He always thought that Xiao Hong was only at the early or middle stage of the divine martial realm. After all, this old housekeeper of the Marquis Baiyun's mansion didn't pose much of a threat. However, when he looked at him with his Dharma eye, he found that he was already at the peak of the divine martial realm and could break through to the diviner realm at any time. Unfortunately, it's easier said than done to break through. Qin Shujian shook his head. Just like Yin Bancheng and Fang Xinglan, Xiao Hong had reached the diviner realm, but his qi and blood were gradually declining. Whether he could break through in the future was still unknown. Chapter 501. In the world, there were many cultivators who were stuck at the peak of the divine martial realm. Yin Bancheng, Fang Xinglan, and Xiao Hong were only a small part of them. Seriously speaking, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. Among the itinerant cultivators, there were also some people who were stuck at this level. Firstly, it was a problem with cultivation techniques. Secondly, it was a problem with the decline of qi and blood. Some elders of the top sects had the inheritance of divine martial realm cultivation techniques, but their natural aptitude was limited. By the time they reached the peak of the divine martial realm, they did not have much lifespan left. If they wanted to break through later, it would be difficult for them to continue. For the top sects with celestial beings, cultivation techniques were not a problem. The real problem was. It was the solution to the decline of qi and blood. In this way, the role of the creation pill was highlighted again. There were very few alchemy grandmasters in the world, and not every one of them could refine the creation pill. Qin Shujian used his life source to improve the celestial blue alchemy tome and was at the peak of the alchemy grandmaster realm. Out of the 5 creation pills, he still failed one. For the other alchemy grandmasters who had barely reached this level, the success rate of refining the creation pill was actually very low. However, the materials needed for each refinement were not simple treasures. Even the top sects could not afford such a loss after failing 2 or 3 times. After all, some materials could not be bought with money. For example, the origin chaos sacred fruit. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the Heavenly Array sect had probably turned the fallen moon mansion upside down in order to get these 2 origin chaos sacred fruits. Maybe they could find 1 or 2 more. However, it was impossible for him to obtain more than that. Take your time, there's no rush. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. He did not intend to give the creation pill to Xiao Hong immediately. Although he had a good relationship with him. Friendship was friendship, there were some things that had to be separated clearly. He believed that if the news of him having the creation pill spread, the Marquis mansion would come to ask for it. One more celestial being would be a great thing for the Marquis of Baiyun. Qin Shujian said to himself, "We'll talk about it when the time comes. It's not easy to refine the creation pill. In my opinion, 4 pills are still too few." 4 pills were really too few. He knew that there were no less than 4 people who had enough capital to buy the creation pill. And there were even more that he did not know. In general. Naturally, the more cultivation pills there were, the better. It would be best if he could refine 100 or 80 pills at once. That way, Yuan Zhong would be rich. Qin Shujian abandoned this unrealistic conjecture in his heart and focused his attention on his attribute panel. As for the special martial arts, the Celestial Light Alchemy Tome also had a plus sign that could be upgraded. Regarding this, Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. In the Great Jiao, Pill Grandmasters are the top. Also, it is not divided into 1 realm, 2 realms, and 3 realms like Formation Grandmasters. A Pill Grandmaster is a Pill Grandmaster. Even a stronger Pill Grandmaster cannot escape this category. If I were to upgrade the Celestial Light Alchemy Tome, would I be able to break through to another unknown realm, or would I still be at the level of a Grandmaster Alchemist? He was a little uncertain. This was not the first time Qin Shujian had encountered such a situation. When the ancestral forging cannon had been upgraded, the Array Formation Grandmaster had broken through from the 1st level to the 2nd level. However, the Grandmaster forging profession was still a Grandmaster forging profession. Other than that, there didn't seem to be much difference between before and after the breakthrough. Before the breakthrough, when there was no innate embryo, one could not refine a Tao artifact. It was still the same after the breakthrough. If there were to be changes, there were some. That was, when refining a spirit artifact, it was easier and there was almost no possibility of failure. As for whether the celestial light alchemy tome would be the same as this, in fact, Qin Shujian thought that the possibility of the same was very high. Forget it, upgrade it. Even if I am more skilled in refining pills, it is still a good thing. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian directly spent 1 billion life source to upgrade the celestial light alchemy tome. Compared to his current 30 billion life source, 1 billion life source was not too much. As the life source was consumed, a mysterious feeling surged from his heart. This mysterious phenomenon lasted for about half an hour before it gradually dissipated. Qin Shujian opened his eyes with a somewhat puzzled look in his eyes. The breakthrough just now, he seemed to have comprehended something, but also seemed to have not comprehended anything. However, a feeling of good fortune surged from the bottom of his heart, making him more proficient in alchemy. When he looked at the attribute panel again, as expected, the celestial light alchemy tome did not break through the shackles of the master realm. The next upgrade will probably require 100 billion. This matter will be discussed in the future. Qin Shujian did not care about this matter anymore. Spending 1 billion life source was purely to test the waters. As for the future, it would be discussed in the future. Subsequently, he then took out some materials from his storage ring. Soon after, he took out a cauldron and began to refine pills in the courtyard. This time, he was going to refine the marrow cleansing pill. There were strong and weak marrow cleansing pills. The weak ones were only level 3 pills. The strong ones were able to reach the level of level 8 pills. As for the effect, naturally, the higher the level, the better. If a level 3 marrow cleansing pill was taken, the effect would be average. Although it could step into the cultivation world, it was still unknown whether it could break through the basic realm. As for the level 8 marrow cleansing pill, after ordinary people took it, they would not be much weaker than genius cultivators. Now, Qin Shujian was going to refine the level 8 marrow cleansing pill. After all, he had snatched Nyingbo from Gong Mingza's hands, so he had to give him some benefits. Otherwise, he would lose face in front of Gong Mingza. What Qin Shujian was going to do now? It was to let Nyingbo understand. As a top sect, the Yuan sect was not something that Gong Mingza and other unorthodox cultivators could compare to. Refining the marrow cleansing pill was not difficult. After throwing in some spiritual herbs, Qin Shujian immediately began refining. Half a day later, 3 pills came out of the furnace, turning into streams of light as they came out in an orderly manner. As soon as they came out, on top of the 3 green pills, there was a faint yellow mist, giving people a mysterious feeling. This is marrow cleansing pill? Holding the 3 pills in his hand, Qin Shujian's face was a little stunned. The marrow cleansing pill in front of him was a little different from what he had expected. His spiritual sense fell. The 3 pills suddenly appeared in his perception. After a long time, Qin Shujian came back to his senses. Looking at the pills in his hand, his expression was a little strange. The level 8 marrow cleansing pill seems to contain the same medicinal power as a level 9 pill. Is this a problem with the ingredients, or is it because I broke through the celestial light alchemy scroll? He recalled the scene when he was refining the pills. The pills put in the furnace were basically the standard ingredients needed to refine the level 8 marrow cleansing pill. In this way, the problem must be with him. Finding the problem, Qin Shujian's eyes suddenly burst with light. Refining a level 8 pill, but the effect is comparable to a level 9 pill. Then if I were to refine a level 9 pill, wouldn't the effect be stronger than a level 9 pill? 9th level medicinal pills are already the top medicinal pills known today. Then, what level is above the 9th level? Sacred, divine, or immortal? A few words that he had heard in his previous life appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. Immediately, he thought of another matter. There were no pills above level 9 in the Great Zhao Empire. Therefore, level 9 pills are the top. Even a treasure like the creation pill, which goes against the natural order, belongs to the level 9 category. In this case, if I were to refine a divine pill whose medicinal power exceeds that of all level 9 pills, wouldn't I be able to create a higher level? At that time, if I want to call it sacred, divine, and immortal, I will call it immortal. The more he thought, the more excited Qin Shujian's expression became. This was not a small matter. For tens of thousands of years, the strongest pill of the human race was level 9. There had never been an existence that surpassed level 9. If he broke through this layer of shackles and created a level above level 9, then all the alchemists in the world would have to respect him. Previously, Qin Shujian was still worried about not having enough alchemists. But if this news spread, then all the alchemists of the human race would flock over. When that time came, would the Sky Origin sect still need to worry about not having enough alchemists? Qin Shujian took a deep breath and said, "But this matter cannot be rushed. If I want to refine a level 9 pill or above, it must be witnessed by everyone in the world. Otherwise, it will be difficult to convince the masses. In this way, my identity as a Pill Dao Grandmaster will also be exposed. But this is not a big problem. In any case, he was already a level 2 Grandmaster. In that case, one more Alchemy Grandmaster and 3 Dao Grandmasters was barely acceptable. Moreover, he had already ascended to the diviner realm. There were many things that he did not need to worry about. No one would act against a diviner realm cultivator just because of an illusory guess. Moreover, this diviner realm cultivator was a level 2 array Grandmaster. Such an expert. Even an ordinary Saint Realm Master might not be able to take him down. Unless the person who acted was at the almighty level. It was just that there were very few almighty experts. At present, the only almighty existence in the human race was the Imperial Court. But in Qin Shujian's opinion, the Imperial Court should not make any moves. After thinking it over, strictly speaking, this matter was still beneficial to him. Not only was it beneficial to him, but it was also beneficial to the entire Yuan sect. The Smithing Hall and the Array Formation Hall have attracted a group of people. Although there are no master-level experts overseeing them now, there is no lack of superior-level cultivators. On the other hand, the Alchemy Hall has only been supported by Shen Yuhua from the beginning to the end. Now that there are more and more disciples in the sect, there is also a greater demand for high-level pills. Shen Yuhua alone is still far from enough. Recruiting alchemists was something that must be done. Or else, he could not let a sect master like him refine pills every day. It would be a little unreasonable for a diviner realm cultivator to stay in the sect and refine pills without doing anything serious. He shook his head. Qin Shujian got up and walked out of the courtyard. After the time spent refining pills, a day and night had passed. Cultivators rarely slept. Most of the time, they sat cross-legged and meditated to cultivate and nurture their spirit. For Qin Shujian, his concept of time was already very vague. With a few thousand years of lifespan on him, a day or two was just a drizzle. He was even thinking about it. If he found a deep mountain and hid in an old forest one day and came out a few thousand years later, would the world have changed? People who have too much free time always tend to think too much. Qin Shujian suddenly broke into laughter. His feet moved as he walked towards the residence of the outer court disciples. Bai Chang was sitting in the inner hall and drinking tea. As one of the deacons in charge of the outer sect disciples, his life was quite comfortable. Other than having to go out to kill some demonic beasts at a fixed time to complete the assessment, there was nothing else to do. For this, Bai Chang even deliberately suppressed his realm to avoid breaking through too quickly and not being able to complete the assessment. However, he also understood that this was not a long-term solution. Sooner or later, the sect would come up with countermeasures. Before that, Bai Chang was also happy to be carefree, especially in charge of the outer sect disciples. Although there were not many benefits on the surface and the competition was not great, the power was not small and there were also many benefits secretly. Those outer sect elders were all cultivating in seclusion. The ones who were really in charge were the outer sect deacons like them. And the outer sect disciples were the most numerous among all the sect disciples. Like this, one after another. There were too many things that could be operated. Deacon Bai, you're in a good mood. A hearty laugh sounded and a young man walked in from outside. Bai Chang's hand that was holding the teacup paused slightly. Then he looked at the person and said indifferently, I was wondering who it was. So it's you. What's the matter? What brings you here today? I'm here today to ask about something. He sat down naturally and then cupped his hands and said, What's the matter? Bai Chang replied blandly. An inner sect disciple was not worthy of his attention. In terms of true status, even elite disciples would have to lower their heads in front of him. The title of deacon was not just for show. Even if he was just an outer sect deacon, it was still the same. However, his strength was not weak. Although he was only in the physical invulnerability realm now, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the spirit god realm in the future. Once he broke through to the spirit god realm, he would definitely apply for identity advancement. At that time, he would also be regarded as an elite disciple. So, Bai Chang did not give him any attitude. Or else, he would teach he a lesson just because he entered the inner hall without permission. He said, I heard that Deacon Jiao brought a person here yesterday. I wonder if Deacon Bai knows about this. Why? What do you think? Bai Chang understood in his heart. Then he glanced at He and sneered. In his mind, He was proud and arrogant. Yesterday, he brought a person here. He heard that the person was also brought into the sect by Qin Shujian and was suspected to be a disciple candidate. Now that he came here, it must be for this matter. He said with a faint smile, I'm just a little curious about the new disciple, so I want to ask Deacon Bai. While speaking, he took out a small jade box and pushed it in front of Bai Chang. I don't need much information. I just want to know more about him. I hope Deacon can help me. Hearing that, Bai Chang raised his eyebrows slightly and then opened the jade box. There was a round elixir inside. With the appearance of the elixir, a faint medicinal fragrance spread. 4th level elixir. Seeing this, Bai Chang looked a little surprised. 4th level elixir was not ordinary. To exchange for such an elixir in the sect, it would cost a lot of contribution points. Seeing this elixir, Bai Chang found that he was richer than he thought. Seeing this, he chuckled and said, This is just some of my goodwill. I hope Deacon Bai won't refuse. He was sure that Bai Chang would accept the elixir. After all, he also knew Bai Chang well. Or else, he would not come to visit with the elixir now. However, after glancing at the elixir, Bai Chang closed the jade box and put it back. He said with a faint smile, Unfortunately, I still know the rules. What does Deacon Bai mean? He frowned. Nothing. If there's nothing else, you'd better go back. While speaking, Bai Chang picked up the teacup and took a sip. 4th level elixir was good, but it was hot to hold. He knew that Nyingbo was very likely to be Qin Shujian's man. Once he offended Qin Shujian, not to mention a 4th level elixir, even a 9th level elixir might not be able to save his life. What should be touched? What should not be touched? Bai Chang was very clear in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have been sitting in the position of an outer deacon for several years without any action. After all, it was because he knew how to conduct himself. He knew who he could offend and who he could not. If it were other times, Bai Chang might give he face and make friends with this person who was about to be promoted to an elite disciple. But now, he did not have this idea. In the sect, as long as one was not a fool, he would know who to stand on. Looking at the jade box that was pushed back, his face was a little ugly. After a long time, he restrained the gloominess on his face. Deacon Bai, I don't have any other intention. I just want to know more. Why do you have to refuse? You're still too inexperienced. Deacon Bai, you have to understand that there are some things you can touch and some things you can't touch. Don't think that you can really do whatever you want just because you have some power among the inner disciples. Bai Chang took a sip of tea. Looking at his gradually darkening face, he could not help laughing. Some things you think you can hide from the world. In fact, others are watching. It's just a small matter that can't catch people's attention, so no one cares about it. But if you jump too much, it's not a good thing. And to be honest, if you want to have any ideas about Nyingbo, you're still far from it. At this point, Bai Chang was also a little bored. He directly waved his hand and said, "You can go. This time I'll pretend that you didn't come. Next time think carefully before you do something. Some people are born not to be touched by you." Sitting there, his face turned green and white. No one knew what he was thinking. Bai Chang's words had already reached this point. If he still insisted, he would be asking for a snub. Thinking of this, he put away the jade box on the table, then stood up and said in a deep voice, "This time I was rude. I hope Deacon Bai won't take it to heart." After that, he directly turned and left without waiting for Bai Chang to speak. Looking at his back, Bai Chang shook his head and said, "At least you have some intelligence. You didn't really make a scene here. Otherwise, your inner disciple's life will probably be over." It was true that he was a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the level of physical invulnerability so easily. But there was one thing to know. The thing that Yuan sect didn't lack the least was geniuses. But it's a pity that it's a 4th level elixir. If I could get it, it would be worth a lot of contribution points. Thinking of the 4th level elixir that was taken away, Bai Chang felt a toothache. No matter what, the elixir was still good. Seeing a 4th level elixir slip away from his hands, he also felt a heartache. Sigh, why don't I get he back and ask him if he needs any help? Maybe I can get the elixir back. Bai Chang had another thought in his mind. But soon, he gave up this idea. He wasn't a fool. This time, he obviously came for Nyingbo. That was why he was willing to pay such a price. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't pay such a price. Thinking of this, Bai Chang shook his head again. Nyingbo looks poor. There isn't much to get from him. If this goes on, I won't be able to open the pot. I see that Deacon Bai is living a comfortable life. How can you not be able to open the pot? Who? Bai Chang's expression changed slightly and he shouted sternly. While speaking, he spread out his divine thought wildly but didn't find any clues. For a moment, Bai Chang's expression was extremely solemn. To be able to hide from his perception, the opponent's strength couldn't be underestimated. He was also an expert at LV3 spiritual martial realm. Even if a prominent divine realm expert spoke, he wouldn't be able to detect it. The opponent's strength wasn't simple. Could it be a great cultivator at the god martial realm? Bai Chang couldn't be sure. Doubts surged in his heart. However, he calmed down on the surface and shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why don't you show yourself? Are you complaining that our Yuan sect isn't a good host?" When he mentioned the 2 words Yuan Zong, he deliberately emphasized the tone of his voice. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew in his face. A man in a green robe had unknowingly sat in his original seat. After seeing the appearance of the man in a green robe, Bai Chang was shocked. Without thinking, he bowed and said with fear, "Bai Chang didn't know that sect leader was here. My words offended you. I hope sect leader can forgive me. Deacon Bai, you don't have to be so courteous. Please sit down." "Thank you, sect leader." Bai Chang straightened up. Looking at Qin Shujian's gentle face, he felt uneasy. He didn't expect that Qin Shujian would come at this time. No. He definitely didn't just come. He must have been here a long time ago. He just didn't show up until now. Bai Chang's mind raced. When he thought of this possibility, he broke out in a cold sweat again. Qin Shujian had arrived a long time ago. He must have known about the conversation between him and He. Fortunately, I didn't agree to his request. Otherwise, my position as a deacon would have ended. He almost ruined my life. Bai Chang was slightly relieved. At the same time, he was a little angry with He. If he had wavered a little, losing his position as a deacon was a light punishment. He might even lose his life. Chapter 502. Wait. Just as Bai Chang was about to heave a sigh of relief, he suddenly remembered that he was talking to himself just now, and sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Bai Chang wanted to give himself 2 slaps. Stupid mouth. No, he had to change his habit of talking to himself in the future. Otherwise, he would get himself killed sooner or later. Deacon Bai, you don't have to be so formal. I'm here for Nyingbo. Looking at Bai Chang, who was scaring himself, Qin Shujian was speechless. After breaking through to the diviner realm, he could sense some of Bai Chang's psychological fluctuations. Although he didn't sense much, vaguely, he knew a little bit. This effect was better for people with lower cultivation. On the contrary, people with higher cultivation would be more thoughtful. It was just as Bai Chang thought. He actually arrived here early in the morning. Qin Shujian didn't show up because he saw the two talking. As for what he did, he didn't feel angry or approved. Instead, he looked at it calmly. Some disciples fought for it. This was a good thing. At least, the sect wouldn't be like a pool of stagnant water without any vitality. No matter where it was, there wouldn't be true peace. Only by fighting could there be greater progress. As for the so-called peace, it was either that they were so disheartened that they couldn't be bothered to fight anymore, or they had a bigger plan. Compared to these, Qin Shujian was more willing to see these disciples fight and fight. As long as they didn't betray the sect and didn't die, they could do whatever they wanted. Anyway, he was in charge of the sect. The sky wouldn't fall. It would be even better if there were a few more experts in the sect as they fought among themselves. Yuan sect didn't lack people now. What they lacked were experts who could take charge. Bai Chang had no idea what Qin Shujian was thinking. However, seeing that he wasn't angry, he was slightly relieved. Hearing that, Bai Chang immediately cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, please take a seat. I'll bring Nyingbo here right away." "Okay, go ahead." Qin Shujian nodded. Then, Bai Chang immediately left the inner hall and walked outside. In less than a quarter of an hour, Bai Chang had returned and Nyingbo was by his side. Compared to yesterday, today, after washing up, Nyingbo looked more energetic and more pleasing to the eye. Pleasing to the eye? Qin Shujian was startled by the thought that popped into his mind. What the hell? Since when had he been reduced to the point where he found a man pleasing to the eye? Qin Shujian quickly dismissed the idea in his mind. He felt that he might have been cultivating in boredom for too long, causing his mental state to be a little abnormal. Looks like I'll have to visit the alchemy hall in 2 days. A thought emerged in his mind, and then his gaze fell on Nyingbo. At this moment, Nyingbo also bowed. "Disciple greets sect master." "Yes." Qin Shujian nodded, then looked at Bai Chang and said, "I need a quiet secret room. You should have one here, right?" "Of course there is." Bai Chang hurriedly answered. Soon, Bai Chang arranged a quiet secret room for Qin Shujian and Nyingbo. This secret room, normally, he would use it for his own cultivation. There was also a powerful defensive array outside to prevent others from disturbing him. Now that Qin Shujian had spoken, this secret room was naturally for him to use. After arranging the secret room, Bai Chang backed out of the room. In the secret room, only Qin Shujian and Nyingbo were left. "Sit cross-legged," Qin Shujian said lightly. Nyingbo sat cross-legged as told. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out a marrow-cleansing pill from the storage ring. "Open your mouth." After saying that, Nyingbo opened his mouth, and then a pill fell into his mouth. The pill entered his mouth. His open mouth also consciously closed. Then he felt that the pill turned into a warm current after entering his mouth, falling into his throat. Immediately after, a surge of power spread directly in his body, flowing through his whole body. The sudden change made Nyingbo somewhat at a loss. In this regard, Qin Shujian was not surprised. He said softly, "Concentrate and hold your breath. Follow the spiritual aura in your body with your mind. Don't be distracted." Hearing that, Nyingbo also immediately restrained his mind and closed his eyes. According to Qin Shujian's words, He followed the spiritual aura with his mind. In addition, the process of marrow cleansing may be a little painful. Just bear with it. At this time, there was a faint voice in his ear again. A little painful? Nyingbo's heart slightly tightened, but he was not too worried. He thought that his willpower was still strong. However, in less than 3 seconds. Nyingbo let out a scream and immediately forced his mouth to close. His face suddenly turned red, and the veins on his temples bulged. He looked like he was forcing himself to endure. A little painful? This is what you meant by a little painful. Nyingbo now had no strength to speak. Under the impact of this spiritual aura, he felt that his muscles and bones were twisted into a fried dough twist, as if they were completely shattered. On the other side, Qin Shujian silently looked at Nyingbo, who was in pain. His perception also fell on the other party's body. His expression was a little strange. Was it that painful? It should not be to the extent of marrow cleansing. Anyway, just bear with it. It's not a big problem. You'll feel better soon. Qin Shujian thought for a while and opened his mouth to comfort him. The process of marrow cleansing. No one was allowed to meddle in it. Unless the other party really could not bear it, Qin Shujian would personally help to draw out the spiritual aura. But in this way, the effect of marrow cleansing would end halfway. So, unless it was absolutely necessary, Qin Shujian wouldn't do anything about it. Only when Nyingbo was about to die, or the other party asked for help, would he intervene. Time passed little by little. Nyingbo was already like a cooked shrimp. His body was curled up, and his hands were clenched into fists. The veins on his arms were bulging like dragons. Half a day later, the spiritual aura gradually dissipated. Nyingbo felt the pain in his body gradually lessen. When the spiritual aura completely dissipated, he struggled to get up from the ground, but found that his body was already wrapped in a black and red filth. A foul smell came along with it. He did not care about his body's condition. Nyingbo endured the stench and looked around. The secret room was still the secret room. The difference was that Qin Shujian had disappeared. "Wash up and come see me." Just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. And also at this moment, the door of the secret room opened. 2 disciples carried a big bucket of water in. On the other side, in a hall, Qin Shujian sat on the main seat. As for Bai Chang, he was waiting on the side with a smile. The sect master was here. As a deacon, he did not have any status. If Qin Shujian did not say anything, Bai Chang did not even dare to sit down. Everyone knew Qin Shujian was the sky of the entire Yuan sect. If he expelled the sect because of a disagreement, many people would be beaten back to their original state. You don't have to be nervous. I don't intend to find trouble with you this time. Qin Shujian glanced at Bai Chang and said indifferently. Hearing this, Bai Chang wiped the sweat on his forehead again. He did not know how to answer this sentence. He could only give a flattering smile. Sit down. I happen to have some questions too. Sect master, please speak. I'll just stand. Bai Chang did not dare to sit down. Qin Shujian looked unhappy. Then, he glanced at Bai Chang. Suddenly, Bai Chang's face froze. Then, he sat down reluctantly and forced a smile. Thank you for giving me a seat. Let me ask you, how is the cultivation progress of the outer sect disciples? At present, the disciples' cultivation progress is very good. Except for the people sent by various martial arts clubs, most of the disciples recruited last time have advanced to the inner sect. Bai Chang suppressed the fear in his heart. After pondering for a while, he answered truthfully. In this regard, Qin Shujian nodded. Advanced to the inner sect. The most important prerequisite was to advance to the real martial arts realm. It had only been about 2 years since the last time he accepted a disciple. To be able to advance to the real martial arts realm, one's talent was not bad. Of course, in the last disciple recruitment, many people came in with cultivation. There were not many who did not really come in contact with cultivation. But no matter what, this progress was still pretty good. Qin Shujian looked at Bai Chang and smiled faintly. Do you think that some disciples will deliberately not advance and then stay in the outer sect? This should not be so. Bai Chang's heart skipped a beat. He smiled stiffly and said, if they stay in the outer sect for too long, they will have to pay a certain amount of contribution points every month. This is not a small burden for those disciples. If they can advance to the inner sect, who would not want to? That's true. Now, I'm afraid that some people will deliberately not advance in cultivation to avoid the assessment task and exploit the loopholes in the sect rules. This is not good. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Bai Chang heard this and sweat broke out on his back again. But he did not dare to say anything. He only nodded and said, Sect Master, you are right. If there is a rule, for example, if one stays in a certain realm for many years and does not break through, he will be directly expelled from the sect or sent to other places to help with the business affairs. What do you think about this, Deacon Bai? Well, I am just a deacon. My words carry little weight. Everything will be decided by the sect master. Bai Chang wiped the sweat on his forehead and then quickly said, but I don't think anyone will deliberately suppress their realm and exploit the loopholes in the sect rules. I hope so. Qin Shujian didn't say anything else. At the side, Bai Chang felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was not a stupid person. Qin Shujian's words were so direct that he almost named him. If he still did not understand at this time, then he was not a human being. Not long after, Nyingbo walked out from inside. Seeing this, Bai Chang immediately let out a sigh of relief. Qin Shujian looked at him and saw that the blocked meridians had all been opened. There was even spirit qi left in the meridians. As for the evil qi, under the impact of the spirit qi, it had already dissipated into nothingness. Nyingbo did not have a cultivation method and did not know how to absorb the spirit qi to cultivate. Or else, he could have broken through to the third level of the martial arts realm. When he finished absorbing the spirit qi, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the sixth level of the martial arts realm. It was the first time Qin Shujian used the 8th level marrow cleansing pill on someone. Such an effect. On the contrary, it was beyond his expectations. Maybe an ordinary 8th level marrow cleansing pill does not have such an effect. It is only because the marrow cleansing pill I refined is not much weaker than a 9th level one. That is why it has such an effect. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Although he had never used an 8th level marrow cleansing pill, as an alchemy grandmaster, he could figure out the effect of such a pill with a little calculation. As for Bai Chang, at this time, he also saw some clues about Nyingbo's behavior. He did not know how to restrain the spirit qi in his body. Anyone with a bit of cultivation would be able to see it. Tendon changing and marrow cleansing, what a big deal. Although he was shocked, Bai Chang did not show any abnormalities on his face. How do you feel? Qin Shujian asked. Sect Master, I feel more relaxed than I have ever felt before, Ningyu replied excitedly. This feeling made him feel like he had been reborn. In addition to being surprised, he respected Qin Shujian even more. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, then looked at Bai Chang and said, I will leave Nyingbo to you. I will not ask more. Sect Master, don't worry. I will do my best to teach him. Just treat everyone equally. Qin Shujian said simply and disappeared from his seat in the next moment. As for how he left, the two did not notice at all. Bai Chang said with emotion, Sect Master is really skillful. His strength is so strong that it makes people flinch. This was a diviner. He had never seen a real diviner fight, so he was not sure if a diviner was really that strong. But from Qin Shujian, Bai Chang felt a kind of calmness. This kind of calmness was not real calmness. In his eyes, Qin Shujian's calmness was more terrible than the abyss. Soon he came back to his senses. Then he looked at Nyingbo, who was standing aside, and showed a smile that he thought was warm. Nyingbo, right? I am Deacon Bai Chang of the outer sect. You should have seen me yesterday. Disciple greets Deacon Bai. Nyingbo bowed. Bai Chang quickly stopped him and smiled, don't be too restrained. Come with me now. I will teach you the introductory cultivation method of our sect. Regarding Qin Shujian's words of treating everyone equally, he would not really treat everyone equally. Some words were not a problem to listen to casually, but if he really did so, then he would not be far from death. Not to mention other things. Qin Shujian had hardly come to the outer sect disciples area. This time he came specially for Nyingbo and even prepared a marrow cleansing pill for him. It was obvious. If he was not really valued by the other party, how could there be such treatment? It is ridiculous that he still wants to compete with the other party. He lost innately. Bai Chang laughed in his heart. Looking at Nyingbo in front of him, another thought popped up in his mind. Speaking of which, could this be the sect master's illegitimate son outside? As soon as this thought appeared, he was immediately shocked. But after thinking about it carefully, it was not impossible. When it came to talent, there were many talented disciples in the sect. Why did Qin Shujian ignore the others and only value Nyingbo so much? After thinking about it, in fact, Nyingbo did not have any advantages to speak of. Even now, a marrow cleansing pill had created an extraordinary foundation for him. But there was one thing to know. Nyingbo did not have an extraordinary foundation, but the marrow cleansing pill had created his extraordinary foundation. In other words, if others took the marrow cleansing pill, they could also have a foundation that was not weaker than the other party. The sect master looks young. I don't know how old he is. Although he was the head of the Cold Mountain stronghold a few years ago, not many people know what his identity was before he entered the Cold Mountain stronghold. Maybe he is the son left behind at that time. It is not impossible. The more he thought about it, the more Bai Chang felt that he was getting closer to a certain truth. Then, the way he looked at Ning Ru became even more passionate. Ning Ru couldn't understand what was going on. The son of the sect master was good. If he could please this master, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the sect in the future. As for the deacon of the outer sect, whoever wanted to be in this position could take it. If he could satisfy the other party in the future, he might even have a place in the outer sect elder. As for the elder of the inner sect, Bai Chang did not dare to have extravagant hopes. There were too many factors to become an elder of the inner sect. Even though Test Jianfeng's strength was outstanding, he was still an elder of the outer sect. At this time, Qin Shujian had already left the outer sect disciples area. He had no idea what Bai Chang was thinking. Or else, he would definitely turn around and slap Bai Chang's head. In the next few days, Qin Shujian lived in seclusion. When he was free, he would stroll around the alchemy hall and occasionally give pointers to the disciples in alchemy. Sect Master, why are you so free recently? Shun Yuhua looked at Qin Shujian in front of her and asked with a strange expression. Since the establishment of the alchemy hall, she was not sure if he had come more than 10 times. However, in the past few days, the number of times he came had already exceeded the total number of times before. Shun Yuhua could not help but think about this unusual behavior. Hearing this, Qin Shujian said with a smile, as the sect master, I have not given pointers to the disciples in cultivation. After all, I have neglected my duty. So now I have the time to come and take a look. He couldn't possibly say that he was here to save himself because he found every man to be good-looking. After all, in the entire Yuan sect, among all the female disciples and elders, the most beautiful one should be Shun Yuhua. If she was sick, she had to be cured. If she wanted to be cured, she had to take the best medicine. In the past few days, Qin Shujian felt that he had almost recovered. Sect Master, do you know a lot about alchemy? I know a little. Qin Shujian said modestly. Hearing this, Shun Yuhua did not ask too much. He knew a little. Maybe he really knew a little. The other party was already a master of 2 daos. It was normal for him to have some research on alchemy. Moreover, from the fact that he only gave pointers to those alchemy apprentices, his cultivation in alchemy was not high. Thinking of this, Shun Yuhua chuckled and said, Sect Master, you also like alchemy? It's okay. It's just a hobby. If that's the case, then you can come to the alchemy hall often. Maybe you and I can have an exchange. The smile on Shen Yuhua's delicate face deepened. She did not say that she would give pointers to him. No matter what, Qin Shujian was the sect master. It was not very nice to say that he would give pointers. Qin Shujian laughed and said, "If there is a chance, that would be great. Then it's a deal." "It's a deal." After a few words, Qin Shujian stopped talking. Not long after, he suddenly took out the communication jade token and glanced at it, saying, "I have other things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Elder Yuhua, go ahead." After that, Qin Shujian turned around and left the alchemy hall. Only Shen Yuhua was left in the same place, looking a little puzzled. In the martial arts hall, Qin Shujian and Zheng Fang sat opposite each other. "There's news from the Traceless sect and the Heavenly Array sect. People from the two sects may come over in 2 days," Zheng Fang said in a deep voice. "Yes." Qin Shujian did not express any opinion. Anyway, they were the ones who were anxious, not him. The cultivation pill was in his hands. As long as he spread the news, there would be a lot of people who wanted to buy it. The Traceless sect and the Heavenly Array sect would not make a difference. It was fine that he did not succeed in refining the pill in the past. Now that the pill had been refined, he would give the other party a month's time limit. If no one came in a month, then sorry, the cultivation pill would be sold to someone else. There was no need to say too much. The Imperial Court alone could consume all of the cultivation pills. In the cultivation world, there were many great cultivators at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. There were even more great cultivators at the peak of the divine martial arts realm in the Imperial Court. 4 cultivation pills. If they were lucky, they would have 4 celestial beings. If they were unlucky, they might have 1 or 2 celestial beings. No matter what, this deal was definitely not a loss. At this moment, Zheng Fang changed the topic and asked, "I heard that Sect Master has accepted a disciple. Is this true?" "It's just a rumor. I met this person outside and he can be considered a person with great opportunities, so I gave him an opportunity to cultivate. As for how far he can go, it depends on his own luck. If I want to accept a disciple, he will definitely not be a mediocre person." Qin Shujian looked proud and said with a faint smile. Zheng Fang nodded in agreement. Sect Master is a celestial being and the Sect Master of a top sect. How can the disciple you accept be a mediocre person? Only a genius is qualified to be your disciple and inherit the legacy of the sect. Let's not talk about this matter. Qin Shujian shook his head and did not want to talk too much about this matter. Seeing this, Zheng Fang did not say anything more. Instead, a smile appeared on his old face and he said, "I heard that Sect Master has been staying in the Alchemy Hall for the past few days. Could it be that something good is about to happen to our sect?" Looking at the ambiguous smile on Zheng Fang's face, Qin Shujian was a little speechless. Why didn't he realize that the other party was so gossipy before? To this, he could only reply helplessly, "First Elder, it's fine if I talk about this matter. If it gets out and tarnishes Elder Yuhua's reputation, that would be bad. I went to the Alchemy Hall because I was interested in alchemy and wanted to learn and observe." "I see." Zheng Fang was suddenly enlightened. Just as Qin Shujian picked up the teacup and was about to put it to his lips, he paused again. "However, speaking of which, Elder Yuhua's talent is not bad. He's a superior grade alchemist at such a young age. He might have a chance to reach the Guru realm in the future. If such a talent is abducted by others, it will be a loss to the sect. As the saying goes, keep the goodies within the family. Sect Master, don't you agree?" Chapter 503. In the next few days, Qin Shujian rarely went to the Alchemy Hall. There was no other way. There was too much gossip. Even someone like Zheng Fang was gossiping, let alone others. There was nothing he could do about it. Who asked him to not go to the Alchemy Hall usually? During this period of time, he kept going to the Alchemy Hall. It was hard for people not to notice him, other than avoiding suspicion. The other reason why Qin Shujian did not go to the Alchemy Hall was because he seemed to have returned to normal. At least, it was not like before, when he saw a man, he would feel that he was handsome. Since then, Qin Shujian stayed in the forbidden area and cultivated silently. Although the cultivation of a celestial being would be very slow in the future, no matter how slow it was, it could still accumulate. Every little bit counted. One would not be able to travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. That was probably the reason. However, Qin Shujian did not blindly go into seclusion. Every day, he would take some time out to take a walk to ease his mood. It's really easy to indulge in comfortable days. Qin Shujian looked at the clouds in the sky. He actually had a trace of nostalgia for his current life. But soon, this trace of nostalgia was cut off by him. It was fine to rest occasionally, but if he did not go down, it would be his death. In terms of fear of death, Qin Shujian believed that he should be able to rank in the top 3 of the sect. He had done so many things because he wanted to live longer. As long as he kept increasing his strength. Regardless of whether it was the players, demons, or the 3 continents, they could only stay by the side. But if he was not strong enough, then many things would become troublesome. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian sighed again. Strength, strength, how can it be so easy to increase one's strength? The celestial being is just the beginning, the supreme being, and even the immortals. Now, every step is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. 10 levels of the celestial being, every step is like ascending to the heavens. That's probably it. Sometimes, he thought about it too. If he was very weak and did not know many things, would he not have to think so much? In the end, Qin Shujian still abandoned this idea. Because this idea was complete nonsense. Perhaps those who were weak didn't need to think so much, but at the same time, they died without knowing why. In the end, only when one's fist was big enough and hard enough would one have the right to speak. At this moment, the communication jade amulet in his storage ring rang. Qin Shujian took it out and read the message. Soon after, he turned around and left. Inside the inherited martial hall, Yin Bancheng and Fang Xinglan sat on the left and right. Sitting in the main seat was Qin Shujian. Seeing each other, Yin Bancheng and Fang Xinglan were also very surprised. Both of them thought that they were the only ones who had made a deal with Yuan Zong for the revival fortune pill. But now it seemed that, however, it was not a family matter. Both of their expressions were a little unsightly at this. Neither Yin Bancheng nor Fang Xinglan knew how many revival pills Qin Shujian had refined this time. If there was only one, then the 2 families would have to fight for it. In other words, originally, they only needed to pay the normal price. Now, it might even be doubled. Therefore, when Qin Shujian appeared, Yin Bancheng said first, "Sect Master Qin, I immediately rushed over after receiving your message. I heard that the revival fortune pill has been successfully refined. Is that true?" "That's right. Sect Master Qin, you and I had a promise earlier. If the revival fortune pill is refined, there will definitely be one for the Heavenly Array sect." Fang Xinglan immediately followed up. Hearing that, Yin Bancheng's face darkened even more. What did he mean? He wanted to take the lead in snatching the revival fortune pill. Just as Yin Bancheng was about to say something, Qin Shujian stopped the 2 of them and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, the revival fortune pill is naturally refined. However, Elder Fang, there is one thing that you must not be mistaken about. The Heavenly Array sect will have a share of the revival fortune pill, but the prerequisite is that the Heavenly Array sect must be able to pay this price. Otherwise, I have no other choice." Fang Xinglan's eyes flickered, and he replied with a normal expression, "What Sect Master Qin said is reasonable. Of course, we have to compete for the spirit pill with financial resources." Yin Bancheng wanted to laugh, but he suddenly stopped himself from laughing. Because he realized, if it was a competition with financial resources, it seemed that he might not be able to win against Fang Xinglan. One was a top sect. The other was a large sect. In comparison, the Traceless sect was innately weaker. Not to mention that the Heavenly Array sect controlled the cultivation world of the Fallen Moon Mansion. He could not guess how many resources they had. Thinking that the possibility of him competing for the revival fortune pill was not high, Yin Bancheng was a little anxious at this time. It would be fine if he didn't know about the existence of the revival fortune pill. Whether he could break through to the diviner realm or not depended on his own luck. But now that he knew about the existence of the revival fortune pill, great hope was reignited in him. If his hope was shattered at this time, it would be worse than killing him. May I ask Sect Master Qin, how many revival fortune pills have been refined this time? Elder Yin, don't worry. The Traceless Sect and the Heavenly Array Sect only need one revival fortune pill each. I can satisfy this. Qin Shujian's words dispelled the concerns in Yin Bancheng's heart. Yes. That was to say, there were at least 2 revival fortune pills. Hearing this sentence, the two looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Especially Yin Bancheng. He didn't have the confidence to compete with the Heavenly Array Sect. Now that he didn't have to compete, it was naturally the best. As for Fang Xinglan, he had similar thoughts at this time. Although he was not afraid of the Traceless Sect, one more sect competing was equivalent to one more loss. The Heavenly Array Sect was not rich now, so it was better to save as much as possible. Thinking of this, Fang Xinglan's gaze fell on Qin Shujian again, and he asked, Sect Master Qin, how can you take out the revival fortune pill? I won't say too much. 100 spirit stones. Whoever can take out 100 spirit stones can take away the revival fortune pill. Qin Shujian stretched out a finger and said with a smile. After saying this, Fang Xinglan and Yin Bancheng's expressions changed. Even if they had expected it, they were still stunned by Qin Shujian's words. 100 spirit stones. One must know that the market price of one spirit stone was 10 million, so 100 spirit stones was equivalent to 1 billion. However, it was not sold at this price at all. Even if it was 3 or 4 times higher, it might not be possible to buy it. In other words, 100 spirit stones was at least 3 or 4 billion. And it might not be possible to have it. This price made Yin Bancheng's expression change, and also made Fang Xinglan's expression change. Especially the Traceless Sect. 100 spirit stones. Even if they sold everything, they might not be able to gather it. So, when Qin Shujian finished speaking, Yin Bancheng said involuntarily, Sect Master Qin, 100 spirit stones is too high. I wonder if it can be exchanged for something else. The revival fortune pill is extremely difficult to refine. It is a top 9th level spirit pill. It can go against the natural order and allow people whose qi and blood have declined to return to their former peak. There is hope for them to break through to the celestial being realm. Qin Shujian shook his head and said solemnly, to be honest, 100 spirit stones in exchange for a chance to break through to the celestial being realm is really not a high price. If I sell these pills to the Imperial Court, the Imperial Court will send the spirit stones over without hesitation. You can think about it carefully. If the Traceless Sect and the Heavenly Array Sect have one more celestial being, the foundation of their sects will definitely increase greatly. 100 spirit stones may seem a lot, but a sect with a celestial being in charge will not be afraid of a mere 100 spirit stones. In the future, when the territory grows, we can kill our way in and snatch it. That's about the same price. At this point, Qin Shujian paused for a moment and continued, 1 year later, no, there is less than a year now. Soon, the human emperor will break the restriction of heaven and earth and connect the 3 continents. Even the human emperor covets the 3 continents. Although they may not be full of resources, they will definitely not be lacking. At that time, only the celestial beings will be qualified to intervene and divide the resources of the 3 continents. The eastern continent is already so rich in resources. I don't need to say much about the other 3 continents. You should be able to imagine it. To be honest, if it weren't for my friendship with the 2 of you, I wouldn't necessarily sell the cultivation pills at such a low price. Qin Shujian spoke passionately. Fang Xinglan and Yin Bancheng fell into dead silence. 100 spirit stones were not a lot. And he was selling it at a low price. To be honest, If it weren't for the fact that their strength didn't allow them to, they would have beaten Qin Shujian up. However, the other party was right. If they didn't want it and Qin Shujian sold it to the Imperial Court, the Imperial Court would probably want it. After all, 100 spirit stones could buy a celestial being. In the long run, this deal would actually be a huge profit. The key was that the Imperial Court had a lot of resources. Even if the breakthrough failed, they would only lose 100 spirit stones, which was not a big problem. But the problem was, the Heavenly Array sect and the Traceless sect were not comparable to the Imperial Court at all. 100 spirit stones would be considered a minor injury to his bones. That would be the equivalent of selling iron pots and pans. It would be fine if the success rate was 100%. However, one cultivation pill was just a chance to break through. If it failed, it would be a double loss. However, Qin Shujian mentioned the 3 continents, which made the two of them hesitate. 1 year later, the heaven and earth restriction would be broken. Needless to say, it would definitely be an earth-shattering battle that would affect the entire human clan. At that time, if one wasn't a celestial being, he wouldn't be qualified to intervene. If a celestial being were to enter such a battle that would affect the human clan, he would definitely die. After all, during the Battle of the Imperial City, countless divine martial cultivators had fallen. Even many saints and almighties had died. That time, it was just an internal conflict of the human clan. After thinking about it, Fang Xinglan gritted his teeth, nodded, and said, 100 spirit stones is fine, but Sect Master Qin needs to give me some time. I'll send the 100 spirit stones to your sect in half a year at most. Unlike Yin Bancheng, if he had the cultivation pill, the success rate of breaking through would be 70%. Although there was still a 30% chance of failure, however, for Fang Xinglan, the latter 30% was negligible. Because no one would have a 100% chance of breaking through to the celestial being realm. 70% was not the highest, but it was close. Hearing this, Qin Shujian hesitated. Half a year seems a bit long. Speaking of this, he looked at Fang Xinglan again as if he had made a great decision. However, on account of my friendship with Elder Fang, half a year is fine. However, if I give it again in half a year, it won't be 100 spirit stones, but 105 spirit stones. The extra 5 spirit stones will be counted as interest. After all, 100 spirit stones can do a lot of things in half a year. Elder Fang won't let me suffer a loss, right? Fang Xinglan's face was dark. 5 spirit stones in half a year's time. What kind of loan shark was this? Even loan sharks wouldn't be so excessive. Moreover, how could 100 spirit stones generate a profit of 5 spirit stones in half a year's time? Did they really think that spirit stones were cabbages that could be easily produced? Suppressing the urge to beat someone up, Fang Xinglan's voice was a little cold. 5 spirit stones is a little too much. The Heavenly Array sect can at most pay another 2 spirit stones in interest. That's fine. Since we're good friends, I'll give you 2 pills, then. Qin Shujian waved his hand generously and settled this matter. Earning 2 spirit stones in half a year's time was not a bad thing. If it was possible. He also wanted to ask Fang Xinglan if he could give it to him later. At most, he would add a few more spirit stones. However, looking at Fang Xinglan's expression, Qin Shujian still didn't say this out loud. Obviously, taking out so many spirit stones was not the limit of the Heavenly Array sect, but it was not too far from it. In addition, he also hoped that Fang Xinglan could successfully break through. At that time, the 2 sects would form an alliance to deal with the matter of the 3 continents, and Fang Xinglan would not be alone and helpless. If the Traceless sect could also break through, it would be even better. While thinking, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on Yin Bancheng as he spoke slowly. Elder Yin, if you really can't take out so many spirit stones in a short period of time, you might as well consider paying in installments. I also have some detailed payment procedures here. No need, thank you for your kindness, Sect Master Qin. Yin Bancheng immediately refused. What a joke, paying in installments. Needless to say, the interest involved would definitely be frighteningly high. When that time came, perhaps after he broke through to the heavenly realm, he would have to work for the other party for free. If the breakthrough failed, it would be a problem whether the Traceless sect could repay this debt in the next 1,000 years. At that time, if the Traceless sect was annexed by Fang Xinglan because of this, he would not be able to die in peace. Like the Heavenly Array sect, the Traceless sect will send the same amount of spirit stones to your sect in half a year at most. After thinking about it, Yin Bancheng still made the same choice as Fang Xinglan. There was no other way. The Traceless sect was really poor. Even the Heavenly Array sect had to postpone it, let alone him. If the situation allowed, Yin Bancheng still hoped to postpone it a little longer, but in the situation just now, he directly extinguished the thought in his heart. Hearing this, Qin Shujian looked a little regretful, but it soon disappeared. Then, he took out 2 jade bottles from his storage ring and sent them to the 2 of them with his divine sense. Seeing this, the 2 of them reached out and took it. There is a creation pill in each jade bottle, but be careful when you open it. Don't let the pill run away. Let me make it clear in advance, if the pill runs away by itself, I won't compensate you. Qin Shujian reminded them. The pill ran away? No way. Fang Xinglan held the jade bottle with one hand and could feel the sealing array on it, as well as the faint vibration coming from the bottle, as if an expert was shaking the jade bottle. As expected of the creation pill, it's really shocking. Seeing this, he did not have the slightest doubt. Only this kind of top-grade pill had such strength. Once a pill was formed, its strength was equivalent to that of a strong cultivator. On the other side, Yin Bancheng also held the jade bottle in his hand. He was not an array master and did not understand the sealing array on the jade bottle, but he could still sense the sealing power. Qin Shujian said, "The jade bottle is a spiritual weapon that I personally refined. I'll give it to you as a gift." Okay. Fang Xinglan and Yin Bancheng looked at each other, nodded, and replied with a simple okay. You want us to thank you for a spiritual weapon jade bottle? Thinking of the 2 spirit stones that they had been cheated of, they had no desire to speak. Putting away the jade bottle, Fang Xinglan got up first, cupped his hands, and said, "Now that I have the creation pill, I have to go back and prepare for the breakthrough. I won't stay any longer. After I break through to the heavenly realm, I'll come and discuss with Sect Master Qin." After that, he also cupped his hands towards Yin Bancheng, then turned and left. As for Yin Bancheng, he wanted to leave too. However, Fang Xinglan's last sentence caused him to have other thoughts. Discuss? Discuss what? Did the Origin sect and the Heavenly Array sect have some agreement? For a moment, many thoughts surged in Yin Bancheng's mind. However, he did not think too much about it. The most important thing now was to break through to the heavenly realm. As for other things, they could be put aside for later. Sect Master Qin, I have to leave too. After I break through to the heavenly realm, I'll definitely come and thank you. Elder Yin, take care. Goodbye. Yin Bancheng also left the inherited martial hall. The hall that originally had 3 people was now left with only 1 person, 204 spirit stones. It's not a loss. Qin Shujian rubbed his chin with a smile on his face. Although the creation pill was a top-grade spirit pill that could give them a chance to break through to the heavenly realm. But seriously speaking, the effect of this pill was very simple. It reversed the congenital state and restored the dormant qi and blood to the peak state. For people like Yin Bancheng and Fang Xinglan, it was not that they could not break through to the heavenly realm, but because of the limitation of qi and blood, the probability of them breaking through to the heavenly realm was extremely low. Only after taking the creation pill could the probability of success increase. But for those cultivators with vigorous qi and blood, they did not need the creation pill at all to break through to the heavenly realm. In this way, the creation pill was very important in the eyes of some, but in the eyes of others, it was dispensable. In addition, although the refining materials were precious, the cost of refining 1 set of materials was about 20 spirit stones. And Qin Shujian used a total of 2 sets of materials to refine the creation pill this time. In other words, he used the cost of 40 spirit stones to earn more than 200 spirit stones. The remaining 2 creation pills in his hands were also about the same price. In this way, without taking into account the cost, the profit directly increased by 10 times. Damn, refining pills is really a huge profit. He did not know before calculating, but after calculating, Qin Shujian was shocked. He already knew that refining pills was very profitable. But at that time, he only earned a small amount of money from refining pills, so he did not seriously calculate how much the profit was. But it was different now. The cost of refining the creation pill was high to begin with. One set of materials cost 20 spirit stones. But the profit was 10 times the cost. If that was the case, it was very scary. No, if that's the case, the other alchemists have made a fortune. Qin Shujian shook his head again, overturning his previous guess. The other alchemists, even if they were alchemy grandmasters, had a high probability of failure. To refine a furnace of creation pills, they might have to fail 3 or 4 times, and there might not be as many as 2 pills in one furnace. After calculating seriously, although there was still profit from refining pills, it was not as exaggerated as 10 times. However, Qin Shujian was different. He was originally at the peak of a certain level of alchemy grandmasters, and now after another upgrade, he had completed a new transformation. Although there was no manifestation yet, Qin Shujian was sure that his success rate of refining a level 9 pill was not comparable to that of other alchemy grandmasters. The failure rate was low. The success rate was high, and the number of pills produced was also high. The profit he made was naturally not comparable to that of other alchemy grandmasters. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian muttered to himself, "Why don't I just refine pills in the sect? With such high profits, if I refine pills in peace to exchange for spirit stones, maybe my cultivation will be faster." At this moment, he really had this idea. He didn't calculate carefully before, so he didn't know that refining pills was so profitable. Now that he knew, he was really tempted. After a long time, Qin Shujian calmed down, shook his head, and said, "After all, refining pills for a long time is not a solution. Without fighting, it would be embarrassing if I stayed for a long time and was killed by someone of a higher level. In addition, the alchemy materials for level 9 pill recipes are not easy to collect. Now that I already need so many spirit stones for one cultivation, I will definitely need more in the future. At that time, the spirit stones I earn from refining pills may not be as fast as the spirit chi I breathe. But occasionally refining some pills and selling them is really a way. At least in a short time, it can solve the crisis of spirit stones." After knowing the benefits of refining pills, he couldn't give up this lucrative industry. He still had to earn money. No matter where, without money, many things couldn't work. At the same time, Qin Shujian's idea of recruiting alchemists became more and more urgent. The more high-level alchemists there were in the sect, the more profits they could generate for the sect. In the past, he couldn't recruit alchemists, and he thought it was because there were few alchemists. Now it seemed. It was clear that those sects firmly controlled the alchemists in their hands and wouldn't let these money trees go. This was the reason why he couldn't recruit any high-level alchemists. After all, to make money, only alchemists of upper grade and higher level could do it. Like those low-grade and middle-grade alchemists, the probability of failure was far higher than the probability of success. Every time they refined pills, they would lose a lot of money. This was also the reason why many sects went bankrupt unknowingly when training alchemists. Because the cost was too high. It was true that high-level alchemists made money, but before becoming a high-level alchemist, they had to spend money. If they could break through to the upper grade, it was naturally not a loss. But if the breakthrough failed, they would lose everything. Chapter 504. After obtaining the creation pill, Fang Xinglan immediately rushed towards the Heavenly Array sect. At this moment, with the creation pill in hand, he could no longer hold back his urge to break through to the Heaven Realm. However, breaking through to the Heaven Realm was no small matter. He had to break through in the Heavenly Array sect. When Fang Xinglan rushed back, Mu Liang had already received the news. "Uncle Master, did you get the creation pill?" "Yes." Fang Xinglan nodded, but his expression soon turned ugly. It's just that the price is a bit high. What price? Give Yuan Zhong 102 spirit stones within half a year. What? Mu Liang was truly shocked this time. 102 spirit stones. Yuan Zhong was robbing his heavenly array sect. Also, why was it 102 spirit stones? This number was strange no matter how one looked at it. Fang Xinglan didn't explain too much. He didn't want to tell Mu Liang that the extra 2 spirit stones were the interest Yuan Zhong collected. Otherwise, he was afraid that his martial nephew would have trouble breathing. All right. Looking at Mu Liang's appearance now, the other party also had trouble breathing. Although 102 spirit stones are a lot, as long as I break through to the heaven realm, I will be able to earn it back sooner or later. It's not a big problem. Fang Xinglan comforted and then said confidently with his hands behind his back. Now, I have already deduced the Heavenly Array sect's divine connection technique. Although it is not perfect, it is enough for me to break through to the heaven realm. As long as I break through to the heaven realm, I will reverse the deduction. At that time, my sect will truly have the inheritance of the heaven realm. Coupled with the inheritance of the Array Dao, there will be very few forces in the cultivation world that can contend with my sect. This wasn't him bragging. It was the truth. If a heaven realm cultivator could have an incomplete divine connection technique, he could spend a lot of time to reverse the deduction and perfect this technique. In fact, it wasn't impossible to deduce something from nothing. Otherwise, where did those divine connection techniques in the world come from? To put it bluntly, they were still man-made creations. If others could create a divine connection technique, Fang Xinglan believed that he could do the same. Even if the process was a little difficult, it wasn't a big problem. Once the technique was successfully deduced, it would definitely be a great thing for the entire Heavenly Array sect. Although 102 spirit stones were precious. But compared to the inheritance of a divine connection level cultivation method, it was far too lacking. Mu Liang was also excited by Fang Xinglan's words. Uncle Master, you really have the confidence to complete the Tongshan cultivation method. If it could be perfected, he would be the first to benefit. There were 2 great cultivators at the peak of the divine martial realm in the Heavenly Array sect. One was Fang Xinglan, and the other was him. However, Fang Xinglan had walked further than him in the peak stage of the divine martial realm. He was truly only a step away from the celestial being realm. Under the condition that the cultivation method was not perfect. The probability of the other party's breakthrough was not something he could compare with. As such, that was why Mu Liang had placed his hopes on Fang Xinglan. Now that he had received the other party's reply, it was difficult for him to calm down. Once the connect to divinity technique was perfected. In that case, Mu Liang was also confident that he could break through to the Deva realm. Furthermore, it was not like Fang Xinglan, who had broken through in an old and feeble state. Instead, it was when he was in the prime of his life and at the peak of his vitality. Fang Xinglan stroked his beard and said with a faint smile, although I don't have 100% confidence, once I break through to the heavenly person realm, I also have a 90% chance of perfecting my sect's inheritance. Martial uncle, what do you need to prepare for your breakthrough? How many spirit stones are left in the sect now? There are about 40 spirit stones in the main sect. If we dig out the spirit stones in the earth vein, there will be about 70 spirit stones. Including the various branches, there will be at most 100 spirit stones. Mu Liang estimated for a moment and gave a rough answer. 100 spirit stones. In fact, it was not a small number. Only the top sects could take out such a large amount of spiritual stones. If it were other sects, they might not have so many spiritual stones. After all, apart from spirit stones, the sect still needed other resources. Cultivation wasn't just about having an abundance of spiritual qi. Medicinal pills and other supplementary methods were also impossible to lack. If the Heavenly Array sect exchanged all its resources for spirit stones, there would naturally be more than 100. Fang Xinglan thought for a moment and said, "Prepare 50 spirit stones for me. As for the spirit stones in the main sect's earth vein, don't touch them for the time being. In addition, buy some spirit stones from other sects. It doesn't matter even if it's at a premium. When buying, try to use silver taels. If silver taels are not enough, there will be other treasures to exchange. Buying spirit stones. On the one hand, it was to repay the debt. On the other hand, Fang Xinglan had a hunch that when the time came to connect the 3 continents, it would probably be a tough battle. At that time, resources and spirit stones would be the main thing. On the other hand, although silver taels were controlled by the imperial court and would not completely collapse, its effect on cultivators would also be reduced by a lot. At this time, it was undoubtedly a good idea to throw away silver taels and exchange them for resources and spirit stones. Even if the estimation was wrong, there would not be any losses if they threw these things out. Moreover, these things. They were also what the Heavenly Array sect needed. No problem. Mu Liang nodded. He had no objection to Fang Xinglan's words. Although he was the sect master, the person who really made the decision was the uncle master in front of him. Regarding this, although Mu Liang was a little embarrassed, to be honest, he also felt that this was quite good. Even if the sky collapsed, Uncle Master would hold it up. Wouldn't it be better for him to just be the sect master and give orders whenever he had the time? After receiving Fang Xinglan's instructions, Mu Liang immediately left and ordered the people in the sect to transfer all the spirit stones. As for the 50 spirit stones that could not be gathered without digging the earth veins, it did not matter. He could directly reach out and ask for it from other branches. The main purpose of dividing the branches was to support the main sect and strengthen the power of the large sect. Otherwise, why would they waste energy to expand the branches? In the main hall of the Heavenly Array sect, many elders had gathered in one place. Mu Liang, dressed in a white robe, sat in the main seat, with a dignified aura. I won't say too much to you. Now that the Grand Elder has broken through to the celestial being realm, he needs a large number of spirit stones. Now that there are not enough spirit stones in the main sect, each branch needs to take out 5 spirit stones. Mu Liang glanced at them and immediately said in a cold voice. Hearing this, these elders all had different expressions. An old man coughed softly and said slowly, Sect Master, although it is important for the Grand Elder to break through to the celestial being realm, my branch doesn't have many spirit stones. I'm afraid we can't take out 5 spirit stones. Elder Liu is right. The resources of the branch are scarce, not to mention the spirit stones. 5 spirit stones are too much. Another elder also chimed in. 5 spirit stones. Outside, even 100 million taels of silver might not be able to buy it. If such a large amount of resources were to be taken out from the hands of the branch, it was almost the same as asking for their lives. Mu Liang's expression was indifferent, and his voice was somewhat impatient. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm telling you as the sect master that each branch must take out 5 spirit stones. These years, the branches have supported the main sect, and the main sect has also returned a lot of resources. Although 5 spirit stones are a lot, with the foundation of each branch, this is not a big problem. If you can't even solve the problem of 5 spirit stones, then I doubt that this branch still needs to exist. The resources in the sect are limited. If we waste too many resources to support some trash, I think it's better to extract this part of the resources and leave it for other capable branches to digest. After saying this, all the elders' expressions changed again. Elder Liu's expression was ugly as he said, Sect Master, we have existed since ancient times since the first Sect Master. Now you want to cancel it because of a groundless matter. It's not very appropriate. The first Sect Master is already dead. I'm the Sect Master of the Celestial Array sect. There are some things that Elder Liu should be clear about. Mu Liang's cold eyes fell on Elder Liu. Suddenly, Elder Liu's heart skipped a beat. From Mu Liang's eyes, he felt great pressure. The peak of the god martial arts realm. Thinking of the other party's strength, he couldn't help but look away. Mu Liang was able to become the sect master. Although he was not the strongest person in the Celestial Array sect, he was definitely ranked in the top 3. Although they were elders, if they really angered him, they might not be his opponent. In this regard, the other elders also fell into silence. But what puzzled them was, when did Mu Liang, who had always been smooth-talking in the past, become so unyielding? Did the other party really think that Fang Xinglan had a great chance of breaking through to the diviner realm? As a top sect, and the first sect master had long fallen, there were naturally many factions in the sect. Fang Xinglan and Mu Liang were considered to be in the main sect, and their strength was the most tyrannical. The remaining branches were divided into other factions. Although these factions respected the main sect, they also had the idea of replacing it. Fang Xinglan was already an expert of the older generation. He was at the peak of the divine martial realm and was also a formation master. He was the true pillar of the celestial array sect. However, although his lifespan was not close, he did not have much left. Once Fang Xinglan passed away, the strength of the main sect would definitely be greatly reduced. However, all of this happened when Fang Xinglan passed away. As long as the other party did not pass away, the people of the other branches did not dare to act rashly. So now that Mu Liang suddenly became angry, they did not want to have a direct conflict with the main sect. However, thinking of Mu Liang's confidence, there were also elders who asked doubtfully, "It's true that the Supreme Elder is powerful, but he hasn't broken through to the diviner realm for so many years. Now that his old and his chi and blood have declined, the difficulty of breaking through has greatly increased. Sect Master, are you so sure that the Supreme Elder can successfully break through?" "That's right. Once the Supreme Elder fails to break through, his lifespan will definitely be greatly reduced. If our sect loses a formation master, it won't be easy to suppress the fallen moon mansion." Another elder also nodded and said. These words were not spoken carelessly. They resisted the main sect, but they also needed the experts of the main sect to stabilize the current position of the celestial array sect. In the eyes of these people, if nothing unexpected happened, Fang Xinglan could live for at least a few hundred years. In these few hundred years, the celestial array sect was very likely to give birth to a second formation master. At that time, even if Fang Xinglan passed away, they would not be worried about anything. However, once Fang Xinglan failed to break through and died in advance, it would be a big problem. This was the trouble of a top sect. Once the expert who suppressed a mansion died, it would be very easy for the situation to go out of control. Mu Liang said lightly, "The Supreme Elder naturally has confidence in breaking through. Elders, you don't need to be too worried about this. You just need to prepare the required spirit stones within 3 days. Also, from now on, exchange all the silver in the sect for spirit stones as much as possible. The 3 continents are about to open. When the war starts, spirit stone resources will be the main thing. Don't only think of these things when the time comes." Hearing this, the elders in the hall nodded their heads in agreement. This was true. For cultivators, the most important things were cultivation resources and spirit stones. The former could allow them to break through, while the latter could provide an endless supply of spirit chi. If there's nothing else, you can all disperse. Mu Liang did not have the desire to continue speaking. After saying this, he directly got up and left the hall. The remaining elders looked at each other in dismay. Well, it's a good thing that the Supreme Elder has broken through. If our celestial array sect has another heavenly being supreme cultivator, we might be able to perfect the heavenly being inheritance. We should support such a thing that benefits the younger generation. An elder of a branch said with a smile and also got up and left. Looking at Mu Liang's appearance, Fang Xinglan's breakthrough was something that no one could stop. Since they could not stop it, they would support it. If Fang Xinglan really succeeded in breaking through, it would be a lot of benefits for them. Even if the main sect had an additional heavenly being, the possibility of the other branches turning the situation around would be even slimmer. However, if they thought about it from another perspective, with an additional heavenly being, the power of the sect would definitely increase greatly. They, the people of the branches, would also be able to take a sip of the soup. There were pros and cons. There were gains and losses. If he really wanted to fuss over such a thing, it would be hard to explain it clearly. The main sect is indeed full of talents. Elder Liu shook his head and sighed. He glanced at the others and also got up and left. The remaining elders looked at each other and revealed a wry smile on their faces. Then, they all dispersed. If they could not stop it, then they might as well not stop it. Breaking through to the heavenly being realm was also good. The celestial array sect had an additional heavenly being. However, if the breakthrough failed, the main sect's power would definitely plummet. It would also give them a chance to scheme. Not long after, the news that the celestial array sect's Fang Xinglan was preparing to break through to the heavenly being realm swept through the entire fallen moon mansion and the human cultivation world like the wind. Who was Fang Xinglan? Anyone with a bit of knowledge wouldn't be unaware of this. The Grand Elder of the Celestial Array Sect, a famous array master. The reason why the Celestial Array Sect could be ranked as a top sect and still stand until now was partly because of Fang Xinglan's contributions. However, although Fang Xinglan was strong, his realm was only at the peak of the divine martial realm. Many people who were watching the Celestial Array Sect were secretly estimating the other party's lifespan. Especially those large sects in the fallen moon mansion, they all had the idea of suppressing the Celestial Array Sect. They were waiting for Fang Xinglan to pass away. Unfortunately, the news of Fang Xinglan passing away did not arrive. Instead, they received news that the other party was about to break through to the heavenly being realm. Fallen Moon Mansion, startling dragon sect. In the main hall of the sect, a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression said coldly, Fang Xinglan is about to break through to the heavenly being realm. What do you think of this news? Sect Master, although Fang Xinglan is strong, he is already old. The chances of him breaking through to the heavenly being realm are slim. He might have the intention of cutting off all means of retreat this time. An elder of the startling dragon sect replied in a deep voice. Subsequently, another elder continued, however, we have to be on guard against Fang Xinglan's breakthrough. If Fang Xinglan really succeeds, it will be even more difficult for us to suppress the Celestial Array Sect. How can we guard against it? We can't possibly attack the Celestial Array Sect and stop Fang Xinglan from breaking through. An elder sneered. Since the Celestial Array Sect dares to spread the news, they must have the confidence to deal with it. Right now, other than waiting for the results of Fang Xinglan's breakthrough to spread, we have nothing else to do. Investigate where Fang Xinglan's confidence in breaking through comes from. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He was the sect master of the startling dragon sect, Yu Wenshan. He was also one of the few great cultivators at the peak of the divine martial realm in the fallen moon mansion. Fang Xinglan didn't break through earlier or later, but chose to break through at this time. He couldn't help but think about it. The other party was stuck at the threshold of the heavenly being realm, and he was also stuck at the threshold of the heavenly being realm. So, Yu Wenshan also had some thoughts in his heart. If he could find out the basis for Fang Xinglan's breakthrough, he might also take this opportunity to try to reach the heavenly being realm. Hearing this, an elder said, I received news that during this period of time, Fang Xinglan went to the Northern Cloud Mansion's Liang Mountain Spirit Domain twice. Do you think the reason for his breakthrough is because of Yuan Zhong? It's possible. Someone nodded in agreement. Yuan Zhong, Qin Shujian is a heavenly being, and he also has the inheritance of the divine realm. If Fang Xinglan obtained some methods to break through to the heavenly being realm from Yuan Zhong, it's not completely impossible. Yuan Zhong. Yu Wenshan's eyes flickered a few times. Fang Xinglan went to Yuan Zhong a few times, and when he came back, he announced that he had broken through to the heavenly being realm. He didn't believe that there wasn't anything fishy about it. Qin Shujian is a money grubber. If the Celestial Array Sect put in a lot of effort, it's normal for him to obtain some methods to break through to the heavenly being realm. The background of this reincarnated almighty is not that simple. In addition, the Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed in his hands. Marquis Luoyu and Marquis Wuan were killed by him one after another. The treasures of the two Saint Realm experts might also be taken by him. Although Yuan Zhong has only been established for a short period of time, in terms of background, it's enough to shock people. Yu Wenshan sighed. He was also a little jealous of Yuan Zhong now. After careful calculation, Qin Shujian had at least the resources of 2 top sects, or even more. If not for the startling dragon sect's insufficient strength, Yu Wenshan would have wanted to rob them. In the past few days, the Celestial Array sect had been purchasing spirit stones vigorously. Some sects would more or less have some spirit stones. These spirit stones, they were either buried in the sect's earth veins or kept as backup. In this regard, the Celestial Array sect bought them at a premium of 3 to 4 times the price. In addition to the power of a top sect, they had collected a lot in a short period of time. Some sects that were short of money even dug out the spirit stones in their own earth veins to sell. These sects often lacked top experts to oversee them. Therefore, they needed to dig out earth veins and spirit stones in exchange for enough resources to nurture experts to suppress the sect. As for the spirit stones, the overall spirit chi of the sect would decrease after they dug out the spirit stones. This wasn't a big problem. At most, it would take a little more time to cultivate. In any case, if a few spirit stones were buried and provided for the entire sect to cultivate, although there would be some effect, the effect would not be that great. It was no big deal. In the future, they would think of a way to get some spirit stones. A few days passed. The Celestial Array sect had spent most of their silver taels, and they had also lost a lot of resources. In a quiet secret room, Fang Xinglan sat cross-legged. Around him, a spirit-gathering array was set up. As for the foundation of the array, it was mainly spirit stones. At this moment, the array was activated. A large amount of spirit chi was extracted from the spirit stones. The entire secret room was filled with spirit chi, turning into a rich green color. There was even a little mist-like thing that was dripping down. Spirit chi liquefied. This was a sign that the spirit chi of heaven and earth had reached a certain level. Subsequently, Fang Xinglan took out a jade bottle and opened the cork. A beam of golden light shot out from inside and was about to escape into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" A mysterious wave spread out and forcibly imprisoned the golden light in midair. Fang Xinglan looked at the imprisoned pill with a faint smile on his face. "Still want to leave?" He was already prepared. However, the power that the nature pill released just now also made this expert at the peak of the divine martial realm look askance. After the shock, his heart was filled with joy. The stronger the pill, the greater the medicinal effect. Fang Xinglan stroked his beard and said to himself with a smile, "The nature pill can seize the fortune of heaven and earth and go against the natural yin and yang. I finally have the chance to see such a top-grade spirit pill today." After saying that, the nature pill seemed to have felt some threat, and the pill was still trembling. Fang Xinglan pinched the pill with one hand and swallowed it directly. The pill entered his stomach. A terrifying energy spread out, and the dormant qi and blood instantly recovered. Boom! A wave of terrifying might erupted from Fang Xinglan's body, shaking the entire secret chamber to the point that it lightly trembled. At this moment, he felt that his declining aura was recovering at an extremely fast speed. In less than 2 breaths of time, he had already recovered to his former peak state. Fang Xinglan exhaled lightly, and a dense qi and blood shot out, shaking the space and making it hum non-stop. The peak of the divine martial realm. This was the true peak of the divine martial realm. With just a mouthful of qi and blood, he could easily suppress a spirit martial realm cultivator. Even a great cultivator who had just entered the divine martial realm might not be able to resist this qi and blood. After so many years, this familiar feeling has finally returned. Fang Xinglan smiled. Ever since his qi and blood declined, he had never felt such power again. After so many years. Even if his qi and blood had declined, Fang Xinglan had never given up on polishing himself. Therefore, after taking the nature pill, the power that was released was several times stronger than when he was at his peak. At this moment, Fang Xinglan's eyes were bright, and his qi and blood reached the peak. The power of the spirit god was also pushed to the limit. His eyes seemed to see through the illusion and directly saw the shackles that had blocked him for thousands of years. The threshold of the celestial being realm, I see it. In the past, I didn't have the capital to break through. This time, I want to see what you can use to stop me. Fang Xinglan closed his eyes. In the next moment, he had already absorbed a huge amount of spirit qi and mobilized his essence, energy, and spirit to break through the threshold of the celestial being realm with all his strength. Chapter 505. Above the sky, the waves were surging. In the dark night, the sun shone brightly. In a few days, many strange phenomena appeared in the heavenly array sect. Anyone who saw this scene was shocked. Natural phenomenon. Fang Xinglan is really going to break through to the heaven realm? His qi and blood are already declining. Where did he get the confidence to break through? Inside the fallen moon mansion, many cultivators were shocked and puzzled. Breaking through to the heaven realm was not done by talking. If he wanted to do this, he had to be fully prepared. In their opinion, Fang Xinglan's qi and blood were declining, and the success rate of breaking through was at most 10 to 20%. Under such circumstances, the other party still dared to force a breakthrough. Either the heavenly array sect was crazy, or they had other trump cards. Now that the phenomenon had appeared, although it did not mean that Fang Xinglan had successfully broken through, it also meant that the other party had already entered the stage of breaking through. Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. During this period of time, the news of the heavenly array sect had spread like wildfire, and even Yuan Zhong had received a lot of news. Sect Master, is Fang Xinglan's breakthrough related to our sect? Xu Yuanming asked with a solemn expression. This matter. He had his suspicions long ago. Otherwise, why would Fang Xinglan come here again and then go back and prepare to break through? Qin Shujian nodded and said with a faint smile, it's just a mutual benefit. If the heavenly array sect can afford it, I'll give them this opportunity. As for whether the breakthrough succeeds or not, it has nothing to do with us. If Fang Xinglan succeeds in breaking through, I'm afraid it will also cause turmoil in the cultivation world. So be it. That's also a matter of the fallen moon mansion. No matter how this fire burns, it won't burn my Baiyun mansion. Besides, Fang Xinglan's breakthrough is not necessarily a bad thing for us. Qin Shujian said indifferently. In his opinion, if Fang Xinglan broke through, then so be it. Even if the other party broke through, he would only be a beginner heaven realm. Judging from the heavenly array sect's attitude, after Fang Xinglan broke through, there was a high chance that he would also form an alliance with Yuan Zhong. Moreover, even if Fang Xinglan went back on his word after breaking through and did not want to form an alliance with Yuan Zhong, it didn't matter. With Yuan Zhong's current strength, it was a good thing to have one more ally, but one less ally was not necessarily a bad thing. In any case, it would not affect Yuan Zhong. Look at this. Xu Yuanming could not resist asking, Sect Master really has the means to let people break through to Deva realm. Could it be that his lending my sect's divinity conduit cultivation method to Fang Xinglan to observe? It was a method to break through to the Deva realm. This made people curious. Qin Shujian said calmly, you're underestimating Fang Xinglan too much. Putting aside the fact that his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the divine martial realm, he has also been at this realm for who knows how many years. If it wasn't for the fact that his vital energy and blood have deteriorated, he would have been able to break through to the celestial realm long ago. As for cultivation methods, as a top sect, how could the heavenly array sect not have any means to break through to the celestial being realm? What about the rumors outside? You just bought a cultivation pill from me. That's all. Nature pill? Xu Yuanming looked puzzled. He had never heard of such a pill before. This wasn't anything strange. There were so many pills in the world. Even if one was an alchemist, it was impossible to know every kind of pill, not to mention the revival good fortune pill, which was a relatively obscure top-grade pill. Qin Shujian said, going against the natural order is the creation. The creation elixir is a top-grade elixir. After taking it, one can return to the peak state. Hiss! Xu Yuanming exclaimed in shock, there's such a pill in the world. Return to the peak state. This wasn't just a saying. For some older cultivators, they would usually be crowned with the title of a veteran powerhouse. Although they were old, one shouldn't ignore the word powerhouse. The longer a cultivator lived, the more terrifying the power they accumulated would be. Even if their vital energy and blood gradually deteriorated as they grew older, causing their strength to decline, their solid foundation was still there, and their strength was still terrifying. Even a powerhouse whose vital energy and blood had deteriorated was like this. If such a powerhouse could return to the peak state, it would be too terrifying. Not to mention that the divine martial realm could kill a celestial being. But it wouldn't be a problem to crush a cultivator of the same level. Nature pill, Xu Yuanming murmured. It was the first time he had heard of such a pill, but just hearing it this time was enough to leave a deep impression on him. Sect Master, can the effect of this pill last for a while, or can it really return to the peak state and maintain it forever? Among the level 9 pills, the nature pill is the best. What do you think? Qin Shujian glanced at him and asked. Hearing that, Xu Yuanming's heart skipped a beat. A rhetorical question was already a direct answer. In other words, once a cultivator swallowed the nature pill and returned to the peak state, it would be maintained forever. In this way, the effect of the pill was even more terrifying. Don't take the nature pill too seriously. Although the nature pill can reverse the congenital state, it can't reverse the lifespan. When one's lifespan is exhausted, even if one is in the peak state, one will still die. Although the level 9 pill is powerful, it's not to the point of reversing reincarnation. At this point, Qin Shujian's expression was somewhat regretful. He sometimes thought about it too. If his alchemy realm continued to improve, would it be possible to refine such a pill? After thinking about it, this possibility was still very high. However, it was a pity that he couldn't do that with his current strength. Not to mention doing it. He hadn't even touched the threshold. Xu Yuanming didn't agree and said with admiration, it's enough to just return to the peak state. So many cultivators can't break through the realm because of their aging bodies and declining qi and blood. In the end, they can only die with regret. If the news of the nature pill spreads, it will definitely cause others to scramble for it. While talking, he looked at Qin Shujian again and asked, was the nature pill refined by the sect master or someone else? I refined it. Qin Shujian picked up the teacup, took a sip, and replied indifferently. Hearing that, Xu Yuanming's pupils shrank again. He knew a little about Qin Shujian's alchemy cultivation, but he didn't expect that he could refine such a shocking pill. For a moment, he thought of a lot of things through this matter. Xu Yuanming stood up from his seat and then walked back and forth in the courtyard, looking a little restless and a little excited. Sect Master, how much does it cost to refine the nature pill and how high is the success rate? The cost is about dozens of spirit stones. As long as the success rate is stable, it won't fail. Hiss. Xu Yuanming secretly took a breath again. It won't fail. If other alchemists heard this, they would probably vomit blood. The main reason why alchemists were an auxiliary profession and not many people practiced it was because the success rate was relatively low. If they were all like Qin Shujian and didn't fail, then the status of alchemists would definitely skyrocket. But for Xu Yuanming, this was not the most important thing. There are many rogue cultivators in the world. Many rogue cultivators spend a lot of time to reach the peak of a realm because of the lack of resources and cultivation methods. When they want to break through, they can't because of old age and declining qi and blood. If Sect Master can still refine the transformation pill, then we can use this opportunity to recruit some old masters who need it. In a short time, the strength of our sect will definitely rise a lot. Using the nature pill to recruit experts. There would definitely be many people willing. After all, a nature pill might be a chance to live again. This was especially true for those at the peak of the spirit martial force or the peak of the divine martial force. Once such people successfully broke through, Yuan sect would at least have a few more divine martial force cultivators. As for the heavenly beings, Xu Yuanming didn't dare to think about it for now. Qin Shujian shook his head at his suggestion and laughed. It's not difficult to refine the nature pill. But it's not easy to gather enough materials. Also, The loyalty of the cultivators recruited like this is also a problem. If we get bitten in the future, we'll suffer a double loss. With our current advantage, although we lack divine martial force cultivators, it doesn't matter if we have them or not. Instead of wasting time to recruit these ready-made cultivators, it's better to give these resources to our disciples. I believe that in a few years, they will also grow to a very high level. Xu Yuanming also calmed down. In his opinion, recruiting cultivators and expanding the power of the sect was the best thing to do. But if Qin Shujian didn't agree, he couldn't force him to agree. In the end, the one in charge of the sect was still him. Furthermore, Qin Shujian's words made sense to a certain extent. It was just a matter of one being fast and the other being slow. After calming down, Xu Yuanming sat back in his original position and smiled. I was wrong. But still, once the nature pill is out, our sect's reputation will definitely soar. In the future, when we recruit disciples, we will also have a great advantage. Sect Master, do you plan to spread the news of the nature pill? No hurry. Let's wait until Fang Xinglan and Yin Bancheng successfully break through. Qin Shujian blew lightly. The spiritual tea that was steaming hot instantly cooled down by more than half. Although some people knew about the nature pill, but there were even more people who had never heard of the existence of this pill. At this time, if Fang Xinglan and Yin Bancheng successfully broke through and Yuan sect promoted the nature pill, then the effect would be big enough. It wouldn't take too long. Everyone in the world would know the effect of the nature pill. After all, the two celestial beings were the best publicity. Moreover, Qin Shujian also planned to find an opportunity to show off his alchemy skills and recruit a group of outstanding alchemists. Disciples could be nurtured with time. Alchemists were different. Even if he had time, he might not be able to nurture them. If he nurtured them himself, the price was too high. From the current situation of the alchemy hall, it could be seen that among the alchemy apprentices, there were very few who could advance to low-grade alchemists. As for low-grade alchemists and above, they were even more pitifully few. For a top sect, alchemists who were not high-grade alchemists were useless. Rather than wasting resources and time, it was better to find some ready-made ones. Although loyalty was a problem. But he had his Dharma eyes and was constantly supervising, so he wasn't afraid of any big problems. When is Sect Master going to Zongyang City? I gave a month's time limit before. It should be about time now. Qin Shujian calculated the time. More than 20 days had passed. Now that the demon clan has fled and the human clan is unified, before breaking the heaven and earth restriction, I don't think there will be any big problems in the Liang Mountain spirit domain. It doesn't matter if I'm in the sect or not. How's the progress on the recruitment of disciples? Right now, the only thing that he cared about was the progress of the recruitment of disciples. The more disciples he recruited, only then would he be able to contribute more life force to him. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian was also somewhat glad. The demon clan had fled and did not take the demon beasts of the endless mountain range with them. Otherwise, the people in the sect would have no place to kill monsters and level up. If they wanted to harvest the life force, they would have no other way but to start a conflict with the human clan. But judging from the current attitude of the human emperor, he would never allow the human clan to have internal strife. The other party had spent so much effort to fake his death and capture Shen Hong and the other vassals in one fell swoop. This was so that before breaking the heaven and earth restriction, he could remove any seedlings that might cause unrest within the human clan. At this moment, whoever dared to jump out first would be the first person to court death. Qin Shujian didn't have any intention of falling out with the human emperor now. Not to mention his relationship with the imperial court. Just the strength of the two sides were not on the same level. Qin Shujian generally wouldn't do something like hitting a rock with an egg. After chatting with Xu Yuanming for a while, he got up and left the sundry hall. Then, he walked outside. Not long after, a hall had already appeared in Qin Shujian's line of sight. On the plaque above the hall, 3 words were written: Array Formation Hall. In the Array Formation Hall, Xiong Haogan was originally instructing the disciples in their cultivation, but at this time, he sensed something. Then, he waved his hand and said, "That's all for today. You can all leave." After that, he ignored the disciples and walked straight out of the array formation hall. As soon as he went out, he happened to meet Qin Shujian, who was coming toward him. Sect Master, Hall Master Xiong. The two met briefly and then walked into the array formation hall together. In the inner hall, the two sat on the left and right. Xiong Haogan spoke first and asked in confusion, "Sect Master, what brings you here today?" "Hall Master Xiong, do you remember that I gave you a group of array formation masters of the Baiyun Marquis Mansion?" Qin Shujian said slowly. Hearing this, Xiong Haogan nodded and replied, "Of course I remember this. I promised the Baiyun Marquis Mansion that I would train a few superior-grade array formation masters for them in 3 years. Now that the 3-year period is almost up, how is the progress?" While Qin Shujian was talking, a disciple of the array formation hall had already served tea. This matter. He just remembered it recently. There was no other way. The group of array formation masters of the Baiyun Marquis Mansion was really not eye-catching. If it weren't for the fact that he was going to Zongyang City, he would have almost forgotten about this matter. 3 years seemed to be a long time. When Qin Shujian thought about it, he realized that it was just a matter of a blink of an eye. Xiong Haogan smiled and said, "Sect Master, don't worry. Now in that group, there are already 5 people who have broken through to the superior grade array formation master level." "That's good." Qin Shujian smiled faintly. 5 superior grade array formation masters were considered to have completed the task. Then he said, "Gather all these people. I will go to Zongyang City tomorrow and bring them along." "No problem." After settling the matter of the Baiyun Marquis Mansion, Qin Shujian thought about it and felt that there was nothing else to do for the time being. Another day passed peacefully. The next day, Qin Shujian led a group of people to Cold Mountain City. Different from using the teleportation gate, these array formation masters were not strong and their physical bodies could not withstand the power of teleportation continuously. They should have arrived at Zongyang City very quickly, but they were delayed for 3 days. In Zongyang City, the teleportation gate flashed and a group of people suddenly appeared there. The general guarding the teleportation gate took a closer look and saw the leader. After a moment of confusion, he immediately reacted. "Greetings, Sect Master Qin. You're welcome." Qin Shujian also nodded and replied. When he saw this general, he also remembered. When he first came to Zongyang City, it was this general who was guarding the teleportation gate. After coming out of the teleportation gate, Qin Shujian led these people directly to the Baiyun Marquis Mansion. On the other side, the moment Qin Shujian appeared, the Baiyun Marquis Mansion had already received the news. When they arrived at the entrance of the Marquis Mansion, Xiao Hong was already waiting there. "Sect Master Qin, you have come from afar. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you." "Steward Xiao, you're too polite." Qin Shujian smiled and then pointed to the people behind him and said, "I have already fulfilled my promise to the Baiyun Marquis Mansion." "Thank you, Sect Master Qin." Xiao Hong looked at the people behind him, and the smile on his face widened a little. The Baiyun Marquis Mansion's array formation masters had declined. The Baiyun Marquis Mansion was seriously lacking in array formation masters. Now that this group of people had returned from the origin sect, the situation in the Marquis Mansion had eased a lot. Xiao Hong arranged for the servants to bring these people in. He then led Qin Shujian into the Marquis Mansion. Hearing that Sect Master Qin has arrived, the Marquis is already waiting in the reception hall. "It's my fault for making Marquis Baiyun wait." "Haha, Sect Master Qin, you're too polite," Xiao Hong said with a smile. Soon, the two had already arrived in the reception hall. Xiao Hong bowed and said, "Marquis, Sect Master Qin is here." "Okay, you can leave first." Marquis Baiyun waved his hand and Xiao Hong bowed and left. "Greetings, Marquis Baiyun." Qin Shujian also cupped his hands and said. Marquis Baiyun smiled and said, "Sect Master Qin, you're too polite. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Marquis Baiyun." Sect Master Qin, you should know the purpose of inviting you here this time. After Qin Shujian sat down, Marquis Baiyun said, His Majesty is about to break the heaven and earth restriction. Before that, the evil seal in the Baiyun mansion is a hidden danger. Therefore, I plan to catch all the evil spirits sealed in the Baiyun mansion before breaking the heaven and earth restriction. These things, Qin Shujian had already learned about it before he came here. However, after Marquis Baiyun finished speaking, he frowned and said, Marquis, the evil spirits are immortal. Sealing the evil spirits now is a way to weaken the power of the fiend abyss. Currently, the remaining evil spirit seals in the Baiyun mansion are strictly guarded. Under such circumstances, the possibility of others breaking the seals is not high. If we kill the evil spirits rashly and the fiend abyss attacks in the future, won't we strengthen the fiend abyss? Killing the evil spirits of the ordinary realm and the true dominion? It could be understood that the Baiyun mansion's power was limited and they could not take care of so many seals. However, the evil spirit seals in the spirit realm and the great dominion were still intact. Even the malignant players could not destroy these places. On the contrary, killing the evil spirits required Zhu Bing. Currently, only the great Zhao nation had Zhu Bing of the human clan. In addition, based on what the human emperor had said earlier, it was obviously not appropriate for Marquis Baiyun to kill the evil spirits now. Marquis Baiyun said, if the evil spirits can return to the fiend abyss, killing them at this time is of course not a good thing. But if the evil spirits cannot return, then there is no problem. Is the imperial court going to use Zhu Bing? There is more than one Zhu Bing of the human clan. Marquis also has Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian's expression changed. Marquis Baiyun's words made him think of something. He suddenly thought of something. Back then, the human emperor had said that Zhu Bing of the great Zhao nation suppressed the seal of the fiend abyss. But when they attacked the monster race, there was also a Zhu Bing that suppressed the heavenly court. After breaking through to the celestial being realm, Qin Shujian could also distinguish what was the real Zhu Bing and what was a weapon that contained a trace of Zhu Bing's power. Therefore, the Zhu Bing that suppressed the heavenly court was definitely Zhu Bing's true body. The human emperor went deep into the monster race. There were so many powerful figures in the imperial court, but he did not bring Marquis Baiyun with him. Moreover, there was only one Zhu Bing of the great Zhao nation, and it was still suppressing the fiend abyss. Qin Shujian already understood that the extra Zhu Bing might be the source of Marquis Baiyun's confidence. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian was also a little surprised. Marquis Baiyun had a Zhu Bing in his hand. This was something that he had never thought of. On the other side, while Qin Shujian was thinking, Marquis Baiyun admitted, that's right. I also have a Zhu Bing in my hands. With this Zhu Bing, I will definitely not give them a chance to return to the fiend abyss. Had it been before, he would not have exposed his ancestral armament. But now, there was no such concern. Since the human emperor already knew that he had a Zhu Bing, there was no need to hide anymore. He might as well take it out openly. At the same time, he could also let others know that in addition to him, a powerful figure in the Baiyun mansion, there was another Zhu Bing to suppress the mansion. Anyone who wanted to covet the Baiyun manor would have to think twice about whether they were worth it or not. A powerful figure was already terrifying enough. If there was another Zhu Bing, even 2 or 3 powerful figures would not dare to covet the Baiyun mansion. Marquis, you really hid it well. Qin Shujian could not help but sigh at this time. He looked at Marquis Baiyun with an inexplicable look in his eyes. I never thought that there was a second Zhu Bing in the human clan. So what if there are 2 Zhu Bing? There are too few Zhu Bing in the human clan's hands after all. Marquis Baiyun shook his head and sighed. Sect Master Qin should know that the 3 continents are just a transition for the human clan to become stronger. The real problem lies in the fiend abyss. If we can't resist the fiend abyss, then everything is just empty talk. Chapter 506. Marquis, you seem to know something? Qin Shujian asked. Judging from Marquis Baiyun's expression, he seemed to know something that Qin Shujian didn't. Hearing this, the depression on Marquis Bayun's face disappeared, and he said with a faint smile, "It doesn't matter whether you know something or not. As long as Sect Master Qin understands that only by becoming stronger can we resist the Great Tribulation. The tribulation of the demon abyss mentioned by the human emperor is much more terrifying than what you know. At that time, heavenly beings are just ants. Even immortals." At this point, Marquis Bayun shook his head and didn't continue. However, the meaning was already very clear. Even immortals. Qin Shujian's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't finish the second half of the sentence, but he could understand what he meant. Could it be that even immortals can't resist the demon abyss? Not necessarily. If there are enough immortals, they may be able to resist it. It seems that Marquis really knows a lot of things. Qin Shujian took a deep look at him and didn't dwell on this issue too much. Since the other party didn't want to talk about it in detail, he didn't want to talk about it. He would never continue to ask about this kind of method to keep people in suspense to satisfy this perverted hobby. If he didn't want to talk about it, then so be it. In Qin Shujian's opinion, any tribulation could be overcome. The difference was the strength of the tribulation. In the face of absolute strength, there was no such thing as a tribulation. If immortals couldn't resist the demon abyss, then they would surpass immortals. As long as they had enough life source, everything would be fine. Seeing Qin Shujian's relaxed expression, Marquis Bayun asked curiously, "Sect Master Qin, aren't you worried?" "What's there to worry about?" Qin Shujian looked at him strangely and said, "The reason why the demon abyss is a great tribulation is that the human race isn't strong enough. If the human race is strong enough, there won't be a tribulation. If immortals can't resist the demon abyss, then we just have to become stronger than immortals. As the saying goes, the Tao is endless. How can there be true invincibility? The Tao is endless." What a good saying. Marquis Bayun laughed. The more he looked at Qin Shujian, the more he liked him. In his mind, "I thought that you were the only one in the human race who had such a view. I didn't think that a mere diviner would have such a view as well. But it was a pity that the first level of Deva realm was still too weak. Before the Great Tribulation arrives, you still have a chance of breaking through to the immortal realm. As for him, the chances are not high. If you can't even break through to the immortal realm, how can you talk about being above the immortal realm?" Hearing this, Marquis Bayun's expression remained the same, not revealing anything. "Marquis Bayun, when do you plan to leave?" "The sooner the better, so we don't have to waste time." "All right." Qin Shujian nodded. In any case, now that he was in Zongyang City, he wanted to settle this matter as soon as possible. This time, he didn't ask for anything in return. He just wanted to return a favor to Marquis Bayun. As for Marquis Bayun, they didn't talk about remuneration either. It was not that he did not want to give it, but with Yuan Zhong's current foundation, it was really not easy for him to raise the conditions. Marquis Bayun could also tell that Qin Shujian wanted to return the favor. Since that was the case, it was only logical that the matter would be resolved. Marquis Bayun suddenly changed the topic and asked, "During this period of time, the Heavenly Array sect of the Fallen Moon Mansion and Yin Bancheng of the Traceless sect are all trying to break through to the Celestial Being realm. Have you heard about this?" "I know a little about it." Qin Shujian picked up the spiritual tea in front of him and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, their breakthrough has something to do with me." "Oh." Marquis Bayun looked surprised. He thought that Qin Shujian would refuse, but he didn't expect that Qin Shujian would admit it so straightforwardly, which made him hold back what he was about to say. Qin Shujian said, "Marquis, have you heard of the cultivation elixir? The cultivation elixir that reverses the innate realm and allows people to return to their peak." Marquis Bayun's eyes flashed, and his expression became solemn. "Marquis, you are really knowledgeable. Do you have the cultivation elixir?" Marquis Bayun asked. Qin Shujian said, "This time, I refined a total of 4 cultivation elixirs. I gave 2 to Fang Xinglan and Yin Bancheng, so I still have 2 left." 2 cultivation elixirs. "You said that you refined the cultivation elixir?" Marquis Bayun was originally attracted by the name of the cultivation elixir, but when he came to his senses, he understood the complete meaning of Qin Shujian's words. What did he mean? You are telling me that you are also a powerful alchemy Grand Master. To be honest, this time, Marquis Bayun was really shocked. The cultivation elixir was a top-grade spirit elixir among the 9th-level elixirs. Even an ordinary alchemy Grand Master might not be able to refine it successfully. Now that Qin Shujian said that he refined the cultivation elixir, it indirectly proved that he was also a alchemy Grand Master. Marquis Bayun thought of his identity as an array Grand Master and a forging Grand Master. Marquis Bayun said in a solemn tone, a Grand Master of the 3 Dao. Array Grand Master and forging Grand Master were still fine. The two of them were interconnected. Qin Shujian could become a Grand Master of the 2 Dao. At most, he could be said to be extremely talented. Although others were shocked, they could accept it. However, it was different for a Grand Master of the 3 Dao. Alchemy had nothing to do with the other 2 Daos. It was much more difficult to become a Grand Master of the 3 Dao than a Grand Master of the 2 Dao. In Marquis Bayun's memory, there had been a Grand Master of the 2 Dao in the human clan. However, it was rare to see a Grand Master of the 3 Dao like Qin Shujian in his life. Thinking of this, Marquis Bayun sighed again and said, Sect Master Qin is really full of surprises. Marquis, you flatter me. It was rare for Qin Shujian to be modest. Marquis Bayun said seriously, I want to buy a cultivation elixir from you. What is the price? 100 spirit stones. Okay. Marquis Bayun was silent for a moment before he nodded in agreement. A cultivation elixir might allow the Marquis Bayun's mansion to have another heavenly being. In this way, it was naturally not something that a mere 100 spirit stones could compare to. In this regard, Qin Shujian could only curse in his heart. What a hateful rich man. Look, this was the attitude of a rich man. 100 spirit stones. Not only did he not bargain, he did not even hesitate to agree to it. Then he looked at Fang Xinglan and Yin Bancheng. When it came to 100 spirit stones, they acted as if their parents had died. After hesitating for a long time, they finally decided to buy it. Not only that, they had to delay the payment for half a year, which was incomparable to Marquis Bayun's. However, from the storage rings of Du Chengwu and Shen Hong, it could be seen that the Marquis Bayun's mansion was really rich. In Qin Shujian's opinion, not to mention 100 spirit stones, even if it was 1,000 spirit stones, Marquis Bayun might be able to afford it. Of course. Being rich was one thing, but Qin Shujian wouldn't raise the price on the spot. 100 spirit stones for a cultivation elixir. He would not cheat anyone. Therefore, after Marquis Bayun agreed, Qin Shujian did not hesitate. He directly took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and handed it over. The cultivation elixir is in the bottle. 100 spirit stones. Marquis Bayun took the bottle and then waved his hand. 100 spirit stones appeared on the table. Boom. The moment the spirit stones appeared, a strong burst of spirit energy erupted. Qin Shujian did not count them. He directly put the 100 spirit stones into his storage ring. However, when he used his storage ring, there was a strange light in Marquis Bayun's eyes. Du Chengwu's storage ring. Thinking that Du Chengwu had also died in the hands of the other party, he was not too curious. After the simple transaction, Marquis Bayun said, Sect Master Qin, you must be tired from the long journey today. You can rest in the Marquis's mansion for the night. Tomorrow, you and I will set off together to kill evil devils. If you need anything else, just let me know. There is nothing else in the mansion, but there are still some resources and materials. Thank you for your kindness, Marquis. I have already made preparations. That's good. Marquis Bayun did not say too much. Then he called the servants and settled Qin Shujian down. Late at night. In the study. Xiao Hong pushed the door open and entered. He bowed and said, Marquis. Marquis Bayun looked at the graying hair on his temples and suddenly felt emotional. He asked, How many years has Uncle Xiao been in my Marquis manor? Xiao Hong called him Uncle Xiao. It made Xiao Hong feel as if he had returned to hundreds of years ago. But soon, he came back to his senses and said with a strange tone, "This old servant has already been in the Marquis estate for 2,400 years. 2,400 years. Marquis Baiyun sighed with emotion. The lifespan of a great cultivator in the god martial arts realm was no more than 3,000 years. After 2,400 years, the other party was already on the verge of passing away in a seated posture. Thinking of this, Marquis Baiyun had mixed feelings. Then he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Xiao Hong. There is a cultivation elixir inside. Taking it can reverse the congenital state and restore you to your peak state. With your current realm, if you take the cultivation elixir, the probability of breaking through to the celestial being realm is at least 60% to 70%. Cultivation elixir. Xiao Hong was shocked. He looked at the jade bottle in his hand and said helplessly, "Marquis, how can I let you waste such a precious treasure?" It was the first time he had heard of the cultivation elixir. But from Marquis Baiyun, he knew how heaven-defying the effect of this elixir was. Correspondingly, its value was immeasurable. Marquis Baiyun said, "You have been a servant in my mansion for 2,400 years. You deserve a cultivation elixir. If you break through to the celestial being realm, it will also increase the strength of my mansion. Now that you have the elixir, it will be a waste if you don't use it. Now, except for you, no one in the mansion is qualified to take the cultivation elixir. Thank you for your reward, Marquis. If I break through to the celestial being realm, I will sacrifice my life for the mansion for generations to come." Xiao Hong clenched the jade bottle and bowed deeply. In response, Marquis Baiyun did not stop him. After Xiao Hong finished bowing, he said, "Uncle Xiao, don't be in a hurry to take the cultivation elixir. When everything is ready, take the elixir and break through in one go. The probability of success will be higher." "I understand," Xiao Hong nodded and said. He was not willing to waste the opportunity to break through to the celestial being realm. Silence. Xiao Hong seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Fang Xinglan of the Heavenly Array sect and Yin Bancheng of the Traceless sect are both breaking through to the celestial being realm at about the same time. Did they also take the cultivation elixir?" "Yes." "Sure enough." Xiao Hong was shocked. He originally thought that there must be some connection between the two's breakthroughs. Or else, they were about the same age as him and both had one foot in the grave. How could they break through to the celestial being realm at the same time? After knowing that they had taken the cultivation elixir, it made sense. Thinking of this, Xiao Hong could not help but ask, "Marquis, who made this cultivation elixir? Is it from the Yuan sect?" "Qin Shujian refined it," Marquis Baiyun said lightly. Xiao Hong's pupils suddenly shrank and he exclaimed, "Qin Shujian can refine the cultivation elixir. Is he an alchemy grand master?" Xiao Hong would not believe that someone who could refine such an elixir was not an alchemy grand master. If Qin Shujian was also an alchemy grand master, then he could be called a grand master of 3 Daos. A grand master of 3 Daos is good. Now that the Great Tribulation is coming, the stronger our human clan is, the better. In comparison, an alchemy grand master is much more important than the other 2 Daos. Marquis Baiyun said. Hearing this, Xiao Hong also understood what he meant. The elixir refined by an alchemy grand master could enhance the overall strength of the human clan. Not to mention the distant. The cultivation elixir alone could allow the human clan to have many more celestial beings. After all, the human clan only lacked celestial beings, but they did not lack divine martial arts realm cultivators, let alone people like him who were stuck at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. Once the cultivation elixir came out, it would definitely cause a great uproar. At that time, if these people had a cultivation elixir in their hands, the number of celestial beings in the human clan would at least be several times greater than the current number. However, I'm afraid that refining such an elixir requires the right time, place, and people. It's not that easy to refine it, Xiao Hong said with some regret. Marquis Baiyun said, it doesn't matter how low the success rate is. As long as it succeeds, our human clan will have a chance to give birth to a celestial being. There are alchemy grandmasters in the world, but only Qin Shujian can refine the cultivation elixir. His words showed how much importance he had for Qin Shujian. The two of them chatted for a long time. In the end, Xiao Hong put away the cultivation elixir, bowed, and left. The next day, Qin Shujian got up early in the morning. The servants of the Marquis mansion were waiting outside the door. When he opened the door of the room, these people had already brought in the things for washing up. After a simple wash, Qin Shujian did not eat the prepared breakfast and went directly to find Marquis Baiyun. At this moment, Marquis Baiyun happened to be in the living room. "Marquis, do you want to set off now?" "Yes, let's go." In Marquis Baiyun's mansion, two streams of light shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they broke through the forbidden sky array of Zongyang City and flew toward the sky. As the master of Zongyang City, the forbidden sky array in the city naturally could not stop Marquis Baiyun. As for Qin Shujian, he was an expert at the second level of the Grandmaster realm. Ordinary formations wouldn't be able to stop him. Neither of them had the intention to use the teleportation gate to travel. After breaking through to the celestial being realm, they could cross hundreds of miles in a breath. Although the teleportation gate was faster, it was not as convenient as traveling by themselves. In order to take care of Qin Shujian, Marquis Baiyun even deliberately slowed down his speed. Or else, with the speed of an almighty, he could already shake off Qin Shujian at this moment. This was not something that could be made up for by a simple step technique. How could an expert who could reach the almighty level be a simple person? Boom! Two streams of light broke through the sky like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, they streaked across the sky like meteors. Some people who saw the streams of light did not even have time to take a second look before they lost track of the two of them. An hour passed. A huge fortress had already appeared in their sight. Inside the fortress, the condensed killing intent soared into the sky, and no birds dared to approach within a radius of 10 miles. Even though they had not completely entered the fortress, Qin Shujian was also a little surprised by this killing intent. What a powerful killing intent! Marquis Baiyun did not say much. Instead, he led Qin Shujian toward the fortress wall. "Who is it?" "Stop." The sudden turn of events alarmed the garrison on top of the stronghold. Just as the garrison was about to send out the signal to invade, a general recognized Marquis Baiyun and immediately stopped him. "This is Marquis Baiyun. Everyone, don't act rashly." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and said, "Greetings, Marquis Baiyun." Although his words were respectful, he didn't bow in salute. A pair of tiger-like eyes fell on the two of them, and the atmosphere was a little solemn. Marquis Baiyun threw a token over and said, "This is my identity token." The general reached out and took it. After examining it carefully, his expression suddenly became respectful. He took a step forward and handed the token back with both hands. Then, he returned to his original position and bowed. "Greetings, Marquis Baiyun." "Greetings, Marquis Baiyun." The soldiers on the city walls also bowed respectfully. "You may dispense with the formalities," Marquis Baiyun said. The general straightened up and asked doubtfully, "Marquis, what brings you to the fortress this time?" "I'm here to solve the hidden danger of the demons." "Now, pass down my order. All the troops in the fortress will withdraw in 15 minutes. "Yes." The general accepted the order respectfully. Subsequently, the garrison of the entire fortress began to move. Black armor. Black spears. The silver-white tip of the spear flickered with a frightening cold light. From the gathering of the army to the withdrawal of the army, there was no noise during the process. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Qin Shujian sighed and said, "What an elite army. The demon seal of the spiritual realm and the grand domain is extraordinary. The ones guarding it are the true elites of the imperial court. 10,000 of these elites can fight against a celestial being, 100,000 can fight against a saint, and 1,000,000 can fight against a mighty figure." When the human emperor fought in all directions and forced many experts of the demon clan to retreat, these elite troops contributed a lot. Marquis Bayun explained as he watched the army withdraw. 10,000 against a celestial being. 100,000 against a saint. 1,000,000 against a mighty figure. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's pupils contracted. A mighty figure was the top expert of the human clan. 1,000,000-strong elite army like this would be able to match a mighty expert. He had overestimated these soldiers, but he did not expect that he had underestimated them in the end. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and asked, "How many of these troops are there in the fortress now?" 100,000. Marquis Bayun looked at the soldiers below with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, 100,000 people formed an army. Even a third-tier celestial being can be killed on the spot. This was the reason why the spiritual realm and the Grand Domain fortress had never been breached. 100,000 soldiers could kill a third-tier celestial being. Anyone who wanted to enter the fortress had to weigh their own strength and see if they could contend with such a force. If they could not, then they would go back to where they came from. It will probably take a lot of energy to train such elites. Qin Shujian sighed. 100,000 soldiers could kill a third-tier celestial being, which also meant that if he did not use his cultivation in formation, he would not be a match for them. Such strength was naturally terrifying. However, it was definitely not an easy task to train such elite soldiers. Or else, the Great Zhao only needed to train a few million of such elite troops, and it would be enough to sweep the world. The demon clan and the rebels would have long been reduced to ashes. Marquis Bayun said, "Training such elites is naturally extremely difficult. To be honest, it is not much worse than training a celestial being." Just as the two of them were talking, the 100,000 soldiers had withdrawn. The killing intent that had condensed in the sky above the fortress had also dissipated at this time. Marquis Bayun took a step forward and left the city wall, heading toward the depths of the fortress. The moment Marquis Bayun moved, Qin Shujian also followed closely behind. Soon, a huge ceiling altar appeared in their line of sight. The ceiling altar of the octagonal starlight formation. It proved that the strength of the demon sealed inside was at least at the 4th tier or 5th tier celestial being. Sect Master Qin set up the formation first. At this time, Marquis Bayun's expression became solemn. Killing the demon. The biggest trouble was that if the demon escaped, it would cause a monstrous disaster. Once an unsuppressed celestial being demon went on a killing spree, it would be a situation of misery and suffering. When Marquis Bayun's voice fell, Qin Shujian's mind moved, and many formation patterns appeared, forming a large formation that covered the entire fortress. The next moment, a tiny golden lotus flew through the air and quietly fell into the formation. Buzz! Invisible fluctuations spread out, and the entire formation completely solidified, turning into an unbreakable cage. After doing all this, Qin Shujian said, "The formation has been completed. Unless an almighty figure makes a move, it's impossible to break the formation." Okay. Marquis Bayun also wanted to know if Qin Shujian's words were true or false. He only saw Qin Shujian strike out with his palm, and a terrifying force instantly erupted, bombarding the ceiling altar of the octagonal starlight formation. The formation that was personally set up by a formation grandmaster shattered with a bang in the face of this force. The moment the formation shattered, monstrous demonic chi surged out, and a huge demon walked out of the seal. Its body was thousands of feet tall, like a huge mountain, and it gave off an endless sense of impact. However, when the demon broke out of the seal and came out, no lightning condensed in the sky. This was because Qin Shujian's formation directly isolated the phenomenon of the demon's appearance. "I'm finally out." The 1,000-feet demon roared toward the sky, and monstrous demonic chi swept out in all directions. Qin Shujian directly retreated to the side, then looked at it with his Dharma eye. The demon's attributes also appeared in his sight. 5th tier celestial being. And it was not seriously injured. In other words, the demon in front of him was a terrifying existence whose strength had reached the 5th tier celestial being in its peak state. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.